If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 176, A Gift. It seems you have certain issues, little Alexander. You should retreat and calm your mind. Reconsider your actions and think of this as a second chance I give you as a good man that I am, said Gilgamesh, looking at that child with eyes full of disdain. Alexander's words were like sharp thorns, and he replied, holding on to that treasure won't only be your death but also the downfall of the kingdom. Smart are those who live, who take only what they need and leave the rest to others. But being selfish and arrogant like you will lead to your doom. Lower your head, and we'll accept your goodwill. Who is this worm? Eris asked Roxy, not understanding why they were having this conversation with an unknown idiot. I don't know, maybe just someone seeking attention, Roxy said. She didn't know who Alex was, but there are many fools in this world who always seek attention in the most stupid ways. If you aim high, you must have the strength to back it up. We are tired of killing idiots like you all the time. You should lower your head and apologize, as my dear Gil has given you a chance to live another day. At that moment, Eris, who was on the huge pig, pointed at Alexander with her finger and scolded him. Eris's statement made Alexander's expression turn from red to green. Then, he coldly frowned and remained arrogant in front of Gilgamesh. My patience is limited. Hurry up and hand over the divine weapon, or else, suffer the consequences. At this moment, Alexander unleashed his aggressive aura and grew impatient. Gilgamesh burst into laughter. Even in front of everyone, he remained indifferent and calm. What if I don't hand over the treasure? You will only die by my hands. Alexander responded with just one sentence. It was filled with a killing intent like cold steel, causing chilling shivers in the others. You will become the enemy of the entire world if you don't hand over the treasure. You will be hunted down and eventually killed by everyone. One of the men behind Alexander mentioned these words. Desire, greed, and something else were being released around the place without anyone realizing it. It was like the callus of desire, an imperceptible poison. Enemy with everyone in this world? Killed by everyone? I'm so scared, ah! If there was a reason why Gilgamesh had let time pass without killing these people, it was that there was something bothering him that he had just deciphered. Right now, the boy called Alexander was actually a young man named Alex. What he could see in the future was tiny, and in the past, everything was blank. But there was only one possibility for this to happen, it was the human god, the idiotic pig that never seems to give up. Gilgamesh now more than ever wanted to have fun, so he mocked and patted his chest. Then, he narrowed his eyes as he spoke, enemy with everyone in this world? Everyone in this world, only with you? All worthless. And what if the whole world were my enemy? I'd still kill you without mercy. You're a brave young man, but sometimes the weight of your words is nothing compared to reality. The world is dark and mysterious, you must be careful. I'm so scared. I wonder how many. Roxy, who looked at Gilgamesh, felt that something was wrong, and at that moment, she heard a voice in her mind, my dear Roxy, stay alert and don't separate from Eris. For some reason, don't be near Richard either. How many of you think you'll come out of this alive? Richard took a few steps forward and said, do you really think you are facing someone you can defeat? Rethink. At this point, an old man with a hat next to Alexander took a few steps forward. His intention was very clear, he wanted to unite everyone against a single man who was actually terribly powerful. This old man came out with a completely different momentum, imposing like a giant mountain, standing still like iron chains blocking the clouds. Even though he suppressed his own aura, when he came out, everyone felt very oppressive, and the air was suffocating. When this old man took a step forward, even the eyes of the old master Richard narrowed. He felt a great threat, knowing that he had encountered an enemy much stronger than him. Only one man can give this feeling, and that's a sword god. Alexander looked at the old man, who was his master, and smiled arrogantly. A sword god. At that moment, countless people trembled just by being in the presence of such a powerful human being. Today, we have a mission, this is destiny. Gilgamesh smiled and replied, you're just a child in my eyes. My swords have touched more blood than you've seen in your life. I suppose you've made your decision, then I'll consider making mine. The old man with a long sword on his back said, invader from another world, you don't need to worry. If you lower your head, we can all leave here alive. Will you? Gilgamesh knew that these puppets only wanted him to bow his head, as if he were a mere human in the eyes of a stupid god. But it's normal, the little that the human god has seen is enough for him to believe that simple traps could kill him. After a few seconds, he looked at everyone around him, and Gilgamesh said, I am a person with a bad habit. When others want to oppose me, my blood can't help but boil, and I have to cleanse my beautiful swords with blood. Since this is a mistake, then that's fine, I like mistakes. This time, Gilgamesh had decided. He looked at everyone and with a sinister intent of death, he asked with the authority of a man, who do you think you are? A damn apostle of the human god? Even if you are the same god, I won't bow my head, I never did, and I won't now. Will I be the enemy of the whole world? I love that title, I'll crush you all as I always have. I'll live with my own, and then I'll seek out your god and kill him. Very well, come all who want to die today. This unrestrained arrogance caused everyone to burst into laughter. Alexander took a step forward and laughed, you're a damn foreigner from another world, how come you're so arrogant? Gilgamesh rejoiced loudly and spoke with disdain while looking at Alexander. It's a pity your sweet sister died. But are you blaming me for something that's fate? I saved your life, you should thank me, you damn wretch. Enough words, I'll kill you. Alexander unleashed his battle aura, and with a swing of his sword, a blade headed towards Gilgamesh. A trash like you has no right. Eris immediately attacked before Gilgamesh could move. A single sword movement forced Alexander to step back several paces. With her beauty and that beautiful armor, she looked at Alexander with contempt. A puppet has no right to speak. Being looked down upon by Eris infuriated Alexander to the point where he began to tremble with an ugly and pale expression on his face. Accept your death. Alexander seemed to lose his mind and roared with force, his battle aura exploding with power beyond what a normal human could achieve. Get lost. After a shout, orange flames surged like ocean waves. Eris maneuvered and blocked Alexander's strike. In the blink of an eye, her battle aura caused several sacred lights to appear, and delicate tattoos emerged on her skin. A mere apostle who wants to touch my man, you must be 10 times stronger if you want to fight me. Eris stood up with complete dominance. She was as determined as a war goddess. Well, well. Miss Eris, people will say I'm intimidating a little girl, that wouldn't be a good outcome. Gilgamesh calmly said as he pulled Eris back and held her by the hips while whispering something in her ear. After that, he looked at everyone with indifference. Trying to snatch my treasure. I have no choice but to kill you all. One-on-one, that would be me intimidating you. All of you, come. Puppets of a god who doesn't value you, in my eyes, you're all worse than shit. I could kill you all with one hand. You ignorant fool, let's go and tear him apart. Gilgamesh's arrogance infuriated everyone, and one of them exclaimed furiously. Since you're seeking your own death, I'll help. Alexander, with a powerful aura, took a step forward. Not only Alexander but also the 2 emperors of the north, the elderly man with the long sword. They all wanted to tear apart Gilgamesh. But that wasn't all, they also wanted to eliminate Gilgamesh's group, including his 2 women. Indeed, those who know me understand that I'm intimidating the weak. My bad. Chapter 177, You Are Not My Enemy. Kunsfield didn't know what was about to happen, but Eris and Roxy did, so both of them stepped back and dragged the curious follower of Gilgamesh, who wanted to see his lord decimate his enemies with a powerful attack. However, he was soon pulled into the Vimana. Well then, let's begin, young Alexander, little bastard apostle. I'll kill you and the bunch of clowns following you, Gilgamesh laughed heartily. At that moment, he took out a transparent crystal box from the door of Babylon. While wizards prepared powerful spells, other adventurers near the area felt that this situation defied all common sense. Is that man insane? Does he want to kill everyone? Alexander's mysterious blue eyes, capable of seeing through everything, unleashed a deep killing intent. Then, a sword made of battle aura was condemned to skin Gilgamesh. Alexander, with a cruel gleam in his eyes, also snorted and pointed towards Gilgamesh with total resentment. Kill him! At that moment, all kinds of attacks rushed forward. Not only with the intent to kill Gilgamesh but also to seize the treasure. Boom! However, at this very moment, the crystal box in Gilgamesh's hand suddenly shook, and a vicious black liquid rushed out of the box in an instant. Bearing immense power, black spear-like entities emerged from the treasure in Gilgamesh's hands, and in an instant, an impact headed towards everyone who attacked him. Gilgamesh, who at that moment held an entirely black spear that resembled a living being, just swung his weapon slightly, sending everyone flying. Those who took action, whether they were sword emperors or gods, all of them were repelled, and some were even cut like sheets of paper. At this moment, as if something awakened, the same platform where Gilgamesh stood showed changes, and a bloody creature began to take shape from the blood oozing from the orifices. That fresh blood was extremely beautiful, something that would catch everyone's attention. But Gilgamesh, manipulating his spear, immediately threw it, and it soared into the sky. Subsequently, it descended and turned into thousands of black arrows that headed straight for the group below. Gilgamesh's attacks were simple and successfully defended by the enemy. However, that wasn't Gilgamesh's purpose, as from beneath his enemies, numerous shadows silently moved and attacked anyone still alive. Plof! Plof! Suddenly, that blood creature dispersed and fell onto the shadows, turning into creatures moving at an extreme speed. Kill them! Seeing blood strands flying forward, adventurers who were previously knocked down cast magic spells, unsheathed their swords, and attacked. Crack! Crack! But even using their treasures, they couldn't cut these blood strands. In an instant, blood spurted like a fountain, and shortly after, many were drenched in blood. Ah! Screams echoed. While the non-fatal wounds pierced by the black shadows that merged with the blood were slowly drained of all blood on their bodies. Ah! In an instant, miserable cries resonated in the air. Several adventurers were deprived of their blood and fell to the ground lifeless. Run away! That was the only word formed in the minds of many. Everyone wanted to flee because they were terrified. An adventurer shouted and ran towards the exit. Crack! However, at this moment, many large shadows rushed out of the ground like tentacles of a fearsome creature, but they were much more terrifying than ordinary tentacles. My leg! This person fleeing was pierced by the shadow, and in a matter of seconds, his body withered like a mummy. Amidst this chaos, countless large malevolent shadows lunged at all the adventurers with extreme speed. Other shadows mercilessly attacked Alexander's group. Alexander's group roared ferociously and unleashed powerful defensive techniques, repelling the shadows time and time again. And as if no one expected it, behind all those blood shadows, there was a malevolent being enjoying this feast. With a humanoid body not too tall, around 3 meters in height, it looked like a terrifying demon lord, where all the malevolent shadows emanated from its body. What was most frightening was that it had a pair of completely black eyes on its face. When this being appeared in front of everyone, its aura of terror didn't stop there. It suddenly emitted an endless malevolent presence that rose through the surroundings. Boom! At that moment, the figure that had appeared changed shape and turned into even more shadows that scattered everywhere. They merged with the shadows around and suddenly became blood swords piercing through the hearts of any living being. Ancient monster, shadow of malevolent adversity. You've finally shown yourself, you're much stronger than my expectations. You even managed to form your humanoid body, Gilgamesh said as he looked at the perpetrator of the troublesome shadows. Is that the demon that was released in this place? Roxy was frightened after occasionally seeing the humanoid form of the shadow demon. At that moment, she remembered why Gilgamesh wanted to find it to eliminate it. Its thirst is unstoppable, that's its curse. As Gilgamesh looked at this demon, he knew it wasn't a simple one that could be treated carelessly. What are these things? Why are these things sucking blood from everyone? A sealed demon, the kind that has died in this world if you ask Roxy. Why is it here? Maybe it comes from another world, but who sealed it is a mystery that Gilgamesh doesn't care to solve. As the shadows of the shadow demon absorbed more energy, it became even stronger. A few times stronger than before, Alexander's group had almost eliminated it, but at the last moment, they were forced to retreat. As their numbers dwindled, Alexander's expression became grim. According to what he had heard from Hitagami, this demon would kill Gilgamesh, but now it seems that he will be killed first. Don't retreat! Alexander waved his sword while activating a magical item. Boom! In the midst of fire and thunder, when this magical item emerged, a divine aura swept away all the shadows around, erasing numerous shadows and protecting Alexander's group as they ran away. A magical shield. Although its power was limited in use, it could protect them while they made their way out of the trap without issues. Want to escape? It won't be that easy. Gilgamesh smiled as he condemned several golden ripples. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the two swords exploded as Gilgamesh snapped his fingers. The swords released unimaginable power. Gilgamesh had used simple swords that were destroyed by his powerful energy, but the real attack wasn't derived from that. The magical item in Alexander's hands was affected, and he immediately unleashed his divine power to defend. Boom! A loud explosion reverberated throughout the underground. Everyone in the demon continent felt two formidable presences. Chapter 178, Beheading My Enemies. Beneath the earth, the volcanic walls began to glow more intensely. Under the clash of two divine forces, innumerable beings fell to the ground, kneeling. Crack! In just a few seconds, Alexander's magical object could withstand Gilgamesh's energy, allowing the victorious power to shine brilliantly. Losing the protection of the divine power, two warriors from the group were suddenly attacked by the shadows. Move! Alexander didn't have time to save them. It had taken him a long time to reach this point, and he didn't want to die without killing Gilgamesh first. But it seemed that this wasn't the moment for revenge. So, with a roar, he unleashed his battle aura and narrowly escaped the shadow attack. At this moment, he didn't dare to hesitate. He dragged those closest to him onto a quartz platform that shot up into the sky, heading towards a recently formed crater. As he hurried towards the exit, he didn't even glance at Gilgamesh before crawling like a worm towards safety. As his magical object didn't have much protective power, he didn't want to use his other methods to save the lives of those around him. Unknowingly, he did the same thing he accused Gilgamesh of. Of course, this was a human trait that everyone has but seldom notices. The only noteworthy thing is blaming those who are immediately present and venting their grievances. Ah! Having lost the protection of the magical object, adventurer after adventurer screamed and fell to the ground. The next to fall was a Northern Sword Emperor. After the sudden wave of shadow attacks, only a few remained alive. In this life and death moment, the old man who had been at the forefront of the group and was indeed one of the most powerful released his aura completely. He was a powerful being, a sword god who skillfully maneuvered his attacks to cut down the approaching shadows. Boom! But when the old man tried to escape the shadow net, there was a lightning bolt that fell from the sky, carrying the force of thunder. The lightning struck his body, and he immediately froze as blood began to spurt from all his orifices. His body slowly collapsed to the ground, and when he looked up, he saw Gilgamesh, who had ordered his death, looking at him disdainfully. As I said, you must be careful with your words. Gilgamesh, seeing this outcome, sheathed the sword he had used to cast the lightning. Did you really think my warning was just empty words? If my words were just hot air, then I wouldn't be unique in heaven and earth. Even the gods must look at me with respect, you damned fool. In this place that seemed to be a dungeon, it was a death trap, specially designed to kill anyone who entered and not release anyone. This was not just a simple prison but also a place where human blood should not have been shed, otherwise, the shadow demon might awaken. Ah! At this moment, the last standing adventurer finally perished under the malignant shadows. From start to finish, only Alexander and one guard managed to escape. The rest of the people who tried to steal Gilgamesh's treasure suffered horrible deaths. What a disaster! They didn't trust my words. I told them that anyone blocking my path would be killed mercilessly. Did they think I was joking? Gilgamesh calmly looked at this horrific scene. As for Eris and Roxy, both lay silently dead. They had seen before the terrifying ways that Gilgamesh had employed to eliminate his enemies, which even made Richard and his old master feel chilled. From start to finish, Gilgamesh basically didn't move, but in a short time, several thousand people were killed. The most terrifying part was that sword kings, dominant mages, and strong beings died. The shadow demon is watching us. Eris whispered to Gilgamesh. At this moment, the shadow demon now measured 4 meters in height, being at least a little less than twice its previous height. When it opened its dark eyes to look at Gilgamesh's group, countless shadows began to fly towards them. Meanwhile, it continued to drain blood from those who were still perishing in the surroundings. The shadow demon had an appearance that reeked of death. It was covered by countless large shadows, resembling a cloak from the depths of hell. Anyone who saw its appearance would be trembling with an uncontrollable shock of fear. As it looked at Gilgamesh like a venomous snake stalking its prey in the darkness, it caused others to break out in goosebumps. If you promise loyalty to me now, you will have a path to survival. Otherwise, you will turn into ashes and dust, dying like a miserable demon. Everyone was afraid of the gaze of the shadow demon, but only Gilgamesh remained calm. He spoke slowly, exchanging words with this demon. At this moment, not to mention Richard, even the gymnasium group was afraid. One has to know that this existence before them could even kill sword gods, disrupting the order of the world. The shadow demon used a more direct method to respond to Gilgamesh's question. The shadows around it returned to its body, then quickly shot forward like arrows, with enough power to break through the very void, doubling the speed it had before. It absorbs a lot of blood. The more blood it consumes, the more powerful it becomes. Roxy made a conjecture and thought that, in addition to the insatiable thirst curse the demon had, as mentioned by Gilgamesh, it also increased its strength in that way. But in the blink of an eye, golden chains appeared behind Gilgamesh, and all the shadows were bound by a devastating divine power. This level of sealing caused the chains to increase their movements, and numerous chains began to emerge from more golden ripples around all the shadows, preventing them from moving. It was impossible to break the chains of Enkidu. All the shadows that had moved to attack Gilgamesh were also imprisoned. This left the shadow demon horrified. At this moment, it felt a terrifying pressure, something it had only felt from the being that imprisoned it. Crack! 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 Wave after wave of crunching sounds came from the chains, shooting endless golden lights. A magical rune flew into the sky, turning into mysterious enchantments that slowly transformed into a huge golden hole. At this moment, this golden hole seemed like it could seal even the gods. Sustained by a powerful divine energy that reinforced the strength of the chains, beneath a huge golden hole, the tip of a massive golden chain could be faintly seen. Once the chain emerged from that golden ripple, all living beings would be crushed. What is that thing? Watching the shadows being suppressed by the chains, Richard asked excitedly. They are the chains of Enkidu, a weapon that can seal even the gods. One of the favorite weapons of Gilgamesh, which was gifted to him by his best friend before his ascension to a new life. Kunsfeel observed the signs in this matter, and he spoke emotionally, one of my lord's most powerful weapons. Gilgamesh, upon hearing this, remained silent. For some strange reason, many knew him from the world that Dog came from. It didn't bother him, everyone considered him a true king of heroes, so as long as they recognized his worth, there was no need to be upset. Did you really think you could take my blood containing the purity of the gods? Unfortunately, you're not very smart. Crack! Crack! At this moment, all the shadows of the demon fought madly to escape the chains, but all in vain. The heavenly chains are so powerful that they are anti-divine, no god can free themselves from their grip, let alone a mere demon. This time he smiled that he could control more of the chains, now he could unleash about 70% of the power of the heavenly chains. Was he becoming stronger? Those absurd restrictions of the gods were not present, so that's the only answer. Even if it's a powerful demon, Gilgamesh would unleash his power to suppress that growing malevolence. Killing this enemy is similar to crushing a cockroach. Crack! The shadows beside the Shadow Lord's body had been caught and crushed. The shadow demon wanted to escape. Its drag was powerful, and it crazily sank into the ground, wanting to take root to stop the force of more chains dragging it, but it was in vain. It's useless. In front of the heavenly chains, unless you don't have divinity in your body, it's meaningless. The eyes of the shadow demon turned cold, and a section of the shadows suddenly gave way to become countless arrows toward Gilgamesh. It believed that killing Gilgamesh, who controlled the chains, would be possible. However, numerous ripples appeared behind Gilgamesh, and swords shot out at a speed faster than the attacks coming in his direction. Chapter 179, Overcoming Obstacles. Boom! A series of chained explosions filled the air. The shadow demon was clearly being torn apart, and its struggle weakened with each passing moment. The chains that connected to its body grew weaker, the blood within it vanished, and all its attempts were erased. Og! At this moment, an incomparable power surged from beneath the ground, aiding the shadow demon. After being assisted by this power, the shadow demon began to stabilize and then attacked the platform where Gilgamesh stood. The shining platform was dragged downward by the shadow demon. Boom! In no time, the surroundings began to shake, and the still shadow demon seemed eager to finish off Gilgamesh. What's happening here? Seeing the sudden change in the situation, Eris and Roxy, standing on the Vimana, were frightened and lost color. Once the shadow demon captured the platform, Gilgamesh could possibly be in trouble. The shadow demon managed to devour such a rare thing, this growth is not unreasonable, Gilgamesh remained calm and said with a smile. The underground contains a magic crystal alienated by the manga. This concentration of magical energy is something very valuable that the shadow demon had not considered before. If that demon manages to use all its power, it may become an existence comparable to the gods of this world. Boom! Suddenly, more golden ripples appeared, and the chains in the sky doubled. The sound of the chains tightening around the shadow demon while sensing the divine energy on its body forced it a few more times, pulling it with more force. The walls began to crack. This scene was like the release of a divine beast, causing countless destructive events. In just a few seconds, even with that new power, the shadow demon was helpless, and nothing could prevent its destruction. In moments, the swords shooting out from the ripples managed to destroy a part of the demon's body into pieces. Crack! But now, an even more horrible event occurred. The bony protrusions around and the bones of the water path seemed to have an induced function, and all that stored tension began to be released. At this moment, all the bones connected. Whether they were human bones, beastman bones, or remnants of stone statues, everything was assembled into a huge skeleton of a giant. This enormous skeletal giant appeared in front of Gilgamesh like a giant monster and struck toward the platform with its monstrous body. Boom! The entire platform was shaken by the impact, but chains with superior instinct moved toward the giant, and huge swords pierced its body. Crack! At this point, the still free shadows took over the platform, wanting to destroy it into pieces. By God, this thing is much stronger than before. Richard on top of the enormous pig named Killa said. However, the skeletal giant was much more terrifying than a simple giant. At this moment, a bony protrusion sprouted from the ground. This bony protrusion was several thousand meters tall, and its edge was terrifying like a powerful lance. It crashed into a part of the enormous platform where Gilgamesh was suspended in the air, and it was destroyed in parts. Gilgamesh frowned and began to fly out of the platform. If he stayed over this place, Killa could have serious problems. Both the bone giant and the shadow demon, with their limited strength, attempted to strike Gilgamesh. Part of the platform was still affected, allowing some parts to break. In no time, their attacks became even faster. I fear the platform won't be able to handle this. We must flee. If this horrible thing escapes, we'll die here. Richard lost his colors and looked at Gilgamesh as he spoke. There's no real problem with that demon. Gilgamesh remained calm. Looking at the shadow demon, which continued to fight despite its motionless body, he murmured, "Originally, I didn't want to kill you, but since you're becoming annoying, I'll make a move." Having said these words, Gilgamesh flew into the sky, and his weapon, Ea, appeared in his right hand. Energy immediately surged like a torrent of lightning, and his unsatisfied gaze fixed on the struggling shadow demon. Enuma Elish. Boom! At this moment, an unimaginable scene unfolded. The entire space in the underground area was illuminated by a reddish light. The entire mountain began to shake and collapse, while the energy from this attack split the mountain in two, and the light from the sky descended into the dark place illuminated by magenta. As his weapon Ea began to rotate, a powerful attack shook the space. In a powerful flash, the energy released in his attack pierced and destroyed absolutely everything. Under the onslaught of Ea, gods, divine beasts, planets, and parts of the galaxy couldn't withstand its attack if he used the necessary force. An attack from a god, much more powerful than the one used against the demons in the human-demon war. Even a powerful being like Richard fell to his knees while watching with awe this powerful attack right in front of his eyes. If not for the pig Killa, they would have been sent flying and killed by the shockwave. That's only 1% of my lord's attack. Only his best friend has been able to withstand 80% of the total attack of my lord. Kustenfeel seemed amazed to witness this attack in person, and now his dreams had been appeased by this scene. Was he forced to use that attack? Eris knew that this attack was tens of times weaker than the one he used to fight against the invasion from another dimension, so she asked this to Roxy. Maybe he doesn't want to leave anything alive. Richard's old master had experienced many things in his life, but his hand was still trembling with cold sweat. At this point, he was secretly glad not to be an enemy of Gilgamesh. Even if he were stronger, they would still be doomed to certain death. In a matter of seconds, Gilgamesh had dealt with all these minor obstacles. He wouldn't have been so meticulous if Roxy's family were nearby. There would be problems if one of these shadows escaped from this place. Chapter 180, Seeking the Next. What they know about life is ephemeral and very small. Even if several realms choose to see me as their number one enemy, this would be the outcome. Moreover, I wouldn't need to raise my sword to end all those who sought a senseless war. For many, wanting to escape their fate is impossible in the first place. Looking at this result, Gilgamesh simply shook his head. Richard and his master's wife didn't know where Gilgamesh's power came from, but seeing how he reduced more than half of the mountain, they were extremely frightened. The attack they had just witnessed could pose a deadly threat to hundreds of thousands of enemies, ending their lives without much difficulty. Under this power, there was not a single being capable of resisting. Eris and Roxy, on the other hand, knew exactly where Gilgamesh's power came from. They took a deep breath. Having been with him from the beginning, they knew the immense battles they had fought, and in none of them did they encounter difficulties despite how horrible they could be. Not only was his strength powerful, but Gilgamesh's power was unreachable in their eyes, and there was nothing capable of harming him. The shadow demon was released in a somewhat questionable way. After the battle, Gilgamesh discovered many things and was sure that he was missing something. At this point, the only one still alive was the little Alexander, who seemed to have managed to escape from this place. But before going after him, he first had to make sure there were no problems here. Boom! At that point, all the bones of the giant created by the shadow demon had turned to ashes, and Gilgamesh's attack had erased all traces of the shadow demon. While the group was stunned, the platform that had been lying on the ground turned into rubble, and the killer pig fell with a crash to the ground. The chains were withdrawn, and everything returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Gilgamesh walked back to Killa the pig, sat on its head, and said, "Finally, this is over." A series of unfortunate events. It took longer than I expected. Eris, sitting next to Roxy on the Vimana, looked at Gilgamesh. No matter how terrifying a thing he did, she would no longer be surprised. As for Richard and his old master, they remained silent. This matter was like a dream to them. Thousands of people, including a sword god, were annihilated right here. Many genius experts, northern sword emperors, and many more could not escape death. If this news spreads, the whole world would be completely stunned, as they could not even imagine that a powerful demon had been reborn. However, these things were something Gilgamesh didn't care about. According to his calculations, this was still not over, so he would continue crushing his enemies until they were completely destroyed. Richard's old master, who had experienced many things in his life, had to look at this man in his 20s with a different gaze. Even if they were told to kill this man, he would adamantly refuse. Facing Gilgamesh was extremely terrifying and something he didn't want to do. Richard also pondered for a long time on what had happened. At this moment, he understood why many were willing to follow this man. Eris was recognized as one of the strongest and most promising young women on the central continent. At the age of 10, she was a sword queen, something even Gilgamesh wouldn't achieve easily at that time. For many, she was unreachable, and her strength was to be respected. Others might think that she would choose a man who had her solely in his eyes, but those thoughts were not entirely correct. As far as was known, Eris was committed to Gilgamesh, but he, in turn, had another woman, defying the rules of the Grere family to have only one partner for the rest of their lives. But seeing Gilgamesh's strength and that he would be the future king of the central continent, there was nothing he couldn't do. "Well, this matter is settled," said Gilgamesh as he looked around. "Are we not going after Alexander?" Roxy asked, slightly confused. Gilgamesh thought about it and said, "We'll deal with him later." "Then it's fine," Eris nodded as she looked around. "Well, you are free now," Gilgamesh addressed Richard and the old master. "You can collect some treasures from this place and live a full life elsewhere. If you decide to live according to your principles, you can go to the central continent, which is a bit far from here." Gilgamesh looked deeply at Richard, appearing a bit confused deep in his eyes but said nothing more. Upon hearing this, Richard said, "I have nowhere else to go. If I failed this mission, it means I died at the hands of the enemy, so I wouldn't have a place to return to. Shall we look for him?" "Of course, we need to kill that apostle," said Gilgamesh, who had a deep gaze in a special direction. "Then we'll follow you for now. Honestly, I go where the wind takes me. I'm aware of what's happening in the Milis continent, so I came to this place mainly because my old disciple wanted to do something here. Then let's go." Gilgamesh left the mountain, instructing Roxy to bring down the other half so that no one could be exposed to danger again. After that, they headed north. After the great battle with the shadow demon, who exerted his dominion along with the attack of his noble phantasms, all existences in the demonic continent felt threatened. Along the way, nothing stood in their way, and Killa appreciated the fresh air outside for the first time in a long time. On the way north, they gathered many edible fruits, and the harvest was incredible. They then stopped in the deepest area of the north. Even if they didn't want to stop, they had no other way to go, as their path was blocked by a huge cliff. Before them was a massive cliff that split the continent into a large cave, something that, according to Roxy, wasn't there before. This place had traces of Alexander, which made Gilgamesh pay special attention. Monstrous creatures were flying in the sky, but deep in the crevice, there was a concentration of energy becoming increasingly intense. What could release that power? It wasn't anything dangerous, yet it exuded a terrifying presence. Any existence in this place would be trembling in fear or even bowing in worship to the unknown. Any other enemies? Within the group, Roxy knew what was happening. Sensing that energy, she said with a cold expression, "This is a zone personally suppressed by a powerful being. Anything here must be in an incubation state." At this point, Gilgamesh's gaze turned cold as he looked at the scene ahead. He had guessed it before, but after personally witnessing the suppression, he furrowed his brow with an icy demeanor. As Gilgamesh observed that place carefully, the group felt somewhat pensive. They sensed Gilgamesh's anger. Even someone as powerful as Richard trembled in fear before this wrath. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. It was as if everything within millions of miles was about to be sacrificed. At this moment, Gilgamesh drew a very special black sword as he looked at the red light at the bottom of the crater rising into the sky. At that point, he instructed Roxy to move away with her Vimana. Boom! Looking down at this place, an aura emanated from his body that covered the entire sky, causing black clouds to appear overhead. When Gilgamesh pointed his sword at the bottom of the crater, a powerful rumble echoed across the horizon. Such an aura caused everyone within the demonic continent to be terrified with anxiety. At that point, someone named Orsted looked to the north. He knew that a powerful being was in this place and was the author of powerful attacks that should not exist in this timeline, so, accompanied by a girl, he headed toward the source of energy. But at that point, the sky seemed to shatter when a dark energy covered any trace of light. That power was demonic, something that would alarm all living beings in the world. Finally, the aura that spanned the sky and shook the earth solidified into a sword thousands of meters above the sky capable of massacring both gods and divine beasts. A sword that could pierce through worlds, one destined to kill immortal beasts. How dare you be born in this world? Gilgamesh's voice was filled with resentment. He knew this energy well because these creatures had been created by mere intentions of human annihilation. Gods, time and time again, are the ones who stand in his way. Boom! In a fraction of a second, the enormous sword buried itself in that crater, and as if it were a bomb, everything exploded brutally, reducing everything to ashes. This sword instantly emitted a bright glow, illuminating the entire demonic continent and, in turn, splitting the sky. At this point, everything within a radius of 100 kilometers was turned into a massive crater, and the energy at the bottom of the crevice turned into nothing. An explosion shook the entire demonic continent. Under this single attack, not to mention the group of Eris and Roxy, who were protected under the magical shield of the Vimana, Richard and his old master could easily die. But at that moment, Richard's heart tightened, and his body fell into a deep sleep. The sword on his waist shone with a divine color, and in just a few seconds, a powerful attack contained deep within that sword shone toward Gilgamesh and headed directly for him with a threatening glow. Chapter 181, The Way to Defeat a Demigod. A sword capable of piercing through the world against something that remained dormant. Although Gilgamesh's sword completely cut through its target, he was interrupted by an attack to his side, one that was certainly powerful enough to send him flying through the clouds. Undoubtedly, that attack harmed Gilgamesh, but wearing his armor, the damage was reduced several times, failing to fulfill its goal of killing him. What is the way to kill a demigod? A single attack capable of completely crushing him was the only way, something that must be directed towards him without him realizing. This attack must be unique among all that could be launched at him. Hitagami's plan was to weaken Gilgamesh as much as possible from the moment he entered the demon continent until this point. What he saw in the scream was a mere unreal projection that the human god had obtained from his memories the first time they met, something he knew would disturb him greatly. This idea was fantastic, but what the human god did not consider were the treasures in his possession. Those treasures that had accompanied him to this human, and because he never saw anything related to Gilgamesh again, he did not realize that those treasures had always been by his side. Richard's old master wanted to act immediately to stop him, but just then, Eris unleashed her powerful battle aura. At that moment, right behind Richard, a golden sword began to form, and due to the oath he made to Gilgamesh, it had to be condemned. The servant contract was extremely strict, nothing should be violated, and those who violated this contract suffered the consequences, leading to imminent death. Crack! The sword flashed with force and headed towards Richard's heart, but at that moment, his old master, still enfeebled, moved and interfered with that attack. Instead, the sword plunged into his heart, blood spilled over Richard's back, and he, waking from a stupor, felt his back wet. Richard! Master! Richard, astonished, turned around and looked at his master, who had a fatal wound near his heart. Carlos Slightly, Emperor of the Sword, who abandoned the world for his beautiful wife who died years ago, was one of his greatest victories. Saving his only disciple in proper form was the achievement that would end his life, but he had no regrets because he knew that his disciple was being controlled by evil people. Eris, calm down. Roxy was furious but knew that this would happen at any moment due to Gilgamesh's suspicions from the beginning. Walking towards Richard's old master, she raised her staff and began to cast very deep healing magic. But the old man shook his head and said, I am already tired, please, my noble student was being controlled by that divine sword. Plead for mercy from Gilgamesh, his life should not end in this place. Master! Richard murmured as he held his master's hands. It was an honor. With those last words, the master who had taught him the way of the sword had died. Needless to say, this had been expected for a long time, for this very reason Gilgamesh had given him a sword that would serve him later. But from the beginning, he had expected this to happen when he was facing the shadow demon, not now precisely. Indeed, I was expecting it, but I didn't think it would be so sudden, said Gilgamesh, appearing beside Richard. His body bore red tattoos covering his muscles, with no trace of any wounds present but signs of a powerful blow. Gil, are you okay? Eris ran to Gilgamesh's side and asked with concern. I'm fine, but it seems he died in place of Richard. You must make use of this life your master has given you. Gilgamesh gave her a calm look. At this moment, Gilgamesh's gaze turned cold as he spoke slowly, think about it. You've been the puppet of a system much larger than you imagine. Go find your sister and locate a Uruk tower in the central continent. It seems that Alexander died in that outrageous explosion. Gilgamesh's words frightened Kun's feel. Although he was only whispering, he knew he was speaking in a secretive tone. My lord, I have many things to think about, but first, I will look for my sister. I delivered the message he wanted, so I withdraw. Richard looked at his master's corpse and felt guilty. He wanted to die, but he still needed to make his master's life worthwhile. Finally, Gilgamesh did not stay here for long. He jumped onto the Killa and left all the debate behind. Then take care, don't trust strangers easily. On the way, Gilgamesh didn't speak, but Eris, as one of his fiancées, asked, are all the enemies resolved? More than enemies, Eris knew that these puppets were not worthy of being called Gilgamesh's enemies. She knew that his strength was not limited to mortals. Without being considered a being that could be compared with others, few could stand up to someone like him. Gilgamesh looked back at the deepest part, then shook his head gently and said, everything will be fine for now. The demon continent will be calm for some time. It would be good if your village accepted living in the hidden paradise, Roxy. Hearing this left Roxy in contemplation. The truth was that she also wanted Qua to be in a much safer place, especially with everything that was happening recently. Those who want to harm Gilgamesh are the same ones who can seek to harm her family because she was his wife. In this regard, she should be careful and warn her family about it. This place was specifically created to kill me. Indeed, that last attack managed to hurt me a bit, and that is truly surprising. Gilgamesh touched his skin and fell silent for a few seconds. Roxy then understood that this place infested by the unknown was not as simple as it seemed. It couldn't just be a demon field to attract humans to that place. Gilgamesh, calmer this time, lay on the large back of the Killa, resting his head on Roxy's legs. Meanwhile, Eris, who was exhausted, lay on his chest. Roxy could feel her discomfort as they got closer to her village. Don't be nervous, I'm truly a charming man if I set my mind to it, murmured Gilgamesh, a light smile covering his face. Roxy then lowered her head and stroked Gilgamesh's forehead. She felt very scared when she saw her man in fights that she couldn't interfere with. That made her believe that she had to be much stronger. Achieving magic at the god and divine level as soon as possible, now she only lacked understanding, so there would be no problems. As for Eris, she was thinking that she needed to increase her aura control and reinforce her decisions in battle. Such lovely sights, I should place a chair in this spot. Kustenfeel, who was on Killa's nose, wagged his tail from side to side before falling completely asleep. Those are the perks of being a dog, sleep whenever you want. Chapter 182, The Silence in All Directions, 1. During the wartime, as the only one capable of facing the gods, Gilgamesh had to excel in different battles and triumph over disadvantageous situations where surely anyone else in his same condition would die. The dangers he faced in that stage of his past life were perilous. On the path in that war, they fought all kinds of battles, he and the humans who took up a sword without fear of dying on the battlefield. From those times until now, there was a saying when Gilgamesh fought seriously, the world may split in two, but the sun will always triumph over darkness. Everyone can both win and lose. Gilgamesh didn't understand the fear of a god over a world he didn't have total control over. The human god has no access to the world, which was more than confirmed because Gilgamesh had never encountered him. I mean, if that god wants to kill him, why would he hide in the first place? No one knows of his existence, the things he can influence are small but significant. If for some reason all those things succeed, it's because the humans of this world don't have the heart to stand against them. Later, regarding everything he had experienced in this world, it could be said that living a second time is not a bad option. Now he knew death, so he felt no curiosity, and there were so many things he wanted to do that 100 years are few compared to everything he wants to discover. What does it feel like to be a dad? What is it like to have a family? There were so many things to draw from experience that Gilgamesh was very excited, but with the recent events, he feels a bit mentally exhausted. He needed to find that human god, he had to do it as soon as possible. However, Gilgamesh knew that there was still some hope of finding the way to where this god of humanity is, and he was sure he would find it sooner or later. His group now consisted of 2 future wives and a human trapped in the body of a dog for hundreds of years. If this dog were strong, it would be of great use, but all it knows how to do is move like a die from side to side and sleep deeply. Are we almost there? No, there's still a long way to go, and traveling on Ctto is not the fastest speed we could have. Roxy and Eris were inside a large tent they had set up, thanks to which the light no longer hit them directly, and Gilgamesh took advantage of it to fall into a deep sleep. It's true that a small house on Ctto would be a good idea, something they would do knowing that they would be traveling here from now on. What Gilgamesh was looking for was to experience the journey more closely, which is why he chose a pet like Ctto, since he would take them all over the world at a speed that helps them appreciate the surroundings. Now you have the ability to communicate telepathically, isn't that wonderful? Eris, who was combing Roxy's hair, smiled as she watched the ice outside the tent slowly melt. Yes, the stimulation of my bloodline activated with the stimulation of that ritual. Roxy smiled as she remembered everything that had happened so far. Kunsfeel, seated on an ice throne after demanding Roxy to take better care of the super divine intelligent pet of the group, had suggested that she conjure large ice walls, and indeed everything became much cooler. Even Ctto walked much faster while feeling his entire body cool. Do you think in your village they would adore me as a god? I can speak more than 30 languages, but now I only remember 2. Kunsfeel boasted his abilities while scratching his belly with his right paw. Eris was surprised and asked with vigilant eyes, more than 30 languages? Of course, I know English, Spanish, Hindi. Kunsfeel mentioned all the languages he remembered hearing about in his original world, but truth be told, he barely mastered a few words. Roxy and Eris lost interest seeing Kunsfeel talk about things they had never heard in their lives before. They assumed it didn't exist and began to ignore him. I wonder if my lord will appoint me as a count. He needs loyal servants so I can serve in his kingdom for about 200 years. If you travel for 10 years and sleep 100, I don't need a subordinate who sleeps so much. Having said this, Gilgamesh burst into laughter. But after a while, behind his smile, there was a sense of strangeness. Should we eat something? With this, Gilgamesh opened his gate of Babylon and pulled out many exquisite dishes. As he continued to bring out food, Kunsfeel had moved like lightning and sat naturally beside Gilgamesh, his tail moving unnoticed. Should we pray before eating? Everyone turned to Kunsfeel strangely. Eris and Roxy knew that Gilgamesh didn't believe in any religion, so this question was a bit awkward. I mean, thank nature for bringing us together. In this life, not everyone is fortunate enough to eat food like ours. While Kunsfeel said this, his paw had dragged a plate of steaks towards his side, and Gilgamesh, who saw this, smiled slightly. He liked this dog, and that's why he had let him travel with them. All right, let's eat something before we arrive. A few hours later, to the north of the demon continent. I'm already preparing and moving while thinking about what will happen in 100 years. What has happened and what will happen, Everything is strategic preparation. However, many things have happened in recent years, and right now, with Nanahoshi, things have become imperceptible. Orsted, the current dragon god, looked at the huge crater and frowned due to all the wreckage that being had caused in this place. First, he had traveled to the Central Sea to investigate what had happened. After that, he learned about the mana explosion that was supposed to have occurred. However, everything started to change years ago. After so many regressions, maybe things have taken an unexpected turn. I must find the author of this destruction and figure out what happened here. Orsted thought as he walked in the same direction that Gilgamesh had departed with his group. Chapter 183, What is Told. I have to say that I, Roxy Megurita, after several years, will finally be able to return to my hometown with my future husband, thought Roxy as she sat on the back of the great pig Killa, who was now her great mount that would take them to their next experiences. In the distance, she could see that the meagered settlement had not changed in the slightest, nor had her friends and acquaintances changed in the slightest. Although from the views, it was obvious that the population had increased in the last few years she had been away. However, for Gilgamesh, who was sitting beside Roxy, resting his head on Eris's legs, there was an ominous silence that invaded the village. Originally, he thought it wouldn't be as silent as he had seen in Roxy's memories when he searched for who she was. But what surprised him is that this place is indeed extremely depressing for those without telepathic communication abilities. At the moment, silence engulfed the surroundings because there were no conversations among the inhabitants, all unconsciously directing their gaze towards the great pig Killa that had arrived in their village. When they were close enough to the village, people could recognize Roxy, so their uneasiness soon disappeared. Roxy, you're back. Welcome, we missed you so much. You've grown a lot, you look more beautiful than the last time we saw you. Who is that man next to you? Did our dear Roxy finally get a husband? Roxy felt her heart squeeze tightly, her calm hands began to tremble due to excitement, and a tear unconsciously spilled onto her cheek. She could finally hear them all speaking to her with so much emotion and closeness. I told you, your telepathic ability was granted to you when the quality of your lineage evolved. Gilgamesh held Roxy's trembling hand while looking at her with a gentle attention that gave her a warm feeling. I'm back. Those were the first words that Roxy could address to everyone. The words that had been contained in her soul had traveled through the wind and were heard in the minds of all the meagereds in the area. What took you so long? Did you finally manage to talk to us? This is incredible, Roxy finally spoke to us. We are very proud of you. Your parents have missed you since the day you left, you should go see them right away. All of Roxy's acquaintances smiled and greeted in her direction, making her feel so excited that she couldn't even contain her tears. This place is amazing. Eris on the side pointed to a house and, trying to ease Roxy's embarrassment for crying, pointed dramatically in the distance. Yes, that's a house. Gilgamesh muttered, totally uninterested in this place. Are you implying that I'm annoying? Eris's hair began to rise as if infused by an invisible aura. Only on occasions. Gilgamesh didn't remember when this girl started becoming much more daring, maybe she already hinted that he would never replace her. Ah! I challenge you to a duel, Roxy, and I have been working on a powerful technique that will surprise you. Eris said, completely excited. Kunsfeel on the side wagged his tail and said angrily, who awakened this divine beast from its slumber? He's alive, he didn't die. Eris, who saw Kunsfeel, said with some joy. That dog had been sleeping for more than 25 hours, which puzzled her a lot. Of course, I'm alive. I just took a little nap after filling my stomach with delicious dishes. Kunsfeel looked around and asked in disgust, in what desert are we? It's Roxy's village, watch your words. Eris lost interest in challenging Gilgamesh when this dog woke up, without thinking that she was slightly worried that he might have died. Roxy, in her excitement, was greeting everyone without paying attention to Kunsfeel, who surprisingly also knew how to communicate telepathically. The great pig leaped and began to run from side to side like crazy, wagging its tail, and even urinating in corners without anyone seeing it. Today we must celebrate with a feast, Roxy can finally respond to our call. That would be amazing, the hunters brought beasts that had been running due to the evil aura released in the surroundings. Today, we will celebrate. It's not necessary. Roxy, embarrassed, replied to everyone with a smile on her face. How is it not necessary? We must celebrate this. I still remember when you were a child and couldn't speak to us openly, and we only understood your signals. Roxy, still talking to the villagers, showed herself extremely happy. All those words that she wanted to tell them before leaving this place were finally coming out of her memories. She was extremely excited, never thought there would be a cure for her illness because she had been researching a lot at the magic school and had never found an answer to that problem. But now she was here, talking to everyone around her with a face full of smiles and emotions that captured her so much. Squeezing Gilgamesh's hand, she wanted this feeling never to end, and the tears of excitement had soon disappeared from her face. What if we go to your house first and then celebrate with the resources we have? Gilgamesh asked, looking at the excited Roxy with a smile on his face. I agree. Roxy responded, somewhat embarrassed to know that she had been talking silently without Gilgamesh or Eris being able to understand her. And we should also take a tour. We are in unknown lands, and even more importantly, places where any normal human would die. Eris had removed her armor due to the extreme heat, so she replaced it with a cooler outfit. After a while, the great pig advanced through the streets, and its large body even destroyed some parts of the road without caring much. In a short time, the news that Roxy had returned spread throughout the surroundings, and those who were Roxy's parents appeared before them while maintaining a smile. Is she your mother? Eris's eyes shone with excitement as she stood up. Yes, they are my parents Rao and Migurdia and Rokari Migurdia. My in-laws. Gilgamesh murmured with a very subtle look to avoid causing major problems. Chapter 184, You've grown so much. You've grown so much, Roxy. Who are your friends? Rokari looked at her daughter and asked in a friendly tone, her smile conveying an approach that very few could fail to perceive. Roxy, who for the first time felt secure in herself, telepathically responded to her parents, the man on my right is the one I will marry in the future, and the woman by his side is one of his fiancées. What did you say? Rokari seemed unable to process how to respond to her daughter's words, instinctively replying verbally without realizing that Roxy had used the unique Migurd ability. Have you spoken telepathically? Rowan, Roxy's father, asked surprisingly, ignoring his daughter's words. She spoke. Rokari, who had processed the information, trembled slightly, and her facial expression filled with an inexplicable sensation. She immediately ran to her daughter and embraced her tightly, those feelings transmitted to Roxy, who also received the affection sincerely because her ability had awakened. It wasn't easy to assume the fact that she had awakened that ability that had been hidden in her body for a long time. In truth, that was the reason why Roxy had difficulty fitting in and fully understanding what her parents said to her. She never expected these words of concern or welcome, the whole wave of emotions overwhelmed her, and she only cried in her parents' arms for minutes, thinking about all the good things that had happened to her since she reunited with Gilgamesh. All she could say is sorry. She must admit that her parents were very worried. They couldn't fake the voice they expressed telepathically, and she could feel the contained emotions of both of them when they hugged her. Before, her inability to use the unique Migurd ability prevented her from feeling these kinds of things. When she thought about that paternal loneliness gap was completely erased from her memories. A few minutes later, Rokari looked at the man behind Roxy, who maintained a cold expression at the unfolding scene. Ah! Forgive our appearance. Come in and take a seat. It's understandable. I understand the turbulent emotions you're going through. Gilgamesh nodded and walked slowly towards the small house where Roxy's parents lived. Eris remained silent, she had nothing to say, so she simply walked slowly and, after entering, sat behind Gilgamesh with the intention of not intervening in the conversation that was about to unfold. I really promised myself not to cry, but it seems I couldn't contain myself after receiving such shocking news. Rokari said as she wiped away her tears, and a happy smile appeared on her face. Kunsfeel, who had appeared who knows when, thought, it's obvious, her daughter will marry the god Gilgamesh, king of kings. How did the recovery happen? Rowan asked as he took his wife's hand. They had decided to speak normally because there were people present who didn't have the telepathic ability they had, and it would be too impolite not to consider that. There were many things before that, but I owe everything to Gil, who, through a medical ritual, allowed me to recover that dormant ability and grow much more than I would have otherwise. Roxy seemed very happy when she said this, showing a smile without realizing it. Gilgamesh didn't know how to start his interaction with this couple, Roxy's parents. He had never been in such a complex and mysterious situation before. With Eris, things had been different since they were practically happy about their engagement, and they congratulated them on it. However, things here were different. So, when did you two meet? Rowan asked, still not giving much importance to his daughter's declaration. When I was a child. Gilgamesh answered these words sincerely, thinking there was nothing wrong with them. Which continent are you from? Rokhari asked this time, looking Gilgamesh up and down. Central continent. After many unexpected events, we ended up in the Central Sea, where we found Roxy after a long time, Johann replied with a slight smile. Then, he looked at Roxy, and with a snap of his fingers, 2 ornate boxes appeared. Inside them were 2 gold necklaces. These necklaces are very special magical items, they will protect you from any harm, no matter who attacks you. The necklaces were unique items he had taken from his treasury because that would prevent the human god from interfering, at least with their lives. He couldn't control the machinations of that cunning god who seemed to have developed a plan to end his life and the lives of those who followed him. Although it was annoying to have to be careful with these small details, each one of them was necessary, so he had to be very meticulous, especially with his future in-laws when he officially married Roxy. The magical items were just a small gesture on his part, something that didn't mean much but was necessary. Rokhari looked at the beautiful necklaces and smiled. She looked at Gilgamesh and said, "You are a very charming man. Any woman would be more than willing to be your wife, and you know that. However, if you plan to marry my daughter, I must say I am against it." Mama. Roxy was shocked by her mother's words, as if she had never expected to hear such a clear response. If they were now telling them this, it was due to the continuous threat from those close to Gilgamesh and for obvious reasons of relocating their entire village to a safer place. Rowan smiled awkwardly and said, "First, listen to your mother, Roxy." "But that's unacceptable." Roxy was angry, she wanted to openly argue, but Gilgamesh's voice in her head stopped her. "Let's hear their reasons," Gilgamesh said, maintaining a calm expression. "What bothers you?" Rokhari smiled slightly and said, "Roxy, my daughter, you are a megard, and you know that our life is 3 to 4 times longer than that of an average human. Do you plan to suffer the last years of your life or die when your husband does? I cannot allow myself to see you plunge into the pain of losing your loved one, no one of our race would accept it. That's why we choose a mate with whom we will spend the rest of our lives, do you understand?" "Yes, but it's different." Rokhari interrupted Roxy and told her in a more severe tone, "We are demons, in the eyes of humans, we are a dangerous race that threatens life in human realms. You must have had many similar experiences, and you know what I mean. For that reason, I am against both of you getting married. Besides, you should know that he already has a human companion, so having more than one is a strange tango for us." "It is not." Eris, who had not spoken, said. "He is Gilgamesh, the future emperor of the central continent and the one who will change the history of the whole world." Gilgamesh smiled subtly with pride. He was about to say a word when Roxy said, "I'm pregnant." "What?" Chapter 185, Roxy's Declaration. "What did you say?" Rowan looked at his daughter and then at his wife, unsure of what to say in this situation. "I'm pregnant," Roxy whispered with a blush spreading across her beautiful face. Gilgamesh immediately noticed that she was lying, perhaps seeking her parents' compassion to make them understand her decision, but that didn't make sense. Smiling gently, he looked at Roxy's parents and said, "Age is not a problem. I have many ways to extend my lifespan, so rest assured that I will never leave this world before those who chose me as their partner. Besides, I promise that my love will be equal. Isn't my dear daughter enough?" Rokhari asked Gilgamesh with a questioning expression. "Mama." Roxy wanted to stop her father, but she also wished to hear that answer from Gilgamesh's mouth. Gilgamesh, who knew this was a trap, responded the next second, "I never knew about close relationships. Until a few years ago, I didn't know if I would ever have the opportunity to marry a woman in this life. My past struggles were bloody, full of misfortune, and I didn't have the chance to think about something like that. This time, I will become a king, one who will need a talented child and, at the same time, a pure mindset." After saying that, Gilgamesh thought for a moment and continued, "If you're wondering about Roxy's value to me, you can rest assured as she is deeply in a part of my heart alongside Eris. Together, we have overcome many unimaginable challenges. Once I consider something a treasure, no one can take it away from me. With your permission, I truly hope to have your blessing, and that Roxy can alleviate all the grievances that have haunted her since childhood. She can finally understand them, she can talk to everyone else, so that is the greatest treasure in her life that I cannot see damaged by a misunderstanding of ideas. Immortality I can achieve, living 1,000, 100,000, or even a million years is nothing to my eyes. I may be human in your eyes, but I can touch the sky so easily that becoming a god is just a tiny thing for me. Not only were Roxy's parents surprised, but everyone who heard Gilgamesh's words fell silent because those who knew him knew that these words were true. Being a god is something that no one can achieve even if they are human. Those self-proclaimed sword gods are mere servants of time and the human body, something that Gilgamesh rules in his life due to the divine blood that runs through his veins. With my right hand, I can crush the entire galaxy, with my left hand, I can give life to those who need it, and with a single glance, I can know all the secrets of antiquity. These were the simple words that described Gilgamesh as a man capable of everything but diminutive in terms of personal desires. Rowan, who didn't have much to say, pointed out a very important point, but you are still human, and my daughter is a demon. Do you really think your kingdom would accept you marrying her? The religions of this world repudiate demons, but I repudiate all religions. The world is changing, and everyone has noticed it, so you must be aware that a new war is approaching, and only those who remain standing will decide the truth from the lie. Gilgamesh didn't want to say it this way, but there was no other option. He had to make things clear and not have to expand his dominion into the demon continent. What does that have to do with what we are talking about? Rokhari was a kind woman, but when it came to her daughter's happiness, she couldn't hesitate. It means that this war will be the last after the Great Change, so you must know that this would affect everyone equally. I love Roxy, so is her man, I will protect her from all evil, no matter what others think. For that very reason, I will become an emperor who leads the entire central continent without exception. Gilgamesh expressed that goal he had set some time ago. Does that mean? Yes, if I am emperor, I have the final say, so there will be no problem if someone says an unpleasant word about my wives. We will rarely appear in public, so those concerns you have should not be of importance in our relationship. I came for many more things here, but I will let you have a quiet conversation. Gilgamesh stood up and left with Eris, accompanied by Kunsfeel. None of Roxy's parents said anything. They couldn't perceive it, but they knew that Gilgamesh was a man of solid character with determined principles. Right now, he was very considerate with them, showing the respect and love he had for their daughter. As parents, what should they do? They worried that their daughter would be hurt. After all, she had suffered a lot since childhood, and what they wanted most was the best for her future. As parents, that is their greatest responsibility. After Gilgamesh walked away, Roxy clenched her hands tightly, not wanting to ruin the harmony they had gathered with her family. However, that desire was small compared to the question of what she wanted most. Roxy. Rokhari's voice sounded in a soft and very friendly tone, and now they were talking telepathically. Lifting her head, Roxy looked at her parents, who were smiling so kindly as if they were not angry with her at all. This reassured her. Upon reflection, she now understands her parents and what they meant initially. Do you really love that man? Rokhari asked in a soft tone. Roxy looked at her parents with a determined gaze and said, after getting to know him, I learned to love myself more. I understood my worth, and the value I now give to my life is so great that it cannot be compared to anyone else. He helped me with the issue of my telepathic communication, takes care of me, and is determined to marry me. I've never received so much love from a man before, and what I feel from that is simple joy that cannot be extinguished by anything in this world. Does he love you? Rowan asked this time, a bit more attentive. Roxy paused for a moment with a look full of happiness that couldn't be hidden and said, yes, that's what I feel, and since I've known him, he has never lied to me. It's hard to put into words, but I believe I was always destined to choose him as my husband. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on the faces of Roxy's parents. They were now more at ease hearing this, but still knew that in the end, they could not prevent this under any circumstances. Like Roxy, they didn't want to ruin their hard-earned closeness with their daughter that took more than 30 years to achieve. So, Roxy had nothing more to say, just hoping that her parents would give their approval to feel more secure and happy. We cannot interfere if that is what you desire. We are now more at ease knowing he is a man of principles and, above all, a future king. Not everyone is willing to go that great distance for a simple infatuation, so do what you desire most, Rokhari finally said with a smile. Mama, Papa. I love you. Roxy exclaimed, filled with happiness. The family of three cried for a good while, talking about many other things that Roxy had experienced throughout her journey. Chapter 186, What is Magic? Is it okay to leave them alone? Eris asked, slightly confused about how things had turned out. It was surprising for her that Roxy's parents had initially rejected her engagement to Gilgamesh. Unlike her own parents, they seemed much more serious about it. It's not surprising. They express concern simply because they are demons. The difference lies in their race, so as long as they are in the central continent, they will face disdain or be judged simply because of their roots, Kustenfeel replied for the first time, giving a satisfactory answer that made Eris nod. Eris, surprised by this fact, looked at the enormous Killa sinking into the ground and exclaimed, "The earth is eating him." Eris, wait, he's just resting. Gilgamesh didn't notice any anomaly and simply responded based on his initial observations. This village was a small settlement, with no more than 300 people, and its defenses were weak, to say the least. Although they were strong, there was no possibility of survival if a higher-ranked D-beast attacked in this area. This couldn't be ignored by Gilgamesh, who kept a keen watch on the surroundings. After walking for a few minutes, an old man approached them. "Dear travelers, I apologize for not welcoming you earlier," the old man said in a friendly tone, keeping his eyes on Gilgamesh, who seemed to exude a colder aura than the others. As Gilgamesh understood it, the Meagard stopped aging after their bodies developed at the age of 16. After that, they would begin to age again after around 150 years. Therefore, Gilgamesh was possibly facing an old man of about 180 years, so he should be careful with his words because this man could be the leader of this settlement. "It's a very impressive place. I'm surprised that you have managed to settle in such a demanding location," Gilgamesh nodded as he walked around. "It's not surprising. We managed to establish ourselves here for hundreds of years, so we adapted to the demands this place imposes on us to survive. Can we speak in private?" Gilgamesh asked after confirming what he wanted. "Of course, follow me." The old Meagard nodded and led them to a house that was actually a large turtle shell. Wow! Eris, on the other hand, couldn't stop marveling at the things along the way, everything was simply incredible to her eyes. After passing through the entrance of the house, Gilgamesh looked at the old man with a sharp gaze and said, "I will marry Roxy, that is something we have decided to do after exploring the world a bit." "Congratulations, that's a wonderful idea." The old man was much smarter than anyone else in the village. He understood perfectly the level of nobility in Gilgamesh, and that subtle death intent surrounding his body was something that told him this man was dangerous and not to be trifled with. For that reason, he had no plans to go against his arguments. "All right, I didn't want to come to this simple point. What I really want to say is much more important," said Gilgamesh, pointing out, "I worry about the safety of my wives, their families, and the future. You must know that in the world, I have powerful enemies waiting for the right moment to cause me the slightest harm. That's why I want to offer a proposal to this entire village." The old man's eyes narrowed, he understood perfectly what Gilgamesh was implying, so he said, "Go ahead, tell me. I have many enemies, and I fear that the security of everyone in this village may be compromised. So, I have a suggestion for all of you. There is a place where everyone, whether they are elves, dwarves, or humans, can live. Of course, you would be the first demons to arrive at this highly protected and special place. The land is fertile, and the place is incomparable to your life here. My proposal would be to offer everyone without exception the possibility of living in that place. Everyone will have a beautiful house and a new life," said Gilgamesh, looking directly into the old man's eyes. This was the best way to choose to protect Roxy's village. This land is simply too challenging for them to survive, so he is offering them a sacred place where they could continue their lives but in a simpler way. "How big is that place?" the old man asked, slightly interested. "As big as a continent. You should know that from the beginning, I had prepared a special place for Roxy's tribe. We had thought about it from the start. No one should worry about the journey or luggage, you will all be teleported directly to that place," said Gilgamesh in a straightforward tone. "Can your enemies reach that place?" "Absolutely. Didn't you feel the tremor from a day ago? That was caused by my great lord Gilgamesh, so your enemies are not something that a village like this can overcome with its weak strength," said Kunafeel, swaying his tail from side to side. Eris smiled and said, "What Gilgamesh means is that he wants to take care of all of you so that Roxy doesn't worry about your safety. Times are changing, so it would be wise for you to choose a much better life." The old man knew they were not lying. Of course, life here is very difficult, but they have managed to survive all this time. However, what happened recently alerted all the higher-ranking beasts, so there was a possibility that they might not survive an attack from a stronger enemy. If Gilgamesh offers them a better place with all difficulties solved, why not discuss it with the tribe? I will talk to everyone about it, but I still can't get my hopes up. What you're saying is even unreal, but nowadays, what is magic? Your response is sensible. I am not a selfish man, so it's good that everyone is moved to a sacred place where their lives will not be affected by anything. Gilgamesh stood up and walked out of the old man's house. Just as he was about to walk towards the large pig killa, Roxy appeared in the distance without her big hat and signaled for everyone to come closer. My parents have agreed. Gilgamesh and Eris smiled, both returned to Roxy's house to discuss a few more things. Chapter 187, My Servant Under Conditions. Many things happened throughout the night. In the coming days, an anonymous vote would take place where Gilgamesh's proposal would be accepted or denied. Meanwhile, he was offered a house not far from the central area of the village while these events unfolded. Gilgamesh started to get along much better with Roxy's parents. They shared many private things with him, and it became increasingly enjoyable. After a while, Gilgamesh got up, and outside the tent were Kunsfeel and Eris. This time, he was completely different from before, while Eris was attentively listening to a fantasy story related to Gilgamesh. Seeing Gilgamesh coming out of the tent, Eris silently got up and entered while maintaining a sly smile on her face. Kunsfeel, if you want to follow me, you must know that there will be a code of respect among all my servants. Sitting down, Kunsfeel looked at Gilgamesh and said, As your great servant, I understand perfectly all the requirements needed to serve you, and believe me, I will accept each one without fail. Kunsfeel was a dog that had reincarnated from the human world, with very special blood running through his veins. Most likely, he had consumed some kind of fruit that granted him immortality. He was just a dog in Gilgamesh's eyes, but he wanted to feel human again because there were many things he wanted to achieve in life. I will never forget it. You know if I am lying or not, so your final decision is understandable. Gilgamesh smiled calmly and said, As a servant, you haven't done anything significant for me. How could I call you a servant if you haven't done any of that? Kunsfeel gritted his teeth and looked angrily at Gilgamesh as his chest rose. Although he was in the presence of a universal being, he had to make it clear that he had lived for hundreds of years and had experiences, so he was no worse than any other follower Gilgamesh had acquired. Haven't I done anything for you? Of course, that's because you haven't ordered me to do anything. Kunsfeel defended himself as best as he could against Gilgamesh's accusations. Is that so? Gilgamesh laughed and said calmly, Isn't it because you want me to fix the condition of your body? Upon hearing this, Kunsfeel's face froze because Gilgamesh had uncovered his little mischievous secrets. He truly did not expect his grand performances to be discovered. Do you remember that my purpose is to deal with the human god? Gilgamesh stopped laughing and looked formally at Kunsfeel. Gilgamesh's words left Kunsfeel in a state of distress due to any possible misunderstandings. He also became solemn. With a serious look, he said, Of course. Why do you ask? He knew that the human god was on bad terms with Gilgamesh. He only knew that because of what he had heard on the way here. For that simple reason, he took it seriously because they were talking about the human god. I want you to make a strict oath, something you have never done before, and then I may try to see how I can help you. At that moment, Gilgamesh did not raise his tone. For what reasons? Kunsfeel's expression also changed significantly. A magical promise or oath, for any sentient being with a bit of brain, was the most serious within an oath of loyalty. Once that oath was made, those words would follow them to the ends of their lives. I can fully awaken the capabilities of your body. Gilgamesh spoke very slowly after a few seconds. Every condition of the body has certain restrictions. Some are born with celestial bindings, and others with curses that subject them to a cruel action in exchange for stable deformation. Kunsfeel understood what Gilgamesh meant. He was about to attempt to cure him so that he could have a human form or at least be something strong. As a reincarnated being, he had always dreamed of regaining his human body, and those desires haunted him even in his long dreams. After a long time, he had accepted the fact that he was a dog, but when he found that Gilgamesh believed he had a way to fix it, a glimmer of hope emerged. If I do that, will you trust me? Kunsfeel looked at Gilgamesh with much more dignity on his face, as a man must show that he also has a strong character. Is there anything for my condition? Kunsfeel, like anyone else in his situation, had researched everything about his condition. He had visited the most dangerous places in this world and found things that others didn't know until he spread the rumors himself. But never, in any of the places he visited, did he find something that could solve his state. It was true that he was in front of Gilgamesh, but that was hard to process. Gilgamesh mentioned the blood ritual to further enhance Kunzfiel's body and growth. He should know that the fruit he ate possibly wasn't fully ripe, causing him to only obtain half of its power. It's impossible for others. Gilgamesh calmly continued, but I am Gilgamesh. These ordinary words carried an unparalleled confidence. Kunzfiel furrowed his brows, then looked deeply at Gilgamesh. His confident words shook his heart. At this moment, he was breathless as his tail swayed from side to side. Do you serve me or not? Gilgamesh said indifferently. The decision is in your hands. Eventually, Kunzfiel calmed his heart, took a deep breath, and looked at Gilgamesh for a long time. Finally, he said in a serious tone, then, I, Kunzfiel, pledge allegiance to the Supreme Gilgamesh, King of Heroes. An oath of allegiance in the presence of Gilgamesh was no joke, but he knew that this would mean his life was now bound to the extraordinary man in front of him. After he made the oath, Gilgamesh smiled and said, listen carefully. Because of that fruit you ate, you are 1/3 immortal. It would be very bothersome if you didn't understand my words. Gilgamesh explained the profound truths behind the term 1/3 immortal to Kunzfiel. This would make him understand many things, such as the fact that he might one day die. Kunzfiel had lived for hundreds of years but had never known this information that Gilgamesh had just provided. He was briefly surprised due to the incredulity of it all. At this moment, he now knew that he was somewhat immortal, and on top of that, Gilgamesh had discovered it long before they spoke for sure. So, how can I fix my situation? Even now, Kunzfiel didn't know how his situation would be reversed. Gilgamesh smiled calmly and said, firstly, you are a dog, you mustn't forget that. The race you reincarnated into is that of a simple, intelligent dog. You can obtain a humanoid body, but your race cannot be changed. Having said this, Gilgamesh burst into laughter. These words left Kunzfiel in silence. That was something he didn't know. In fact, he thought he was trapped in the body of a dog and at some point in his life, he might regain his true form. Having gained knowledge from Gilgamesh, Kunzfiel reflected on his own situation. Just as Gilgamesh had said, he was a natural dog, so he would never have regained his human form if not for external help. In this way, he could never have reverted to his original form because he was not human. But even dragons have a human form. After Gilgamesh said this, joy returned to Kunzfiel's face. I can grant you the ability to obtain a humanoid body, that won't change anything even if you are a dog. In a few days, I will prepare a blood ritual for you, that could enhance your bloodline and give you what you desire so much. Finished speaking, he turned around and left. His smile was so sharp and clear. It was particularly pleasant for someone like Kunzfiel to hear this news. Gilgamesh smiled and called Eris. He took out a second sword and handed it to her. Since you will become my wife, you need to wield a different sword to balance your stats. Eris gave Gilgamesh a surprised look. Then, she asked, what is the name of the sword? This sword was forged by a crazy goddess who wanted to marry me in my previous life. Unfortunately, she died on the battlefield when she went mad because I rejected her. You can call it an evil sword, a blood sword, or simply a name that sounds good. Gilgamesh said, not very interested in it. Those names are horrible. Then you can call it Gil's sword, that would be so fascinating that it fills my body with intense emotions. Eris looked at Gilgamesh, who had been acting very strangely lately. Could that be due to some kind of disorder from fighting? She should find out. Chapter 188, A Sword and the Changes. Weapons are creations of man or their owner. Although this world has lacked true magical treasures since its inception, it seems that things have been changing recently. Since the last human-demon war, many legendary weapons have been lost or completely destroyed, but in my collection, I have treasures that would give a human a unique power, almost godlike. Eris listened attentively to all that information. For those around him, Gilgamesh trusted Eris and Roxy the most. Not to mention Elaine, Simon, or any other servant who might be in the distance, Eris and Roxy, who were his future wives, had long surpassed the caution line he usually marked for people who approached him. My sword EA is among the most powerful universal creations in the entire galaxy, an object that only someone like me can wield because I am a unique ruler and bearer of a much more powerful destiny. How could an ordinary weapon compare to one that can completely destroy a planet? Gilgamesh, who was giving Eris a lesson on swords, looked at her and said, you must have more confidence in your own strength, After all, you are still young. Considering your strength, it's easy to think that you will become more powerful than a sword goddess. Hearing Gilgamesh's words, Eris finally breathed a sigh of relief. For the time being, she had been increasing her training because she wanted to strengthen her power and combat style. Now that she had received a reward, she was very excited. This sword is not just a simple sword. Gilgamesh looked at Eris and said, it was created from the wishes of a god, and its materials are extremely divine. It contains the great power of destruction along with the profound truths of the divine. So, this weapon was specially created to be destructive and superior in combat. Take your time to learn how to use it and get familiar with that sword, it can be considered a relic in this world. Hearing this, Eris was surprised. A sword that can destroy a world, her world. This statement is simply terrifying to have on hand. This would mean that in the future, she would be as strong as a goddess. What's wrong with you? Eris calmed down. She understood the immeasurable and unparalleled value of the sword she had just received, and its value was no less than an unmatched treasure in this world. It was not just a weapon but also held great value that would give her status and strength in the future. There are certain swords that I cannot use mostly in perfect conditions. Everyone has different opportunities, and our understandings are also different. Go ahead and find out how compatible you will be with that sword. When I need it, if I do, will you lend it to me? Gilgamesh asked, obviously joking. He didn't need all the most powerful treasures in his treasury. Although it's true that he uses the Gate of Babylon as a portal to attack his enemies, not all his swords are used because he has millions, billions, in case he becomes more demanding. So when he researches and obtains a treasure, he learns many things, and it is more than obvious that he is not proficient with all of them. Of course, I will give it my all. Eris happily left, and at that moment, Gilgamesh took out the seed of the supposed immortal tree he had obtained in that place. Open! A huge golden ripple appeared right in front of him, and an incredible space came into view. What he was looking at was the interior, a palace reduced to a chamber where the most precious natural treasures were stored. Gilgamesh watched the seed flying and planted it in fertile soil with his hands. The stretches of land seemed to come alive, even the wounds touched by his hand as if wanting to caress him. Along with the integration of this immortal plant, the grass filled with a greenish aura that began to spread throughout the chamber. It's me, it's been a long time since you've seen me like this, so you must be surprised. Someday, all of you will know the new world I am in, so support the growth of this seed so that it bears immortal fruits as soon as possible. The ground moved in response, absorbing part of Gilgamesh's divinity and began to nourish that seed. This creation continued for a long period, and soon a small sprout emerged. Gilgamesh, who was sitting in front of the golden ripple leading to his treasury, observed this scene carefully. He wanted to be cautious and determine if the origin of that seed was indeed related to the fruit of immortality in his possession. His eyes could not fail him, he had not made a mistake when he discovered that seed. However, at this point, the growth of that sprout was too small for his thoughts to be considered valid. Anyone who saw what was in front of Gilgamesh would tremble with excitement. As a god, Gilgamesh controlled everything in front of him, and within that chamber in the Golden Palace, he simply thought about what he wanted to do, and everything happened as he wished. As time passed, Gilgamesh became immersed in the growth of the plant that would give him more fruits of immortality. At this moment, he began to realize that, even without seeking it, immortality was knocking at his door. Of course, this was so challenging that it would turn him into something completely different from his past life. The most terrifying thing was that he had the opportunity to be immortal right now. What man wouldn't eat the fruit directly and hope to live for the rest of eternity? Gilgamesh would, of course, seek this path for himself and his wives. He wouldn't have considered it if Roxy and Elaine had a human-like age difference. How could he die before his wives? As Gilgamesh thought about all this, the immortal seed sprout began to grow more and more. This growth, under normal circumstances, would have taken hundreds of years to occur. So the utility of the accompanying tools was extremely important. Of course, before this, I must prepare the ritual for Kusanfeel. Gilgamesh remembered this subordinate and quickly began crafting the blood ritual in a container. When it was ready, he immediately took it to a secluded place and instructed Kusanfeel to stay in the blood until he came to see him again. I'll have a humanoid body. Kusanfeel shouted before plunging into the blood ritual. After witnessing this scene, Gilgamesh shook his head and returned to the assigned house. He continued to oversee the growth of the immortal seed, and this went on for many days. During that time, no one came to disturb him because they knew he was doing very important things. Several days later, an aura crossed the skies and stopped at the entrance of the village. In addition to him, he was accompanied by 2 other individuals who were his little creations. In this case, it was a woman, a servant created by Gilgamesh named Flora, and she is one of the most powerful mages at the disposal of his subordinates. Flora was a beautiful beauty. At this moment, she was followed by her 2 creations, who were mere puppets. With her observant face, she could assess the state of this settlement. "It's smaller than I imagined, we can do it as soon as possible," Flora murmured, but before that, she appeared in front of Gilgamesh and knelt. "My lord, it took me 3 days to get here after you asked me. The teleportation runes are in place, so we can proceed as soon as you wish." Gilgamesh, without any expression on his face, said, "There are more important things I want to know. What is happening with the kingdoms around the Azura kingdom?" At this point, Flora forced a charming and incomparable smile that contained immeasurable bitterness. She was like a withered flower with a lonely and mournful dejection. "As you said, they are preparing their armies with much more resources than before. We don't know when they will attack, but it would be prudent to give them a warning before they decide to invade. Will you kill them all?" Flora smiled bitterly but still acted strong and sat with a straight sword. She felt no pity for herself when uttering such words. After all, her summoned weapon was a beautiful, dull-edged sword along with a magic crystal. "I'm not interested in something like that." Gilgamesh waved his hand, and the golden ripple in front of him disappeared. "That's a small matter that can be resolved by killing their generals, kings, and noble houses. For me, it's not a big problem. However, I really don't know what my enemy is thinking in doing something as useless as that. Wouldn't you be forced to abandon all authority in the world? Due to your love for humanity, it would be too hard to believe that you decide to destroy all those humans blinded by the whispers of a weak god." Flora said this with a slight smile and continued, "I've been thinking, maybe that's the only answer." Hearing those words, Eris, who was sitting next to Gilgamesh with her back straight and her swords on her legs glowing with a misty light, was shaken by those words. She had heard that Gilgamesh would be willing to kill everyone, but here, he seems to be against it. Chapter 189, The Awakening of Kusanfil and the Path to the Summit of Existence. For a person like Gilgamesh, who had lived in a completely different way in this world but remained true to his principles, that assumption was certainly very concerning. He loved humanity, but he also understood that humanity in this world needed a completely different change. Such games from the human god would at most get him to abandon the intention of taking the throne of the Azura kingdom. But what would that being gain by preventing Gilgamesh from becoming king? This matter required better understanding and study. That's a good idea, but certainly, even though I love humanity, it doesn't mean I won't have to kill a few 100,000 just to set an example. What do you think? I suppose you love the life of this world more than even your own life. You remind me of my best friend." When he called Flora to use her magic and transport this settlement to the hidden paradise, Gilgamesh knew he would have to talk about the things happening in the world. "Your decisions are the fate of life. I wouldn't oppose whatever your decision is since you are the king of heroes, my lord." Flora, still bowed, whispered these words with a calm expression. "Well, I believe you and accept your sincerity." Gilgamesh nodded and said, "But now that I see it, who are those puppets behind you?" After speaking, everyone looked at the 2 human figures behind Flora. Their heads were covered with a woolen bag. Theoretically, they were puppets, but Gilgamesh could feel a trace of life deep in their souls. At this moment, the 2 who were covered with a woolen cloth over their heads took it off. These were 2 beautiful women with blindfolds over their eyes. "They are in an eternal dream. I found them on my way here, and because they wanted to die, I offered them the eternal dream. They would offer their entire bodies to live a life in dreams just as they wanted it." Flora raised her head. Being the last creation of Gilgamesh, she couldn't show all her abilities before, but now she could. Even with thousands of words spoken, what she did with people was extremely delicate. But judging by their features, she would not allow a life to be taken from the world without any true purpose. In this way, as long as she could keep the soul alive, she was more than enough. "I can give you these women, both are incredible beauties, although emotionless. They are themselves but without memories. They can speak, obey, and feel, but they are condemned not to show their emotions," Flora said after some contemplation. "Not everyone has that privilege. I deign to choose pure souls that have only had bad luck. Happiness, even if magical, must be accepted by those who deserve it, while others in pain will receive forgiveness. Not necessary, I don't require any other women besides my future wives. Gilgamesh stood up slowly and walked towards the entrance of the house. Shall we begin now? Flora thought Gilgamesh was ready to take everyone to the hidden paradise. First, we need to go see one of my servants. After saying that, Gilgamesh took a step forward, and in a fraction of seconds, he appeared 100 meters away. Seeing this, even Eris disappeared from her position, following Gilgamesh's trail. Some time ago, I encountered a good dog. He has probably regained the ability to form his humanoid body, so it's time to retrieve him. Still, I wonder how strong he has become with the blood ritual. Is he useful? Flora asked, genuinely surprised. Due to her general knowledge of Gilgamesh, there should be something about this new subordinate for someone like him to pay attention. Gilgamesh stopped Eris after advancing a lot, whispered to her that the dog might be naked, so it's better not to be surprised. Upon hearing this, Eris lost interest and went to find Roxy for training. Kunsfeel, come out now! Gilgamesh shouted as if giving an order, but after a few minutes, no one approached. I don't want to. Flora was surprised to hear this response. Quickly and respectfully, she gestured to Gilgamesh who was in front. Did you cut his tongue? It's not that bad, I just sense sadness in his voice. Gilgamesh touched his chin and thought, the ritual has failed. Show a little respect to Gilgamesh if he's the one you've sworn loyalty to. Even if they don't allow it, I'll cut you into pieces if I hear any more disrespect from your damn mouth. Flora, who loved life, had changed completely in just a few moments. Well. Kunsfeel's voice got closer, and after a few seconds, he appeared in his humanoid form. It didn't work? Gilgamesh asked, confused. Not that, it just didn't meet my expectations. Kunsfeel's voice was as low as the sound of a mosquito. Come on, show me. Flora looked at this dog, whose seconds later began to shine, and a man in his 30s appeared in front of them. His appearance was normal, not ugly but not handsome either, nothing out of the ordinary. What was supposed to be wrong with Kunsfeel? Where did my little brother go? Cried Kunsfeel, pointing to his crotch, and indeed, there was no reproductive organ. That is unexpected. Gilgamesh hid his surprise and avoided laughing. Surely Kunsfeel's thoughts during the process were closely related to his current condition. We can fix that, Flora will take care of giving you a reproductive organ. Gilgamesh said in a calm tone. Look on the bright side, you're many times stronger than before, so you've gained what we call an almost immortal body. Understood, my lord. Kunsfeel was now a fierce monster, but in front of Gilgamesh, he dared not be disrespectful. Even if others called him a fierce monster from now on, the man in front of him could kill him with just one finger. Thus, after hearing Gilgamesh's words, Kunsfeel showed a respectful attitude. When Eris returned with excitement, along with Roxy, to see Kunsfeel's human appearance, both froze as they saw that he remained in his dog form. Gilgamesh, something is happening with this guy for the past few days. Roxy added in a worried tone, it hasn't been exactly known what happened, but what is seen in the sky hasn't recorded anything like it for years. Looking up at the sky, deep within the clouds, there was a black magical mist. It's just a bit of magic, it couldn't be so bad. Only those with special eyes can see that trace of black magic. Regarding this news, Gilgamesh wasn't surprised at all, and he calmly spoke, even if it's something we should worry about, we'll simply solve the problems ourselves as we have done so far. These words came out so easily and without any hesitation, immediately silencing Roxy. Uttering that they would destroy an entire continent, she herself had to accept that he had the capability to do so. But even so, because of this, it was decided that everyone would be taken to the hidden paradise as soon as possible. After holding votes for a few days, preparations to bring this space to the hidden paradise had been put on hold. Gilgamesh gathered everyone and said, I have many rules, and Roxy has already spoken to you about them. Today, you will start anew and make many changes in your life. From now on, you will be my follower. It's not too late to turn back now, so your entire life won't be bound by the oath to me. At that time, any disobedience would result in punishment by destiny. I don't regret it. If Roxy trusts you, we will follow you. We are in your hands. Gilgamesh nodded his head in approval as everyone made a silent oath. Above the sky, myriad swords hid behind each mugurd. Then it's time for all of you to go to the hidden paradise, enjoy your lives, and do as you please. Chapter 190, The Power of Body and Magic. Gilgamesh smiled and said, not because I say so, this matter is for all of you. We will see each other once we finish things in this place. After saying these words, Flora looked at Gilgamesh with a sweet smile and began to use large-scale teleportation magic. The earth vibrated, the surroundings were covered in a golden light, and the entire area began to fade away from life. We're going. Gilgamesh smiled at his Vimana, Eris, and Roxy sat beside him, while in the distance, Kunsfeel waited seated on the large pig named Killa. Boom! With a mana explosion, every trace of life in Roxy's hometown vanished, leaving the place desolate with nothing around. She smiled to see this, now she had nothing to worry about. Now what do we do? Roxy asked in a charmingly subtle tone. Well, we're in the demonic continent. We should visit all the places, but to make it more interesting, we should travel mounted on Killa. Now, we need to find a dwarf who can build us a cabin so that we can live more comfortably. Gilgamesh smiled and said, after all, the nights are cold, so we should keep warm the three of us in the same bed. Isn't that the best method of survival? Listening to Gilgamesh's seriousness, Eris didn't question his authority because she didn't care. She was still excited because she wanted to know what incredible places awaited them, but Roxy had very different thoughts and told herself that she would protect Eris for a few more years from Gilgamesh's mischievous hands. After finding Kusenfeel sitting in his human form on Killa's head, Gilgamesh and the others sat on the back of this great pig. The speed at which they travelled was not very high, but it was surely higher than that of a horse considering endurance. Besides, it was known that this great pig could go at a higher speed if it wanted to. During this time, Kusenfeel reflected on his condition and, after accepting it, began to use his human form much more frequently. Due to his special condition, Flora committed to finding a solution through magic. This made Kunsfeel's life less troublesome, at least now half of his journey was complete, and it was only a matter of time before he could finally do the things he had dreamed of. First, let's go north, surely, we will find a civilization that can help us build a house on Killa and thus travel more comfortably, Gilgamesh said as he took out a bottle of wine from his treasury. During the journey, due to comfort, Kunsfeel preferred to be in his dog form. He mentioned that for the rest of the time, he would be asleep and did not wake up again. Several days later, they reached a demon village. As they approached, Roxy spoke with them and unexpectedly found a good carpenter who had come from the human continent. The construction design was similar to the tip of a tower. Gilgamesh received the suggestion to make the construction resemble a hat on Killa's back, and this was accepted by Eris along with Roxy, who gave many suggestions. With 3 large floors, although it seemed small in a certain way, the interior was more than enough for everyone to live. While the first 2 floors were occupied by Gilgamesh and his fiancées, Kusenfeel took the top floor. As for Killa, receiving large magic medicines and delicious food like carrot cakes, he showed no complaints because lifting all that weight was nothing for him. His strength was similar to that of a divine beast, so there were no problems during construction. In this way, the journey they would make throughout the demonic continent had just begun. And in the darkness, all sorts of unexpected things were happening. Chapter 191, The Letter That Arrived Too Late. My lord, I implore you to receive this letter sent by the 4th prince in the line of succession, Prince Gilgamesh. That letter Gilgamesh had sent before the Mana devastation had arrived late into the hands of the king, but those were actually his true intentions, as he wanted to address the future directly, and it was necessary to do so this way. Dear King Azura, I am writing you this letter months before the Mana devastation that will ravage the Ctto region. Although I know you are prone to reckless decisions and might abandon those people, I am taking steps to prevent it in time. I would have preferred to talk to you earlier, but I confess I don't have high expectations for your decisions, even with my help. I don't expect much from you, but I will do what is within my power for your kingdom. I ask that you hold the throne until my return. During my absence, I will eliminate useless families like the Boreas, parts of the Nodos, and other families from different regions. I request that people from my faction take possession of the territories left without feudal lords. It's possible that the Milis continent will try to spread unpleasant rumors about me, but I hope you take measures to counteract them, such as eliminating the churches that propagate those rumors with the intention of damaging my reputation in your kingdom. If you don't, my people will, just as we have done with corrupt families and nobles. Consider it an honor that, during these months, I have been clearing your name and eliminating those who harm the population. Lastly, but not least, do not yield to any continent or kingdom. If they seek war, I will return immediately to lead my new reign. Among all the children you have had, I know I am the most worthy, and although this may be difficult for someone like you, I hope you recognize it. I have decided to place special guards at the appropriate time, as strong as a sword god, for your protection. I urge you to behave like a true monarch and not heed the words of the useless Grabble, who will never be king. With hope for a better future, Gilgamesh. What does the letter from my useless brother say? If it's to ask for help, he'd better go to hell. He's been away for more than 2 years, so his requests outside the kingdom are useless, Gribel said coldly as he looked at his father's expression. Had he said something wrong? No, Gilgamesh had been wandering through the continents doing who knows what, and best of all, he had never cared about the kingdom. Maybe he's running away, knowing he could never become king. That was extremely beneficial to him, as it removed one of the competitors he most feared facing. Shut up, get out of my sight. How can you speak of your brother with such a hateful tone? You should be ashamed, damn useless, all you do is talk about the throne and the kingdom, you're a piece of garbage. Get out of my damn sight. Father, forgive my words. Grabble tried to apologize, but at that moment, a shadow appeared behind him. What do we do with this young man? Asked the shadow, eventually revealing a tall man with an emotionless expression. Just escort him out of this room. If his son is the one eliminating noble families, that means sooner or later, he'll aim for the heads of his brothers. Exhausted, Gilgamesh's father murmured, you were never an ordinary child, I suppose that's a blessing for all humans of our time. After Gilgamesh and the others began their journey, a year had passed. Suddenly, a monumental event occurred in the Great Rift far from Empress Kisharika's palace. Within the territory of the demonic empress, a malevolent energy suddenly pierced the sky with bright lights. Within the lights were countless ancient coffins that sang sad and painful melodies. On the distant horizon, many coffins were flying as if they were birds in the sky, and there were many creatures attempting to hunt down these stone coffins but were immediately shattered in a curtain of blood. The feeling of death bloomed over the clouds, saturated with death. Anyone seeing this scene for the first time would be stunned, but for those who had seen this before, they weren't too surprised. This sudden change drew the attention of many, and even many old demons began to stir. At this moment, in the region of Byaga, a powerful being opened its eyes. It could be seen from the expression on its face that it was very excited. Inside Demon King Badigadi's territory palace, a figure with 4 arms on its body opened its eyes, alerting many demons around it. Even the demon empress from afar felt the murderous intent of her betrothed as she sensed that energy emanating in the sky with an intense death sensation. Her eyes pierced the sky, and she whispered with a serious voice, "Are those ancients trying to reincarnate?" At this very moment, 100 kilometers away, a young man with a magical staff followed by a short-haired woman accompanied by a man with a red pearl on his forehead looked up at the sky. Many old monsters had risen from their places. Some were sighing, others were excited, and some were indifferent and cold. These coffins belonged to the old monsters in legends, and they were immortals buried underground for countless years. Unless it was an extremely delicate matter, these immortal monsters would not appear. However, due to the sudden turn of events, everyone was alerted. An eternal old man observed the strange variation in the sky and couldn't help but murmur, what made them change their minds? An old man holding a long sword that glowed with a thirsty killing intent murmured, the ancient apostles are gathering, that's much more interesting than finding that man in golden armor. If they appeared, it means that the ship of death will appear once again in this world, all signs point to that event. The next day, a message spread across the entire Great Central Territory and the Demon Continent like a storm. It then spread across the Great Central Sea, the Milis Continent, the Hidden Paradise, and hundreds of more cities. After a long time, the whole world knew about this news. Within the great influences and powerful nations of the respective continents, even beings that hadn't moved felt tempted. Near-death old monsters especially couldn't stay still. Suddenly, they rose and excitedly said, the ship of death will come to this world once again, we must prevent the still living gods from interfering this time as they did before. In ancient times, during the Human-Demon War, a ship appeared in the middle of the sky. This ship was brought from the underworld because it signaled that someone from antiquity could be reborn. The underworld ship was an extremely mysterious existence. Both now and in ancient times, all kings intended to take the treasures from that place, and inevitably, rumors reached all continents. It is said that this ship will take all those who manage to board it to a mysterious, cursed, special place full of opportunities. Many have brought back many god-killing treasures from that place. But something much more interesting is said about that place. It is said that they buried all the dead from the first Human-Demon War there. Many who died in pain asked the ship to take them to a place full of a sense of quality, so they were inevitably taken to that place. Chapter 192, The Underworld Ship, 1. The ancient cemetery was created by the underworld ship when it mysteriously appeared in the sky. It is located at the southernmost end of the demon continent, and numerous demon lords were buried there. As for powerful humans, no one knew for sure if this was true. Legend has it that countless beings were buried there, from demon lords and sword kings to even gods. There were even rumors that gods who once walked the earth died there. No one knew if this rumor was true or not. However, as one of the 12 largest cemeteries in the world, it was the place where many dying demons gathered to die, find treasure, or engage in deadly battles with humans in similar conditions. The most fascinating and tempting story was about the possibility of the rebirth of a powerful being within the cemetery. Legends say that when you die, your body becomes mana and becomes part of the world, just as the world becomes part of you. But in the cemetery, many created legends that your body remains trapped in a kind of underworld, giving you the possibility of rebirth. As for who buried all these beings, no one actually knew for sure. This was due to one of the world's unresolved mysteries. Hundreds of years had passed, countless beings were buried in that place, even humans, but if that place really gave people that opportunity, many would have been reborn long ago. But all that history is not directly related to the underworld ship because what people care about the most is being taken by that ship. In each age, in legends, when the ship appeared in the sky, it took hundreds of thousands of corpses and disappeared from the place. Years later, it reappeared, and many boarded it, so it was said. This ship would move through the sky before descending through a forest of hyssop trees. Finally, everyone would be led by that ship to the deepest part of the forest to reach the most isolated area of the cemetery. If a dying living being could climb aboard the underworld ship on their own and manage to bury themselves alive in the bone forest, where the cemetery grounds were deeper, then they could prolong their life with the help of cursed mana. This helped many to live longer. Although this seemed crazy, the reality was that there were people who boarded the ship and were able to be guided to the right place and managed to regain part of their life by rejuvenating. Because of this, for dying men, the underworld ship along with the bone forest was full of men interested in many other things related to that matter. Every man feared death, the most desperate entered the forest in small boats, but all died because the path was supposedly cursed. In this era, I have to rejuvenate for a few years. Many of those on the brink of death could not help but remove the temptation from their hearts and began to move. The underworld ship quickly became the hot topic on all continents, and now with the Tower of Uruk extending its dominion worldwide, hundreds if not thousands moved on magical boats, and the gains for the Tower of Uruk were immeasurable. This news also reached the mountain where Gilgamesh had spent the last few months. Kunsfeel was the most vehement after hearing this news. Quickly on a flying object, he went to find Gilgamesh and said, "My lord, there is news that a mysterious ship has appeared, and it takes people to a cemetery full of treasures, valuable opportunities, and mysteries. Of course, most are interested in robbing and cheating, but many have other plans. Hehe, at this moment, everyone is going to this cemetery. Should we follow that direction too to get some treasures from that place? Maybe I'll find something for my condition." A mysterious ship. Gilgamesh, who had been cultivating his beautiful fruits of immortality, wanted to spend a lot of time in tranquility with his betrothed. Age in his eyes had ceased to be a problem, although he had not yet touched Eris. She now sleeps in his bed and occasionally participates in some special situations. "Do you know anything about that?" Gilgamesh was not a genius in everything that happened. He barely knew 80% of the demon continent, even though they had been traveling for a year, stopping in various places for no more than a week. Upon hearing all that Kunsfeel knew, Roxy said it was just a forbidden land after practicing dark magic in that place. All opinions were valid, the important thing was to learn much from what is known and then draw their own conclusions. "Haha, my lord, should we wake up Killa? He's been asleep for more than a month. I think it's important to go to that cemetery and check the mysteries it hides." Kunsfeel, still ecstatic, asked Gilgamesh. He was eager to have his little one in humanoid form. "Didn't you say you would come back with a wife when you left a few months ago?" Gilgamesh asked as he looked extensively at Kunsfeel's state. "I did, but many things came up along the way." Kunsfeel was quite a character, full of misfortunes. Possibly the fruit he ate launched a curse that Gilgamesh couldn't solve. "I'll think about it. First, go and fight dressed." Gilgamesh nodded towards Kunsfeel, and he walked away after hearing this. "Do you want to go?" Seeing the silent Gilgamesh, Eris walked by his side and started to caress his back. She had heard many stories from Roxy about the demon continent, and now, seeing Gilgamesh looking into the distance, she couldn't help but ask him directly. Always being around Gilgamesh, both Eris and Roxy were already accustomed to the way he thought and the way they should act in certain situations. We should go and take a look, isn't it interesting? A cursed land, we might encounter interesting beings. Gilgamesh turned around and stroked the scarlet hair of this girl who now looked like a young woman of 22. Blood rituals had been taking effect on her and Roxy, now both could easily live more than 200 years considering the quality of their bodies. Constantly cleaning their muscles and nourishing them with blood from dragons and strong creatures had made them extremely powerful women. During the last few months, besides the rumors about me circulating on the continents, nothing else remarkable has happened. Gilgamesh said as his hand rested on Eris's leg without showing much importance. Throughout his life, he had been in the presence of beautiful women, but now she was his future wife, so acting like this was not abnormal at all. Eris didn't show surprise either, she looked at Roxy, who was lying in the distance on what looked like a round pillow while studying magic. Will this be our last journey on this continent? Roxy asked as she looked into Gilgamesh's eyes. She had undergone a drastic change in her character, so now that everyone was very close, they acted like a real family. 4 months, I haven't used my sword, this place no longer poses any danger to us. Eris looked at her swords hanging on the wall and smiled bitterly. Her desires to defeat Gilgamesh had subtly changed, now she hoped to defeat him under very special circumstances. Do you know that place well? Gilgamesh was sitting on a long chair and asked Roxy, who knew most of the areas in this place. The ancient cursed cemetery, I heard that it's a place with zombies everywhere and countless corpses under the ground. Any treasure from that place is cursed by magic or battle aura full of murderous intent. We shouldn't go to that dirty place. Emotionally, Eris asked, can't we bathe whenever we want? It's not enough just to have strength to move in that place. Due to the magic and strange things around the bone forest, one needs special methods to move. That's why many who have gone to that place without the guidance of the ship in the sky get lost and never return. Roxy explained this while raising the glasses from her eyes. Listening to those words, Eris said nothing more. It was just a small recommendation. Lately, having been in the most eye-catching places in the area, she wanted to explore other places before returning home. While Gilgamesh wondered when to enter the cemetery, Roxy said, many will want to go to that place, just to board that ship that may be similar to the ones the Tower of Uruk manages. Chapter 193, It's something more. It's not a coincidence what happens in that place. Gilgamesh knew, in the first place, that it shouldn't exist in this world. Kunafil is also an incarnated anomaly in a dog, so there were more interesting things happening without him realizing. Wasn't that done by an evil mage or the twist of fate? Roxy was even more intrigued to know the truth. Gilgamesh gently shook his head and replied, there are certain places that can exist naturally, and others that are created by external entities, like that place where we faced the shadow demon. Do you remember that monster we eliminated in the hidden paradise? Many, in one way or another, seek ways to extend their lifespan. Being reborn in life, reincarnating, incarnating, there are numerous existing methods that give one the opportunity to live longer. What does it mean to be reborn in the same life? Roxy asked, much more interested. Gilgamesh responded directly, it's living again in the same body, living as if you were born again. Your muscles become young, your battle aura becomes more delicate, and it's as if you relive the same youthful years of your life. However, this method offers you all the resources in your body at the maximum level of your strongest moment. Could one rejuvenate? I remember you mentioned that this method involves something very dark, like human sacrifices. Upon hearing this unimaginable thing, Eris lost her color. The words something incredible and impossible were not enough to describe her thoughts. That goes against life, challenges nature, and mocks death. It's very unlikely that someone has that method in this world, but considering that there are different ways to live longer, like me incarnating without memories and then inheriting them, you could say I was lucky, but that was also a tragedy. Gilgamesh stopped when he said those last words. He wouldn't have chosen to live a new life because he died with dignity, he did what he wanted without regret, even though he wanted to seek another ending deep in his heart. Roxy was stunned for a short period. For any living being, who would deny living a second life as Gilgamesh did? This meant that in their previous life, if they were unable to fulfill all their desires, it means they could do so in the next. But Gilgamesh had practically told them that if he had had the chance to choose, he would have refused. At this moment, Eris and Roxy finally understood why many choose to go to that land and the differences in the path of existence. Now I am happy, I want to live many years with you, my dear companions, and have many children. Gilgamesh said without a trace of distress on his face. Of course, as many as you want. Eris murmured, a bit more embarrassed. Finally, Roxy asked, so, are we preparing to go? Of course, it will be our last stop before returning to the Azura Kingdom. Gilgamesh nodded with an even more interested look. Roxy nodded and went to change. A few hours later, Killa emerged from the ground and sped away after filling his stomach with delicious food. At that moment, everyone was ready to head to that mysterious place that everyone was talking about. Don't disturb me, I'll communicate with Elaine. Gilgamesh still had things to discuss, so he closed his eyes and focused on contacting Elaine. You must improve your concentration, use your mental skills to create better spells in combat. Elaine said while training Sylphie in the Tower of Uruk inside the Azura Kingdom's capital. Yes, Master. At that moment, in the middle of training, an illusory golden figure appeared, interrupting everything that was happening. Greetings, my lord. Elaine bowed very respectfully while a cute smile appeared on her face. Sylphie, who was on the side, also bowed. It was the first time she saw such behavior in her teacher Elaine. To be honest, she still found it difficult to fully understand Gilgamesh and why everyone revered him as if he were something more incredible than a god. Although she respected him, she looked at him more like a distant friend than her lord. Here's the translation of the passage. This was the third time that Gilgamesh had contacted Elaine, the first time to talk to her about the moon elves and the other times to gather information. However, his more secretive communications were much more discreet than this. Elaine was the one with absolute authority within the Tower of Uruk. Alongside the fictional families of Gilgamesh, she had been controlling the kingdom for a long time. In that regard, it only required Gilgamesh's arrival for him to be crowned as the king of Azura. The influence of the Tower of Uruk was so great that its presence was strong in other continents. Fortunately, no one knew that Gilgamesh was the owner of this tower. Elaine walked towards the illusory figure of Gilgamesh. After approaching, she could see more clearly the smile on this man's face. I didn't expect you to talk to me so soon. Is there something that requires our attention? Elaine maintained in her beautiful green eyes a calm without turbulence. She was the only one who could see Gilgamesh in that way without being unsettled. Both walked towards the outside of the top of the tower while looking at the city. After looking into the distance at those enormous towers and flying platforms, Gilgamesh was satisfied with what he was seeing. Have you heard about that supposed legend of the underworld ship? I've heard some things. Elaine nodded as she looked into the distance and said, according to our investigations, it is a prison created to take the dead to that place. All the rumors about that place may be true or lies. If you want to go there, you should know that this time there might be unexpected things waiting for you. Do you think any apostle might be hiding in that place? Gilgamesh calmly asked. Elaine thought for a moment and said, we don't know where that human god is hiding, so we must try our luck in different places. You're right. Now that I think about it, that's the last place I'll visit before returning. Then I'll wait for your arrival with great anticipation. Elaine responded with a charming smile. My intuition tells me that in that place, you might find incredible things, and my intuition never fails. It's a pity that several continents separate us. Gilgamesh gently shook his head. Elaine didn't find this comment unpleasant and laughed slightly in her place. After a while, she asked, what would you do if you weren't so far away? Many things. By the way, I'll return to Ctto since I'm interested in knowing everything that has progressed in the project of my new capital. Gilgamesh looked at Sylphie, who had matured very well, and asked, how have you been, Sylphie? Sylphie trembled a bit upon hearing that question and, after regaining her composure, said, my parents and I are well because of your help. If we hadn't come to the capital, our fate would probably have been death. It wasn't that much. Have you heard anything from your acquaintances? Gilgamesh asked, slightly interested in where Rudius might be at the moment. I haven't heard anything from them yet. I hope they are doing well. Sylphie said with better controlled temperaments. Yes, it would be a shame if they died. Gilgamesh turned his head towards Elaine, give me a report on the situation of the Church of Milis. Chapter 194, Green Oak City, 1. After hearing about the situation, Gilgamesh smiled and said, let the border families start massive recruitment. We will increase the recruits to our royal guard and create an elite army. Let's begin with the magical warship training, focusing on quality rather than quantity. The current numbers stand at 200,000 soldiers. I suggest we accept 20,000 of them to become blood ritual awakened warriors. If we do this, the Uruk Tower would have a total of 120,000 soldiers under its direct command operating both outside and inside the kingdom. Many mouths to feed, indeed. What we need is quality, not quantity, thought Gilgamesh as he asked, what about the nobles? We have rid ourselves of many families and members who only know how to fornicate like pigs. Do we replace them all now? Elaine asked with a cold look. We must initiate city renovations, they are all a damn mess. Moreover, they should continue buying slaves from other realms. If they sell them, we buy them and turn them into citizens of the Azura kingdom. Listening to Gilgamesh's words, Sylphie was quite surprised. This was simply playing the role of an all-powerful god. This was even more challenging for many in similar situations. I will visit the forest where supposedly people can regain their lives. I have a supposition about what is in that place, so it will be very interesting, said Gilgamesh as he pondered more. A few hours later, Gilgamesh opened his eyes and looked at Roxy, who was reading a book. He was lying on her beautiful legs, so he could see her normal face while she read. How long have I been asleep? Gilgamesh asked as he closed his eyes. About 4 hours. Roxy murmured as she slowly closed the book. I must now believe that I am lying on beautiful and soft pillows. Gilgamesh looked at Roxy, who had her hair loose, and smiled. Do you think it's so difficult and uncomfortable to go through that forest? Gilgamesh asked after fully waking up. It could be. My teacher went when she was younger, but most of her companions died instantly upon entering the forest. Roxy wasn't stupid. It was hard to imagine defeating the undead controlled by sinister intent. One had to be aware that it was a place made of mountains of corpses and oceans of graves. It was brimming with a death aura, so no one dared to enter in normal circumstances. From what I read, the place we are heading to is divided into 2 special zones. The forest of bone trees and the area where supposedly graves and the undead are. Although both places were within the extreme side of the demonic continent, many humans may still arrive. Roxy thought and said, we must increase the speed to arrive at a good time. Gilgamesh nodded and sat up. Turning his back to Roxy he said, what do you want to eat today? Something light. Eris can't stop making this garlic bread that you asked her to make a few days ago. If it weren't for Cousinfeel eating most of it, there would be so many loaves that wouldn't fit in the small kitchen, Roxy said as she hugged Gilgamesh's back in a very close manner. Turning to the right, Gilgamesh savored Roxy's aroma and whispered to her as he brought her onto his lap, when should we have a child? Do you still remember that joke? Roxy asked as she held onto Gilgamesh's neck. It was too impactful. It's too inconsiderate to do it without Eris, she's your first fiancé. Yes, but she hasn't turned 15 yet. Gilgamesh said as he stroked Roxy's slender waist. Doesn't she have a better developed body? Yes, but she's still a child. I'll prepare the meal this time, Roxy said, trying to escape from Gilgamesh's clutches before things became more uncontrollable. Thinking of other matters, their group had to pass through large complicated areas, so Cousinfeel's speed needed to be increased. In an instant, the large pig increased its speed several times, yet the house on its back remained unaffected. Due to the existence of various magical spells, the entire journey was much calmer than expected. The weather, as they approached, became increasingly gloomy with heavy rains and strong winds. A few hours later, they appeared at the entrance of a distant city. According to Roxy, this city was called Green Oak. Green Oak City could be considered the oldest city on the demonic continent. It existed in a very, very old era and was unknown when it was built. Green Oak City was also called Corpse City. Aside from people who wished to go to the Forest of Death, only the dying would come to this city, and it was their last stop before dying. Because of this, the price of coffins in this place was very high. Even a coffin made of 4 wooden planks and a few nails would still be worth some money. As for the more expensive ones, they would be made of precious materials. Whenever a particular material could be used to make a coffin, one could find it in Green Oak City. There was a joke among the demons that if a dying person wanted a perfectly handcrafted coffin, it was better to go to Green Oak City. Despite being called Corpse City, it didn't have a lifeless atmosphere or was lonely and abandoned. On the contrary, Green Oak City was very bustling and lively. Countless adventurers within Green Oak City came from all corners of the world. Even individuals of different races could be found here, such as demon lords, the occasional elf, and dragons. It was one of the largest cities on the demon continent and was always full, to the point where it was known as the city that never sleeps. Upon entering Green Oak City, one would immediately be greeted by old drunks and noisy commotions of street vendors. In front of anyone walking, there were countless imposing structures and grand avenues. In the sky, there were many flying structures and moving dragons. Chapter 195, Where did the legend originate? It could be said that some demonic races were in charge of security, while some humans worked in this place, for example, in restaurants. They survived in this city because the ruler of this place avoided total confrontation between races, cruelly punishing those who ignored these simple rules. Many were familiar with the situation of this place, they knew every corner and, of course, the best quality businesses in the area. In contrast to this, Gilgamesh's group, who were here for the first time, were no different from oddities, getting excited at the sight of a coffin being auctioned. Many adventurers were traveling in and out of Green Oak City. There were groups of powerful human mercenaries being led by sword kings, after all, they were in hostile territory according to their historical perspective. On the horizon, one could see countless explosions and bright lights entering the city, all of which were demons mounted on strange flying creatures. From start to finish, everyone was here for one reason, and that was the legend. In this way, Gilgamesh's group, which was inside the hunting cabin on the back of the giant pig, was not a surprising sight. However, the most attractive things about the group were Eris and Roxy alongside Gilgamesh. These two women were unparalleled beauties wherever they went, their remarkable allure stealing the spotlight at all times. Eris was like the war queen in the midst of blood-filled snow, making other people stop to give her another look. As for Roxy, she was a charming woman who gave the impression of being delicate and refined like a flower, making most think of protecting her. Waves of pedestrians continued within the city alongside restaurants and inns and numerous street vendors. Once inside, anyone would be immersed in incessant advertising chants. We sell incense to scare away demons, a wooden sword, and an oil lamp are all you need to enter the forest of death. We only exchange these treasures for something more valuable than money, think carefully and make a decision before the products run out. I sell fine silver swords, these works were made by the best dwarves and are suitable for killing the undead that can become as strong as a sword saint. I only exchange this for something more valuable, gold. I sell pills to cure poison, remember that the forest of bones has many poisonous plants. If you don't have an antidote with you, forget about surviving the disaster that can occur within that cursed forest. Inside Green Oak City, outside the large groups of powerful mercenary and small armies of powerful nations, powerful wizards or sages from the Tower of Mages scattered around the world, many have been buying all kinds of materials that might turn out to be fake at the end of the day. Many street vendors shouted to find buyers. Many adventurers displayed their items on the street, while others said nothing and just waited for the right buyers. Of course, this place was full of clever foxes mixed with venomous snakes. There were too many thieves here, but they could only deceive the inexperienced. The story goes that a portal once opened in this part of the world, where numerous beasts came out to destroy everything. However, a powerful wizard fought against them and sealed the place with a spell on par with the gods. A street vendor shouted. At one end of the street, because it was their first time visiting Green Oak City, Gilgamesh's group stopped riding on the back of the giant pig killa and left its care to Kunzfeel while they walked through the streets. Gilgamesh was fine, but Eris and Roxy were a complete spectacle, announcing to everyone that it was their first time in this city, so anyone who saw them immediately knew they were easy to deceive. After setting foot on the street, Kunzfeel, who stood like a rock at the door of the house on Killa's back, was not tempted by the treasures placed before his eyes. "Oh, great sir, look at this treasure I found when planting apples in the land. I had to risk my life to keep this fruit alive, these apple boxes are of the best quality you will find, and they will give you great health and the possibility of improving your strength in the future." This street vendor carefully opened a box of apples, and they were all incredibly large. When these apples entered Gilgamesh's view, the sweet smell was extremely intense. "What's the price?" Eris was immediately tempted by those large apples. "Great beautiful fairy, how about 10,000 demon crystals?" In the eyes of this street vendor, this beautiful woman who had never left home before is very easy to deceive. The truth is, they couldn't be blamed. She never needed to buy anything in her life, so being with Gilgamesh, she never had to worry about money. 1,000 demon crystals? Are you trying to scam my wife? Gilgamesh, who was watching the amusing scene, approached with a smile and said, "Speaking of those fruits, they are of quality, but obviously, all that nonsense you said is a lie. Let me see an apple, if it's beautiful, we might buy it for 10,000 crystals. The moment Gilgamesh finished his words, the street vendor's expression changed instantly. He immediately closed the box of apples and was about to leave when suddenly weakness attacked his legs without him being able to avoid it. This sudden event made Eris embarrassed. She remembered how her teacher ended up being a slave for not knowing how to read. She immediately argued, I don't understand the economy of this continent at all. What are these crystals? They are coins. If they are larger and shinier, they have more value. Roxy didn't have time to respond properly since 10,000 crystals were an incredibly large sum. I'll take the apples, you can take this crystal as your profit. You could live well for a year if you take care of the money. Gilgamesh, who was about to leave, told Roxy, burn that man's hands, let him learn not to steal. Yes. Roxy raised her right hand without hesitation, and without naming any spell, the man's hands were severed. Help, someone help me. Moving away from the loud screams in the area, they found a corpse inside the trunk of a carriage. I would have killed him, but since it's not allowed to kill in this place, I held back. Eris had already relieved her embarrassment. My hands. Gilgamesh's group watched as the vendor, who was still running because his hands hurt, crashed into a corpse stuffed in the carriage trunk. Is that thing alive? Gilgamesh showed an expression full of disdain. I'll take care of it. Roxy said as she unsheathed her sword. Seeing Roxy's sword in her hand, one of the nearby merchants whispered, that's a undead, it's asleep, but if attacked, it will wake up. That doesn't make sense, how is that thing here? It was brought by a merchant. Gilgamesh shook his head and told Roxy, cut it in half. After his words came out, the corpse inside the carriage immediately stood up. Ah! Someone walking by got scared due to the sudden appearance. That corpse suddenly standing also scared Gilgamesh's group, making them take a few steps back as well. When their wits returned, that corpse had disappeared. Chapter 196, In this city, not even the dead are trusted. Finally, Eris, who was calmer, couldn't help but clear her throat and murmured, what nonsense. It seems like there are many parents and people pretending to be dead in this city, ah. Roxy, who was also impressed, felt a bit embarrassed because she had been an adventurer, but she had been scared by a corpse that suddenly emerged from a carriage trunk. This is the city of Green Oak, and it is said to have existed for a long time, being one of the largest in the demonic continent. It wouldn't be a surprise that, like any other place, there's a surprise. Gilgamesh responded with a smile. For someone like him, even thieves have value within a city. They walked a few blocks without stopping. Gilgamesh was not in a hurry and walked slowly. The truth was that he wanted Eris to see the world. She's still a child experiencing and learning. For that reason, in addition to being her teacher, he has taught her trivial things like these. A few blocks ahead, they encountered many more people selling tools, some real and some fake. Not everyone was a scammer, some people did have quality items at their prices. In a corner of the street, an elderly adventurer was sitting with a beast skull displayed in front of him. He emitted a cold air, so many people gathered to see. Gilgamesh's group also joined the fun. Old man, how do you want to sell this skull? A man interested in his things asked after seeing the skull. Someone, who couldn't interpret the expensive price, responded in his place, he's only exchanging that skull for a special medicine, something that can cure any kind of illness. I have some cave herbs here, trade or not? A very intrigued adventurer asked. The seller said nothing, it was a clear rejection. However, from his aura and face hardened by his expression, no one dared to have any strange thoughts. At that moment, Eris looked at Gilgamesh. He nodded and said, a good item, it can keep us cold whenever we travel inside Killis Hat, and that way we would prevent Roxy from cooling the house with magic. Could we buy that? Roxy looked at that huge skull, and her eyes showed what she really thought, that skull was very ugly. Gilgamesh smiled and said, you can paint it, after decorating it, it could be much better, wouldn't it be good to place it somewhere in the house? It would be an unnecessary expense. I don't understand, why does that skull release such a chilling energy? Eris was amazed. This treasure would be worth a lot of money if sold in the Azura Kingdom, so she thought the price would be high if they bought it. It's not surprising if we look at the origin of that skull. It's possibly from some frozen race, their bodies must withstand the cold well, so after some time, for some reason, the skull acquired the ice attribute. Gilgamesh sighed softly. Without having an answer to any question asked, he might make mistakes in some parts of his explanation. Frozen race? Eris asked curiously. Frozen, beasts from the deep north where the world is always snowy. There are places like that, so somehow a skull from some mutated beast made its way to this city to be sold. Roxy, who was more knowledgeable, replied briefly. Maybe someday we can go to those places. Gilgamesh, who felt something, stopped dancing, a chilling aura could be found deep in his eyes. Roxy immediately felt a change in Gilgamesh, but she didn't ask the reason. The group continued for a few more blocks. Outside the large auction houses and shops, they saw many street vendors. Monster corpses were the most common items. Are those human corpses? Why are people selling them? I don't know, but it's disgusting. Gilgamesh responded with a smile, they're called grave robbers. Why do people come to this place? It is said that deep in the forest, as long as you bury yourself, you either recover your life or age faster. People who go to that place hopeful usually die. When they die with their most precious treasures, these men find them and sell them as they are. Isn't that interesting? You buy the one that catches your eye, and whatever the corpse is carrying becomes yours. Roxy understood and said, this cemetery contains too many corpses. Some were even strong warriors in their time, so many took the risk of robbing their corpses from wherever they died. It's a profession that has existed for countless years. Upon hearing this, Eris felt a bit relieved. Within the city, not only were there street vendors, but one could even see groups of mercenaries and different races. Seeing people with human heads along with a snake body or a human body with horse legs was not uncommon at all. A large, muscular man walked past Gilgamesh, catching Eris's eye. The man's body was made entirely of rock, and his face seemed to have been finely carved. What kind of being is that? Seeing this person walking away, Eris asked curiously. Gilgamesh didn't answer because Roxy, who was following him, responded, this is a person of the stone golem race, very rare demons, but their strength is very difficult to compare with humans. What race is that? At that moment, Eris saw a minotaur with a completely furry body. On top of its head were two huge horns. Minotaur race. Legends say they were once simple animals without consciousness until a certain person taught them the language of speech and the qualities of intellect. Eris nodded with some emotions. Oh! Eris opened her eyes wide. Eris couldn't believe it and said, I thought they were beings that only appeared at night or in dark places. What are they doing here? We are in their continent, maybe it feels curious about the forest. Gilgamesh couldn't formulate a satisfactory answer. Walking in this old city really broadened Gilgamesh's group's knowledge. They have seen many new things today. Finally, they arrived at a street, and a treasure inside a store caught Gilgamesh's eyes. Seeing this treasure, Gilgamesh laughed. And Roxy, who was always attentive to his mood, noticed that this store was named Black Rose, and she said, we should go in and see. Let's go in. Gilgamesh smiled and nodded repeatedly as he walked into the store. The store called Black Rose was really large. Outside, it looked like a common store, but once they entered, people would find that it was an ancient store with a wide and high corridor. Inside the ancient corridor were huge shelves with books, wine bottles, old swords, and things that were invaluable. It could be said that everything could be found here, especially when every treasure was in front of everyone's eyes. Gilgamesh's group entered while the store owner personally greeted them, even though they seemed more curious than interested. However, Gilgamesh was calmer with two unparalleled and beautiful women by his side. Any shrewd merchant would immediately know that this was a big customer. Moreover, Eris and Roxy were not ordinary people. Eris and Roxy were a bit nervous when they entered such a large store, but he remained as calm as ever. The merchant stepped forward to greet them and was very sensible. Seeing Gilgamesh's expression, he didn't open his mouth to randomly introduce objects. Gilgamesh's eyes fell on the wine boxes at the back. Those boxes looked ancient and of very high quality, so as a wine lover, he needed to buy them all if they met his standards. Besides, he could see many things like old books for Roxy, large boxes of premium food around, and magical treasures. As Gilgamesh was looking at these two things in a pleasant manner, the merchant was very smart and just stayed silent on the side without saying a word. Bottles of wine specially made for the god of war, these boxes were found after the last war, so they have been in this place since then. My father never wanted to sell them but also never drank them. Now that the store is in my hands, they only see money in every item in this place. I like wine, any kind of strange wine you have in this place, you can bring it to me. Also, strange magic and fury books, you can bring them too. After appreciating it for a moment, he praised the antiquity of the wine. Seeing Gilgamesh's happy state, the merchant was also happy and opened his mouth. This box of wines was made by the dwarves. I also have these stone containers where there is also wine, but it's a liquid that undergoes extensive preparation before being consumed because it must be strained. Where does this wine come from? Eris asked while holding a bottle as black as ink. Chapter 197, Wine Lovers. Remember, the wine doesn't matter where it comes from, the only thing that's important is its taste profile. Gilgamesh, who appreciated wine, knew the value of it, having numerous bottles that he himself named as the wine of the gods. Gilgamesh's words were only understood by the merchant, and Eris didn't see through the meaning of the wine. The merchant knew that Gilgamesh had great knowledge and pointed to 3 yellow boxes on the side to explain, if you're interested in this wine, it's supposedly what the elves used to prepare. They have a more refined palate, so their wine is smooth and doesn't have consequences when getting drunk on it. If it were any other day, he would be too lazy to explain even if someone asked. However, with Gilgamesh here giving him a sense of having a sentimental pair, he had a favorable opinion of the women accompanying him as well. That's what my grandfather wanted years ago. Eris thought as she looked at the bottles. She knew that her grandfather drank a lot of wine, so she knew much more than just the taste of it from Gilgamesh. The cherry wine. The merchant murmured, drawing everyone's attention. Roxy, who had heard of that wine in a romantic story between an elf and a human, murmured, that wine was made in the name of the Moon Woman, daughter of the Tree of Life, unable to join her life with a human. She used the wine to drown her sorrows, that was written in the novel by a famous writer. The story goes that many years ago, in a quiet corner of the enchanted forest, lived Lyriel, an elf whose beauty and wisdom were legendary among her people. Lyriel had the peculiarity of her race and lived over 300 years, allowing her to contemplate the beauty of the world for centuries, but also condemning her to see countless friends and loved ones depart. One day, on a cold autumn morning, Lyriel met Eamon, a handsome and brave human. Despite the brevity of his life compared to Lyriel's, Eamon captivated her heart with his passion and curiosity about the world. Together, they explored the enchanted forest and shared stories of their respective worlds. Time passed, and love blossomed between the elf and the human. However, the shadow of time always hung over them. Lyriel knew that, sooner or later, Eamon would age and die, while she would continue to live. The wine, which was a special gift from her people, symbolized their love and moments together. One day, while sharing a glass of wine in the forest clearing, Lyriel and Eamon made a difficult decision. They decided to part ways to avoid the inevitable pain of separation. Both understood that their love was deep and sincere, but they also knew that time was relentless. Lyriel returned to her solitary life in the enchanted forest, while Eamon immersed himself in human society, hoping to live a full, albeit fleeting, life. Over the years, their lives took separate paths, but the memory of their love always accompanied them until the last breaths of their respective lives. The wine became the symbol of their story, the bond that connected two beings from different worlds who made a painful but wise decision to avoid hurting each other. And although Lyriel and Eamon lived different lives, they always carried with them the memory of their immortal love. That's a beautiful story, every detail that describes it feels like it was written with the heart in hand and the pen on paper, narrating with nostalgic tears that incredible story. The merchant smiled with slight nostalgia. Many have chosen to dedicate their love regardless of time. Would it be foolish to abandon what you love through parting from this world before? Gilgamesh was very calm with that story, it was truly tragic, but neither was selfish. The merchant was also very pleased and said, "This wine is extremely special, my grandfather was a collector of rare wines, and my father continued to be due to a long history. I want to sell everything in this store to go to the human kingdom, this sad city is coming to an end." Gilgamesh simply laughed. He was more than interested in buying all the wines in this store, so after appreciating all the wines and giving a signal to the merchant, he walked to the back of the room where there were numerous books in different languages that he was also interested in having. The merchant hurriedly followed Gilgamesh around the inside. He didn't present anything to him and simply allowed him to enjoy his stroll. If he were an ordinary customer, then he wouldn't be personally accompanying them. Not to mention the many people who have come to this place, even Eris and Roxy were surprised by the amount of precious treasures here. Being able to open such a store was indicative of how secretly captivating this city is. Is that the skull of a dragon? There were many weapons on display, and many were still locked inside chests. Each of the treasures floated randomly. One was a dragon's skull, magical fish swimming like fish in the water. It swam peacefully without stopping. Those flying fish, it would be incredible to have them in a gigantic library. Roxy seemed interested in the magical fish that flew curiously everywhere. Are those fish for sale? Gilgamesh asked casually, as if any treasure in this place could afford it. The merchant nodded and said, in my store, aside from the treasures in my room, everything else is for sale. These fish are weak spirits, but they bring life to such lonely places. There are about 200 fish in my entire store, feeding them is the problem because they only eat pink gold. I can leave all those fish along with the wines in the warehouse, in addition to the ones you saw in the books, for 30,000 gold ingots. 30,000 gold ingots. At hearing that price, even Roxy shuddered. Not to mention gold coins, ingots were something that was almost never traded. Eris was also surprised, she had thought that if it were coins, everything would be fine. However, they were talking about gold ingots, something that even someone like her had never seen before. Then we have a deal for now. Gilgamesh, on the other hand, remained unfazed, that small amount was just a drop in the ocean compared to the wealth he had in his treasury. The group followed Gilgamesh around in a complete circle. Although the treasures were very flashy, many were things that Gilgamesh already had, such as swords and weapons. Anything other than books, spiritual creatures, books, and food were not of importance. And as Gilgamesh walked all the way around, he didn't speak and only maintained a smile on his face. At best, he only nodded occasionally. Eventually, he stopped to look at a wooden chest on top of a cupboard. This wooden chest did not seem precious. It had 4 items inside. One was a closed box, a seed wrapped in cloth, and the last item was an old silver key. The moment he stopped his steps, Roxy's gaze condensed, and she carefully judged the items in this wooden chest. She understood that Gilgamesh wanted the items inside it. After following him for so long, she knew clearly that the items valued by Gilgamesh were by no means simple. How much do the items in this chest cost? After carefully observing the items inside and confirming that she was not mistaken, she asked the merchant. Only 10,000 gold ingots, the merchant replied with an ironic smile. All the prices were in ingots, and it really scared Gilgamesh's group with the prices. All the things were ridiculously expensive. Then I'll buy that too. Gilgamesh nodded with a smile. Roxy wanted to stop him, but she couldn't. She didn't understand what was so special about those items. Can I ask you something? Gilgamesh asked as his red eyes gleamed in a very intense blood tone. Go ahead, said the merchant with a smile on his face. How long have you been dead and trapped in this magical store? What? Eris and Roxy felt a chill run down their spines. Was the merchant in front of them dead, or did they not hear the question correctly? Well, I do have a great customer this time. Creator's thoughts. Sr Cuervo. You can read more chapter on my Patreon, Sr Cuevo. Comment. To comment. Vote. Chapter 198, The Old Merchant. It seems you've glimpsed my origin before entering this shop, you truly are a formidable being, said the merchant with a smile, returning to his initial demeanor. Roxy, is that old man dead? Eris asked, slightly frightened, she hadn't noticed it. I didn't notice at first, but it seems to be the case. Roxy, like Eris, had no words to describe her feelings. The merchant shook his head and said, but that doesn't matter. My death was hundreds of years ago, and all I've done since then is sell until every item in this store is gone. It's a shame not everyone is willing to buy my items without crying about the prices. As long as I sell everything, I can finally rest in peace. That means. Roxy understood those words to some extent. Gilgamesh smiled and said, it means a piece of his soul is in this shop because he won't depart until all the items are sold. His unconditional love for his objects makes him cling to life, he must have been a very powerful mage to achieve that naturally. Is that possible? I mean, I've never heard of something like this before. Eris's expression changed immediately. She was at a loss for words after hearing the merchant's response. The merchant continued with a deeper tone, Dear customer, at this moment, our little shop is closed only for special customers. Of course, what else would you like to buy? Then sell me all your items. Gilgamesh finally nodded after seeing everything and looked deep into the merchant's eyes. Please, follow me. The merchant didn't seem to distrust Gilgamesh's words, so he walked towards a basement where numerous walls were lined with gold ingots. How much gold is here? Roxy asked, extremely amazed. Enough to live a life of luxury for hundreds of years without problems," said the merchant, sharing a bit of his life. "Long ago, I was a passionate merchant. My life was dedicated to selling and buying valuable items. Every day was an adventure, exploring markets and deals, seeking hidden treasures and unique pieces that could pique the interest of the most discerning collectors." Upon hearing these words, Gilgamesh created a golden ripple and pulled out a golden jug, pouring drinks for everyone, including the old merchant in front of him. Roxy and Eris were surprised that Gilgamesh would bring out that wine. After all, it was something that, according to him, very few people could taste. My shop was a treasure in itself, filled with fascinating objects from every corner of the world. There were ancient relics, rare jewels, and art that told silent stories to those willing to listen. For me, each item was a connection to history, a link to the past that allowed me to travel through time through objects. However, as my love for treasures grew, a magical illness began to devour my own life. I didn't know where it came from, but its symptoms were unmistakable. My skin paled, my strength waned, and my eyes lost their shine. The wizards I consulted couldn't do anything for me. My disease wasn't a curse that could be broken. Gilgamesh watched as the figure of the merchant became increasingly translucent, as if slowly fading from life itself. As my body weakened, my love for valuable objects became even deeper. I began to collect even more exquisite pieces, as if I wanted to embrace the beauty of the world before it completely abandoned me. My clients noticed my decline, but my passion for trade was stronger than my fear of death. A lingering life. It turns out we were drawn to this place to buy. The trap or riddle was to make sure to have the money, be worthy of the purchase, and not hesitate about the prices. I suppose he just wanted to pass on his treasures before dying. Gilgamesh drank the wine in his hand. A vague memory of himself wanting to give away his treasures at the end of his life was ephemeral because it never happened. War broke out, and he died on the battlefield. What do we do with all this stuff? Roxy looked at those huge bookshelves without knowing how to react. We take it, it's ours now. Gilgamesh didn't hesitate, and eventually, everything entered his gate of Babylon. All these treasures were small compared to his treasury, but it was still a great fortune for anyone who entered and suddenly obtained all this. For Eris, having obtained those magical fish was what she liked the most. As for Roxy, she simply remained silent, knowing that death, in most cases, is lonely and bitter. Chapter 199, A Fantasy Tale. This city was full of mysteries with numerous secrets and things happening simultaneously. In a place with qualities like this, what couldn't surprise people? This place is extremely intriguing. We could spend days, and there would still be new things we haven't seen. Gilgamesh walked out of the Black Rose shop, which, after being emptied, looked like a place forgotten by people. Although I was born on this continent, I never explored it in depth like we did this past year. Compared to other places, this land is extremely difficult to make a living in. When I become more powerful, I will nurture this continent with life. Roxy said these words, perhaps thinking of a distant time. She wanted this land to be as green as other places, and there was only one way to do it: through magic. According to what I heard earlier, this place is the result of one of the fragments that fell after the ancient battle where the human race was almost defeated. That battle destroyed and split the continents we now know. Those continents are no longer connected as before. That's true, the fight that year between the god of battle and Laplace was something that left the world in complete silence. Many are grateful not to have lived in that era where everything was destroyed. They say the Dragon King finally sealed him and currently waits for him to supposedly resurface. Listening to Eris's words, Roxy and Eris spoke while sharing their knowledge. Given that the Dragon King had the strength to seal that enemy, why not just kill him directly? A man who was walking stopped at a stall selling meat skewers and asked that question suddenly. The vendor shook his head and said, "I'm afraid no one knows the reason. This has always been a mystery. Even those who wrote the history didn't know that reason." But going back to the battle between the god of battle and the demon god, who won? Someone who was eating asked excitedly. A battle between two powerful gods that divided the land. How terrifying could that battle have been? It is said that the god of battle won. Gilgamesh's group, who had joined to buy some meat skewers, were surprised to hear that. Roxy and Eris had witnessed powerful battles of Gilgamesh and could confidently say that he was much stronger than those gods being talked about. The attack he used to destroy the world of ancient enemies was one that this world probably couldn't withstand. While everyone talked, Gilgamesh said nothing. He stood there, lost in thought. As his women, Eris and Roxy noticed the difference in Gilgamesh, When the conversations shifted, they dared to ask, "What's wrong? Don't you like them? They say these are meat skewers from a captive beast, it tastes like challenging meat to eat." Eris said with 2 large meat skewers stuffed in her mouth. She just wanted to make Gilgamesh have a good time, and he smiled. Gilgamesh, who recovered, maintained his calm smile, looking around. He never expected to share these moments with someone by his side other than his friend in Kiju. This raised a question for him: could he summon the spirit of his friend using the chains of heaven? What happens if you don't remember? He didn't want to taint the death of his friend, feel that open wound in his heart burn due to his selfishness. For him, making the decision to let him rest was the best thing he could do. It wasn't necessary to have him close because this life was a new one, and the old Gilgamesh had died long ago. Now, in this life, he was accompanied by sweet wives. Having managed to have them by his side was more than enough. He had never thought of achieving something like this, and he didn't bother having feelings about his decision. But now, after a year of adventure together, he could say that he loved them more than any treasure in his treasury. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? He didn't care. It's nothing, it's just that the story is quite amusing because the enemies I eliminated in my past life were far superior to the gods of this world who haven't learned from the 2 wars they've suffered. Maybe it's cynicism. Such an unparalleled confrontation, it's a shame not to have been born in that era to witness the celestial battle with my own eyes, said an idiot who was eating next to them in a cheeky tone, as if he had been able to survive even miles away from that battle. You have more experience to give an opinion now that you've heard that. Do you think that battle happened for something specific? Gilgamesh asked after sticking and walking back to where they had parked Killa. A fight for human survival, but that sudden hatred towards humans by the demon god is something we can't understand. Roxy, who understood more about the topic, responded calmly. Upon returning to the pig, Kunzfeel was asleep at the entrance of the house while maintaining his dog form that didn't scare even a rabbit. Looking at this small house that was actually huge now, it had small fruit blankets outside the walls where a cherry tree was growing very slowly and plants that released bright spores. On the outside, it was very small, but after entering, they found a huge room that was connected to the kitchen. The stairs to the 2nd floor were small but suitable for comfortably going up without any problems. Undoubtedly, this small house had taken on a very homely appearance where traces of everyone who lived here could be seen. As for Kunzfeel, he had a small circular mattress where he slept in his dog form. Returning home, Gilgamesh smiled and, checking that all the windows were closed, released all the magic fish that immediately recognized this new place and swam throughout the house. The merchant said they eat pink gold. How can we get that type of mineral? Rice asked, captivated by those beautiful fish. Don't worry, I have many pink gold ingots, so you can feed them. Gilgamesh opened a golden ripple, and as if they smelled a delicious meal, they all approached cautiously. You can feed them, Eris, remember to give each one a name. Eris, who received the ingot, was smiling until she heard Gilgamesh's last words and said, "How can I name them all?" But before she could throw a tantrum, the fish moved to her hand and began to nibble on the pink gold ingot as if it were bread. The fish magically shimmered, and Gilgamesh, seeing that one wasn't enough, took out 2 more to satisfy the hunger of these fish. As they watched this scene, Kunzfeel entered and asked, drool dripping from his snout, "When did you guys get back?" Chapter 200, The Ancient Cemetery. Shall we move immediately towards the area where the ancient cemetery is located? Just from what we saw in the city, it means there will be many people. They are a problem considering that there will be humans and demons in one place. Eris, who had restrained herself, said naturally, if they're a problem, we just hit them a bit. No one would be our rival today, so we can be confident that we'll solve all problems without much effort. Gilgamesh shook his head and replied, it's not necessarily important to solve those problems. We can stay on the sidelines and act quietly while observing what happens. When we get tired of that, we can leave that place and take our own path. Can we take that freedom? Roxy had heard the rumors about that cemetery and the disappearances in the bone forest. Although they were strong, they could get lost, and that might cause them setbacks. Gilgamesh held his wine glass and gently slid the liquid around the crystal, then said, if that place is a problem, we just have to destroy it from our position, as we have done before. Listening to this, Roxy and Eris looked at each other. It's no wonder why wherever they go, there are simply eye-catching things. Perhaps Gilgamesh calls them unconsciously. Destruction was good, but attracting attention in that way is something that could give them a certain reputation they don't want for now. In reality, it doesn't matter, even if we get lost on our own, each of us except Kunzfeel would leave that forest without any problems. What intrigues me the most is finding out what caused that problem, so while exploring with the others, we will slowly learn about the environment. Gilgamesh smiled and continued, besides, it's not like no one knows us nowadays. We are the dynamic trio and the non-threatening divine beast. That title has been circulating in many parts of the demon continent. During their travels, they had found numerous wonderful things, magical places, and extremely powerful beasts. In most cases, the place ended up completely destroyed, and soon their fame would be recognized when they destroyed a stampede of magical beasts with a simple attack. Happily smiling, Gilgamesh drank the remaining wine and simply remembered the previous events. The next day, while Gilgamesh was sleeping, Kunzfeel let out a shout at the entrance of the stairs to the second floor. The underworld ship is estimated to appear in a few hours. Gilgamesh had recently enjoyed long naps, but as he had told Kunzfeel to inform him of anything that happened, he frowned and said, "We'll be down in a moment." Roxy on his left side smiled and murmured, "You even get angry when you asked him to wake you up, surely things are changing." Eris, who was lying on his right side, murmured, "I don't want to wake up." "Forget it, let's go to that place now." Gilgamesh got up and walked towards a large full-length mirror. Instead of his usual clothes, this time he decided to wear his golden armor. As for sleeping, they would leave that for when there was time. "Everyone, put on your armor, let's give an appearance of intimidation to our competitors." Gilgamesh had told them that as long as there were treasures, the interesting part of their journey would be competing for them, even if they didn't care about what it was. "Let's steal what we can." Eris loved two things, competition and fighting alongside Roxy against Gilgamesh. "Even if we manage to find treasures, they will all be mine." Gilgamesh, with an arrogant smile, gave his women a subtle glance. "What does that matter? In the end, you are ours." Eris shouted while standing next to Roxy as if asking for her support in these words. "That's true," Roxy said with a calm look. "Are we just four?" The silent Kunzfeel was a little worried and said, "Aren't you afraid of leaving Killa totally alone? There are valuable things in the house. We're just going to find treasures, not to fight. Our group is more than enough." Gilgamesh waved his hand, and Killa submerged in a huge ripple while munching on carrot cakes. Eris wore her armor with her two swords, both on one side of her hip. This time, she even wore a helmet on her left side, while Gilgamesh put on the crown he had obtained that time in the cave. Roxy also wore a set of armor along with her beautiful staff, with a sword spinning around it as if flying with magic. As for Kunzfeel, he wore black armor in his human form. "If we don't want to attract attention, it would be impossible with this attire," Roxy said as she put on a white mask like snow. "First, let's make a transaction." Gilgamesh, adorned in his beautiful golden armor, earrings, and necklaces, looked into the distance with a serious expression, then spoke slowly, "Let's go to the cemetery to discover what's in that place and find out the truth. If possible, I'd like to negotiate with the dead." Negotiate with the dead. Hearing these words, everyone felt a chill. Trading with the dead, this matter sounded ridiculous. But indeed, they had traded with a dead person, the merchant who should have died long ago. "Does that anomaly have to do with the cemetery you're going to?" "My lord, can the dead still do business?" Kunzfeel, who was ready for the battlefield, couldn't help but be frightened. Gilgamesh smiled and said, "It depends on who the dead person is and who is conducting the business. A clever person will be able to make a deal, while a fool will find their death. Since we are ready, let's go to the cemetery. Today we will learn why the dead don't leave the world in this place." Upon hearing such a spooky and absurd matter, Kunzfeel, usually the fearful one, having lived for hundreds of years and knowing Gilgamesh better than even his wives, gathered courage and stood tall as they boarded the Vimana. Doing business with the dead. Even Roxy muttered. The city of Green Oak was built very close to the cemetery. Even when the distance was so close that outside the city walls, undead were walking. These undead seemed to be ghouls, having the strength of their predecessors and maintaining the desire to kill. Standing outside the cemetery, the eyes and mouths of Gilgamesh's group opened wide. From the beginning, they thought this cemetery was a place where white bones were as vast as the ocean. In their imagination, the ancient cemetery must have been a lonely and barren land with corpse energy spanning even the sky. However, this cemetery in front of their eyes had green hills and clear waters. Looking around, they saw undulating mountain chains and some valleys resembling a sleeping snake. In this place of sky and earth, mist was everywhere, covering the bone tree pillars that rose to the sky and the very tall springs cascading down from the mountains. Although the landscape was full of undulating mountain chains and tall bone trees, along with very high waterfalls, one could see quite a few graves ahead. When powerful adventurers activated their special sights, they could see many incredible places. There was a coffin hanging on a cliff. Some graves were made of stone, some of wood, and some were made of gold. There was one located on a lonely peak with a majestic aura. It was as if this coffin lay in the high sky. There were also some coffins floating on top of a tranquil lake. At times, there were venomous snakes swimming, creating a creepy image. Were all these graves made by someone, or did they just form on their own? Kunsfeel couldn't believe that this place was feared by others. He originally thought there would be mountains and rivers of bones and corpses. Don't people say there are undead everywhere? Why don't we see any? Eris asked in surprise. Look at that group of adventurers over there. At that moment, Roxy pointed out that a group of adventurers had rushed into the depths of the cemetery. Gilgamesh's group looked toward that place, and there was a group of adventurers leaping on the undulating mountains. They seemed to have a purpose as they looked at the entrance to a valley. There might be treasure inside, so they rushed directly with a breath of desire. But the moment they rushed into the valley, suddenly, within the thickets and caves, many shadows appeared. They were all undead with different attire, originating from different places and races. Countless undead quickly rushed to kill this group of adventurers. Charge! The adventurers who rushed in arrogantly were all battle experts, so they roared and immediately started the battle. The undead didn't speak or roar. Silently, they fought against the adventurers. It was so strange that countless undead began using sword styles, casting spells, and techniques. Each attack carried a malignant aura as they began attacking the adventurers. The sound of magical gestures resonated. These undead were not only able to use weapons, but they were also capable of using magic. Ah! An adventurer was killed by a sword containing rotating flames like a bellows of a fire dragon. Those undead are extremely powerful, which means they are corpses from the Second Human-Demon War. Chapter 201, The Power of the Undead. An adventurer decapitated a couple of undead at once, but suddenly, a metallic spider the size of a fist appeared out of nowhere and jumped onto the head of this adventurer. A crack sound occurred, and it began exerting force while devouring. As it penetrated the skin, it reached the bones and soon the brain. The sharp scream of that adventurer echoed throughout the bone forest. Don't retreat! The experts in that group of adventurers formed a powerful attack. They continuously pushed forward with terrifying force, advancing step by step. Boom! As they risked their lives to enter the valley, victory was within their eyes. Suddenly, there was an explosion that shook the earth, turning the ground into a black hole, like the mouth of a mighty dragon, and all the adventurers who were taken by surprise fell without being able to do anything. The cries of fear, terror, and death resounded everywhere, and those adventurers who were actually powerful were devoured by the earth. Then, after swallowing all the adventurers, the hole closed without a trace that it had ever been open. In a short time, the valley regained its tranquility. If there were no blood on the ground, no one would be able to imagine that a bitter battle had just taken place here. As the cold breeze blew, Gilgamesh's group trembled. This was the first time they saw undead using weapons and casting spells. They always thought that the undead were like zombies or puppets. In that valley, at least, there is an undead who, considering its strength, is a sword king or higher. Kustenfeel looked towards that valley and sighed, then said, I wonder what kind of treasures we could find if we go there. At this moment, those who still questioned how powerful the undead were and how terrifying this place was felt the urgency to be alert. This was only the entrance, but a powerful group of adventurers was completely destroyed by underestimating the enemy. Think about it, how terrifying would the undead deep inside the cemetery be? Are you scared? They are definitely stronger than any undead in this place, all you need to do is not underestimate the group. Gilgamesh looked at his group that had fallen silent and gave them some small hints. Kunsfeel nervously swallowed his saliva and gathered his courage, then laughed and said, with my lord here, what could we be afraid of? I have seen demons kill humans, also kill demons, battles of gods, and true ominous beings. How could I be afraid? Less drama. Gilgamesh smiled at seeing Kustenfeel, who despite having lived for hundreds of years, still had fear. What do we do if the ground sinks while we're fighting? Unlike Roxy, I can't fly. Eris expressed her concerns about fighting in this place. Yesterday, I looked a lot at what has happened and will happen in this place, so there's no need to fight with the undead who don't make deals. We'll do business with those who want to exchange products for information. Gilgamesh shook his head and replied. Eris was curious and asked, who will do business with us? It all seems like they have no intelligence. Do those beings we want to negotiate with have consciousness? No and yes. Gilgamesh looked ahead and explained, from what I could find out, the undead here are nothing more than prisoners. To be exact, supposedly, there's no one controlling those beings, but hypothetically speaking, if they had a master, he would be here. The rumors in this place are pure legends without evidence or facts, so the things this place can hide are very tempting to ignore. Can we find that answer? Roxy asked, a bit excited. If she manages to solve this, she might consider writing a book about all the things they have done over the past year. I'm not sure. Gilgamesh shook his head and said, this place is too ancient to investigate in just one day. The undead are troublesome, but they are not the only problem. Mosquitoes, adventurers, snakes, and dragons once swallowed by the earth of this place will turn into undead. So, what about those who come to find out for themselves? At this moment, everyone was very curious. This was the first time they had heard of these things. Those who come determined to surrender to the earth are not interrupted since they will become part of this cemetery. The problem arises when each of us enters for different reasons, replied Gilgamesh, recalling what he had seen yesterday. Could they really regain their youth? This time Roxy asked with some suspicion. That's quite exaggerated, but the undead we're going to negotiate with are indeed people who have come to this place to regain their youth. As for the undead that attack, they are adventurers who enter this place to steal. Of course, this is only limited. The longer the burial time, the longer the minutes of life. Over time, some of their youth is restored. One has to be buried for hundreds of years to even live a few more weeks. So, it's a possibility of rebirth. Eris murmured a bit excited, her grandfather could come here if he wanted to live longer. Gilgamesh nodded and continued, regarding the principle, yes. However, the possibility is less likely than being able to find a fortune in a dangerous mountain. Many give up the desire to live longer when they feel the loneliness of this place. That means the test of this place is to have a strong will to keep living. Roxy drew a conclusion from this. That's correct. Moreover, people like us who come to this place in search of treasures could possibly be food for this place as well as for extending the lives of those still buried. Gilgamesh nodded in agreement. Listening to this, everyone was amazed. That's the sacrifice of living longer. Roxy murmured, having a different perception of life compared to humans. But Gilgamesh was totally different since he had been able to become immortal but eventually accepted his humanity, becoming something he never expected to be. So, all of us are their food, shouldn't we destroy this place? Eris asked while touching her chin. Gilgamesh just smiled and said, follow me. All of you need to stay right behind me. Everyone should be half a step away. Don't be too far from me. Remember, when I'm negotiating, don't speak. Gilgamesh's group followed his steps, extremely excited about what they were going to find. Unlike others who can enter with special methods, they first entered with the Vimana and walked. They dared not be careless. They split to both sides, and everyone prepared to fight. Chapter 202, Speaking with the Dead. As they entered the cemetery, suddenly, combat experts like Eris and Roxy immediately felt as if dazzling eyes were watching them from the caves around the mountains and burrows in the earth. All those eyes, staring at them intently, and in a matter of seconds, hundreds of undead emerged. Seeing the sudden arrival of the undead caused the group to be on high alert. Boom! However, at that very moment, Gilgamesh raised his hand, and the chains from the sky shot out at great speed, creating a mysterious rhythmic sound with golden ripples. Disappear before me, you damned filthy creatures! Gilgamesh released a powerful shout that shook the earth, and the chains, feeling the authority, began to tear apart the undead. The sound of the chains moving was incredibly powerful, and the golden color soon illuminated the surroundings. Within the harmonization of the two distinct sounds, the atmosphere suddenly became terrified. It was as if someone in the darkness was swallowed by the golden color of the chains from the sky, causing everyone nearby to look in that direction. But the sound of the chains along with Gilgamesh's cry echoed in the skies, and this immediately caused the undead to retreat slowly like frightened ghosts hiding in caves and underground. Seeing the result of this scene, Gilgamesh's group finally understood the true power of the chains from the sky. Of course, Kunsfeel already knew this. Anyone who dares to stand in my way will be reduced to ashes. I will not only destroy their bodies but also their souls. Whether gods or demons, bow your heads and hide like the filthy scum you are. The chains from the sky wrapped around Gilgamesh's right arm. Many of the chains penetrated the earth and split two mountains, the calm rivers began to vibrate, and this disturbance caused many to be afraid. Even large undead that lingered in this place felt intimidated. Coming out and bothering Gilgamesh had caused such a great turbulence that it split the earth for several kilometers around. At that moment, as a form of defense, the cemetery gathered truly dark energy that flowed along with the earth. This began to gather around Gilgamesh's group. Seeing the death energy gathering at their side, everyone went into defense mode. If suddenly buried by the earth, they could hardly react with effective attacks. At that moment, the chains from the sky began to embed themselves in the ground, surrounding Gilgamesh's group and emitting vibrant sounds. This made the earth beneath their feet vibrate. Speaking from the point of view of strangeness, when the chains began to vibrate, the earth alongside that energy had no way to approach. As they delved into the cemetery, the death energy became more severe. The places with a high density of undead inside the cemetery were normally weak, but as they went deeper, these undead became increasingly powerful. However, nothing could penetrate the chains from the sky. Gilgamesh, who walked without any fear on his face, began to pass by mountains and tread on lakes. Step by step, they moved forward, encountering numerous undead consisting of humans, beastmen, and demons. Moreover, all these beings were extremely powerful. Nevertheless, with Gilgamesh manipulating the chains from the sky while moving his hand, he prevented all these undead from approaching. No one attacked Gilgamesh's group, instead, after a few seconds, they returned to their domains. They saw many graves along the way. Many tombs were placed on mysterious cliffs. Some floated in the water, and others sank beneath the lake, while a few lay on top of the bone trees. Seeing all these old and new coffins protruding from the graves sent shivers down Gilgamesh's group. This place called the Ancient Cemetery was entirely appropriate because there are many graves here. They were also curious to know if there were corpses in the coffins, alive or dead, but without Gilgamesh's permission, they didn't dare to take any hasty action. In fact, they began to wonder how those chains moved on their own. Moreover, how were they originally constructed? They passed through countless mountains and rivers before stopping in a flat valley. This valley was like an abandoned wheat field, it had a very methodical appearance. This will be the first chosen one. Standing in this valley, Gilgamesh, with his eyes shining, assessed this place and made a decision. At that moment, there were quite a few wandering undead outside, their eyes emitting a faint and hellish light. They were like the eyes of the dead or evil demons, giving others a terrible sense of crisis. Standing inside, they were a bit nervous. Not out of fear, but out of caution, not wanting to have the chance to make a mistake. My name is Gilgamesh, King of Kings, Emperor of humanity, and future immortal being in this world. I plan to conquer the whole world under a doctrine of self-love and unique judgment, everyone will have the right to think. Gilgamesh's words were as authoritative as if he were the emperor of the world at that moment. However, the next event was even more terrifying. Boom! Deafening noises rang out, and the earth seemed to open. Suddenly, the entire earth in the valley lit up, and wave after wave of bluish light spilled out, intertwining into a large magical formation. This formation shone brightly, and clear sounds of swords continuously occurred with a dominant aura like tidal waves. In a blink of an eye, with a crack, a coffin floated slowly from the ground. This coffin was violet. It was evident that this coffin had experienced countless moons. Seeing this coffin, the people behind Gilgamesh had never before thought they witnessed events like these. What do you have to offer? Finally, an ancient voice came from the coffin. Gilgamesh opened his hand and said slowly, "A fruit that can cleanse your soul." Crack! Finally, the coffin slowly opened, and the character inside took a step out. At that moment, everyone clearly saw the incomparably old centaur. He wore silver armor while holding a fin sword in his hand. Although the old centaur had his eyes closed and no power in his body, there was an endless and majestic battle aura that caused others to tremble. "A demon lord!" Roxy whispered softly as she looked at the centaur race. When Roxy uttered these words, the centaur opened his eyes and shot a sinister aura toward Roxy. "How dare you, you damn filth!" Boom! Gilgamesh unleashed his murderous intent that split the earth and divided the skies. All that bloody aura made the centaur unconsciously tremble and fall to his knees. "You filthy wretch! Now you will answer my questions if you don't want to die this instant." Gilgamesh said solemnly while his body emitted a suffocating heat. If you are willing to answer my questions, nod your head, otherwise, I will kill you on the spot. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the centaur touched his heart as his body throbbed. Give me that fruit, and I will answer whatever you want. After sitting down, the old centaur uttered those words. Gilgamesh then threw a fruit of very low quality due to the disrespect from this centaur. Now I will ask my question. Gilgamesh looked coldly at the centaur and asked, do you know anything about the human god also known as Hitogami? Chapter 203, I don't need an answer. Gilgamesh's group became serious as they wanted to know the answer to that question. They knew that this human god was the enemy he was seeking in every place they went. According to his words, he had given up searching for him in the demon continent, and this search would begin elsewhere to somehow find him. They knew of many gods like the dragon god, the god of war, the god of the sword, and many other powers that held the title of a god. However, no one besides Gilgamesh knew about the human god, so they considered that this being had remained hidden since ancient times. If something is known, they could find the answer at this very moment. But Gilgamesh didn't need their answer, he just wanted to see him for a few seconds before knowing exactly what he wanted to know. Meanwhile, the old centaur sat on the ground as his breathing became heavier. After a long silence, the old centaur finally took out an object and placed it slowly on the ground. It was many years ago, my race can live at least 600 years, and for that same reason, we were perfect warriors for the demon god at that time. If you ask me if I know about that human god, I know some things, an ancient temple that idolized an ominous figure. It had no face, but they all worshipped it. My family pledged loyalty to him. Our goal in the early years of being in this era is to dominate the world. Still, we failed. At this moment, it was evident to everyone that this centaur was talking about a temple where supposedly Hitogami or, better said, the human god was idolized. Although those words were weak and meant nothing, they still gave them some answers to their questions. Where is that temple? Gilgamesh asked, and the deeper the centaur went into his memories, the more blurry they became. A story about a tale of a divine tree, our goal, besides ruling the world, was to use that tree to make him descend. That god is only resentful of his situation, but we had to kill him, and when discovered, those apostles annihilated my entire race. The centaur opened his eyes and looked at Gilgamesh, then said, that temple is closer than you think, many of those you know may know its whereabouts. What is this place? Gilgamesh asked again. The result of a rebellion and the extermination of many stars. What are those stars? Reincarnated from other worlds, those who were tempted by the human god and ended up dead with each other. I know what you are looking for. I entered this demon place because we knew that a powerful being would come to this place. The centaur looked at Gilgamesh and whispered, he's afraid of you. Upon hearing the name of those words, the hearts of all the people following Gilgamesh suddenly tightened. It's obvious what they mean, but it would be imprudent to simply trust those words. What do I do to find my answer? You already have the answer, you just don't open where it will come from. Just remember, your path may be preparing a new trial that only you can overcome that obstacle without millions of living beings dying. I don't need your recommendations, and clearly, I don't require your words. Gilgamesh didn't say much more before finishing what he wanted to know. If this place is a result of a battle, it means that what happened here is something simple to interpret. Everyone behind Gilgamesh was extremely confused. How is it that this place is the result of a battle between people from another world? They knew that Gilgamesh was one, but they didn't exactly understand when there could be more at once. It wasn't common, but it seems that it used to be. The old centaur smiled slightly and said, what exactly are you looking for them? If he dies, this world may be destroyed. You don't need to worry about that. Gods can be replaced, and their divinities extinguished. The world belongs to humans, not to a god who is just for show. Why do we need that god if we don't need anything from him? Gilgamesh was secretly surprised. He didn't know exactly how the world would collapse if the human god dies. It's true that this world would undergo some changes, but if they can indeed, they must be prepared. Do you know what the end of this place is? Gilgamesh focused his gaze on the centaur. Isn't it just to destroy it? The centaur asked as he looked at the fruit on the ground. You make your decisions, I'll make mine. I've fulfilled my mission of warning you. The centaur said as the traces of life in his body diminished. After that, the coffin closed, and he ended up being swallowed by the earth. After the old coffin sank into the earth, Roxy quickly seized this opportunity and eagerly asked, "Why didn't you ask him more?" "There's no need to know more, he's dead." Gilgamesh was quite perplexed. He couldn't analyze any hint of falsehood in a corpse, so now he was trapped in an alley for the first time since coming to this world. "Could you see anything?" Kustenfeel knew Gilgamesh better than anyone, so he asked first. "The past was blurry, and I couldn't see anything in the future." Gilgamesh shook his head as he said this. "So, is this place only the result of a battle between reincarnated beings?" Just at that moment, he didn't answer any more questions because the undead approached them again. Boom! Watching Gilgamesh's attacks, the group didn't stand still, and when they saw him move forward, they walked naturally behind him. They set off once again to find a second target. Gilgamesh stepped on swampy ground, and this time Roxy took care of freezing the path, making it solid. It was obvious that Gilgamesh understood to some extent what had been told to him in this place, but he needed more time to understand, so he wanted time to think. On the way, Gilgamesh's group didn't say a single word because they were not interested at the moment in asking questions. If for some reason they neglect again, things could get out of control. Now they knew that things in this place were not simple, and it would be better to keep their eyes wide open. Death is a dimension of life. For the current Gilgamesh, death is the essential event in human adventure. Death is a mystery, we consider it as the moment of saying goodbye to everything, it is the journey of going and not coming back. However, now that resolution had changed. Chapter 204, The Path of Death. Eventually, as they delved deeper into this place, Gilgamesh chose a deep lake. The water seemed stagnant in a dead silence where the bottom could not be seen. It exuded a cold and oppressive atmosphere. Most people couldn't help but shiver standing next to the lake. Home. After Gilgamesh stood in front of the lake, all the water soon turned black as ink. Waves of black lights resembling demonic swords rose to the sky, making everyone in the distance shiver from the cold. It was as if the god of the underworld himself emerged from the underground. Crack! 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 As all the black lights intertwined in one place, a torturous laughter echoed. A shadow emerged from the black light. Moreover, this shadow was completely enveloped in black mist as thick as ink, making its real appearance impossible to discern. Within the black mist, there were sounds of the dead along with transforming mist. It seemed as if there was a prehistoric fierce beast wanting to emerge from those shadows. The malevolent energy of this shadow caused Gilgamesh's group to tense. This malevolent energy directly affected their souls as if a devil had its gaze on them. Ha ha ha! The approaching shadow let out an insidious laugh and spoke diabolically, "That divine aura, you are definitely a god, this is my first time seeing one since the devastation of the ancient groups. Speak, what is it that you want?" The first words of this undead after appearing changed the expressions of everyone. They did not expect that the sudden rise of this undead would not be like the old centaur from a moment ago. "We'll make a transaction, I'm willing to do that. However, if you want to steal, then get out of my sight." Gilgamesh remained calm as he looked at that indescribable figure. "You little shit, when I ruled over this land, my title would be enough to crush any human." The ominous black shadow spoke. Gilgamesh smiled carelessly and replied, "I'm just seeing a damn lizard, what's impressive about that? Nowadays, dragons are very present in the human world. I wonder if I should start hunting them and take the ones I like as special toys, what do you think about that?" "Damn human, who are you?" The shadow immediately shouted like thunder and, in that same second, made a move. A horrible black hand came and struck directly towards Gilgamesh. The hand of a dragon carried a horrible aura that could conquer even the sky and earth, crushing its enemies in its path. They were capable of using battle energy and even handling any combat doctrine. Not only that, they were incredible for their long life, giving them the opportunity to be present in many important events. Crack! However, this dragon in the eyes of others was just a lizard to Gilgamesh. Sent by the chains of heaven, that figure hidden in black mist was firmly held. The sounds of cracks and the moving chains were heard clearly. Ah! A lamentable scream sounded, making Gilgamesh's group cover their ears. Everyone thought that Gilgamesh had been hit by the black shadow, but when everything became clear, they were all frozen. Suddenly, golden chains penetrated from under the ground. These chains emerged from various golden ripples. The chains held the body of the figure in front of them, making it impossible for it to move. The tips of the chains pierced the skin of the shadow dragon. They were extremely sharp, like spears sinking into the hard skin of the dragon and imprisoning it as if it were an insect. An ancient dragon. And so what if you've lived for thousands of years? In the end, you ended up in this battlefield forgotten by all those you cared for. Seeing the figure of the dragon in front of him, Gilgamesh smiled as his words showed indifference. You're of no use to me. After being kneaded by the chains of heaven, the black shadow was completely annihilated without even ashes or bones left. Boom! The chains exerted force, crushing the dragon's body, and all of them penetrated the lake, searching for the main body of this dragon. An useless dragon eliminated, a new one will appear. Gilgamesh slowly smiled and said, dogs can't change their habit of eating shit. After thousands of years, even a cursed dragon still thinks it's supreme among the races. The people behind Gilgamesh stood motionless. They clearly saw parts of a huge dragon fall back into the lake, but this time without any trace of life on its body. Ancient dragons are usually fierce and incredibly powerful monsters. However, just now, one had been eliminated, even though many wouldn't dare to approach one. The sudden appearance of the chains of heaven also scared countless undead in this area. At this moment, even the powerful undead hid in their nests, not daring to come out. Wasn't it necessary to extract information? The calmest person was still Roxy. Although she was surprised, she still asked calmly. Anyone who shows murderous intent towards me or my loved ones dies, that's the end of the interaction with us. Always keep that in mind, Gilgamesh smiled slightly as he waved his hand. Do dragons have magic? Kustenfield took a step forward and murmured, I mean, how does a dragon end up in this place? It may be trapped by the rules of this place, something that many have germinated according to their conditions, Gilgamesh replied naturally. Eris, who had nothing to contribute, remained silent. She was very excited about Gilgamesh's attitude and promised to follow that code no matter what. Both she and everyone else felt that it was the right way to act, even if it meant killing enemies. Naturally, they felt it was impossible for them to kill a dragon so easily. It's not that they weren't strong, but their experience in combat against enemies they had never faced before is still poor. To kill a dragon, strikes must go for the eyes or the heart. Killing it in one blow is the best idea to keep calm in case another enemy is nearby. If you can't, aim for precise hits in vital areas. Poking the eyes is the best. Eris murmured as she stored those beautiful insights in her thoughts. After crossing the high mountains, Gilgamesh finally chose the third location. This was an ancient unfathomable cave. After Gilgamesh introduced himself, waves and waves of noises arose. After a while, everyone saw 4 skeletons carrying a giant throne from the ancient cave. This throne was excessively extravagant. It was crafted from the rare and precious black metal. This was a metal of the finest grade used to create incredible weapons. When the giant throne descended, the resonant sound appeared, and even the great earth trembled. A childlike-faced old man with grey hair appeared in front of everyone. Although he wore a simple cotton robe, it wasn't stained with even a particle of dust. It was as if he were a spiritual elder. If his eyes weren't closed, and he didn't have a weak breath, then others would find it difficult to imagine that this elder in front of them was a dead person. An interesting peak. I never thought an elf would be in this place. Gilgamesh looked at that old man and slightly mocked. I never thought that today there would be a human capable of entering this cursed territory. You must be a very powerful man. Although he was a dead person buried in this place, the elf elder spoke in a pleasant and friendly manner. Gilgamesh smiled and pulled out the same fruit that the centaur had eaten before dying. This fruit gave those who ate it the possibility of dying in peaceful tranquility. If you're an elf, then I don't need to say many words to you. I need information on how to reach the human god, and I also want to know what happened in this place. The elder pondered for a moment and slowly pulled out an old book in an ancient language. This book was small, more like a diary where many unknown words and dates were written. This is my diary. It carries a record of everything I have lived so far. My memories are weak, I'm sorry I can't be of much help. But if you want to know what this place is, then give up. Even the gods of this world don't know how to solve the problem that man caused here hundreds of years ago. That's fine. Gilgamesh took the diary and didn't press on with his questions. I can feel the mark of the moon on your body and the blessing of the divine tree. You must have been chosen by that tree for something much greater. You must take care of yourself and what you cherish. The elder's words left everyone uneasy. Why do old people always speak in mysterious tones that are hard to understand? Is it so difficult to speak in clear words? Eris asked while looking at Roxy. Chapter 205, The Diverse Paths. I am the shadow. Many in life seek power, and they are willing to go to great lengths, even to take it with their teeth. But the consequences of having that power are many. Gilgamesh had been observing from the sidelines the events of the future and what happened in this place, but even with his divine eyes, he couldn't observe much because everyone in this place was in a state of life and death. As far as he knew, this place was a site where a battle was unleashed, and there was a certain being responsible for creating the condition in which the dead live here. They weren't alive, everyone who, for some reason, ended up here received vitality from those who died here in search of treasures. But as is well known, some of those who end up here or the vast majority eventually decide to die. So, their vitality should go somewhere, and that place should be where that entity is. In this way, the attraction here is enough for hundreds of people to die every day, and their vitality is absorbed and distributed evenly all around. Nevertheless, Gilgamesh discovered that this was a trap. In the end, it would end up destroying this place due to the conditions in which they lived, and it was a danger to anyone who lived here. When Gilgamesh saw the elf eat the fruit, just like the old centaur, he died with a faint smile in his eyes. Having gained information along the way, he knew there was one last place he wanted to visit. This way, Gilgamesh led them to the edge of what was a cliff, but this time above the Vimana. Finally, by choosing the right mountain, from that point, they could see the surroundings from a single dwelling. Standing at the top of such a place, everyone felt amazed by the views. This mountain was truly too majestic and could simply be called the #1 mountain in the demonic continent. It's not a place you can access by walking, at least that's my impression. This time we are here to ask again before joining the main events that will happen next. When Gilgamesh chose this place, it wasn't by mere coincidence but by the sensations and energies that were here. Finally, with a majestic voice, Gilgamesh awakened the undead, and there was a person who immediately rushed out of the cave. No one could feel how or when that person appeared. When they clearly saw this person, the group identified her as a young woman of no more than 30 years with unparalleled elegance. It was difficult to describe only with words. The unparalleled elegance of this woman possessed a mature charm, shaking the heart of any single man. Roxy had an uncommon beauty, while Eris had a unique charm, but compared to the woman in front, they lacked a mature air. Eris was a beauty that caused a young and tentative sensation, but she didn't have the same maturity and sensual atmosphere as the woman ahead. If the woman's eyes weren't closed, then the group wouldn't have believed that this woman in front of them was dead. The princess of the ancient kingdom in the central continent, a unique beauty before the start of the first human-demon war. Her appearance and talents were unmatched, she was the only one capable of captivating any hero of that era. Although the title of the #1 beauty is a bit exaggerated, it wasn't far from truly considering it. Gilgamesh looked at the woman in front and sighed, seeing a bit more of that person's life. This great beauty recognized in an era, as she can use her ability to see the past and present, could see certain things. However, no matter what happened in the past, her present was dark, indicating that she was dead. The unparalleled beauty in front, with her beautiful features, opened her eyes, and bloody rays appeared in her pupils. Then she closed her eyes and said nothing more as if she were waiting for something. Gilgamesh, as a king with experience, sat on the floor without caring about his manners, and the woman in front of him also sat. Gilgamesh took a fruit, just like the previous ones, and placed it in front of her. Eventually, their attention focused on what she wanted to seek. You can take that fruit and rest eternally, everyone can have that right, so you are not excluded from that feeling. But keep in mind one thing, once you eat that fruit, you will eventually die without any impossibility. Once Gilgamesh's words came out, the woman stood up and walked to the back of the cave without saying a word. I will add another condition, I will kill that man for you. Once I get what I want, I will destroy this place. Gilgamesh smiled indifferently. The body of the supreme beauty stiffened, and she quickly turned with her terrifying gaze, looking at Gilgamesh with absolute fury. This bloody intention to kill seemed as if she wanted to crucify him while trying to see through Gilgamesh and how he knew this. Don't be too emotional. A fluctuation like this isn't good for you. You've been accumulating energy, slowly and through countless moons, to save your pride and kill your fiancé. Do you expect to use it now? Gilgamesh knew everything about this woman, so his words were sincere and very harsh. Finally, the supreme beauty closed her eyes and slowly sat in complete silence. I know you have a star map. That could tell me the way to a certain place I want to find with absolute certainty. If you give it to me, I promise everything I've proposed to you now. Gilgamesh spoke slowly and confidently. Gilgamesh's group remained silent, watching this scene with total confusion. Naturally, they didn't know who the woman in front of them was, let alone what they were negotiating. As for why Gilgamesh knew so much, there was no need to ask any more. They were getting used to Gilgamesh being able to uncover people's secrets without any problem. The beautiful woman contemplated for a long time and finally took out a stone box. She placed it gently on the ground, still in silence. Gilgamesh slowly placed his hand on the stone box, but he didn't open it. He simply felt it and finally sighed, a map made of animal skin, where the stars of the ancient and new worlds can flourish. Placing the magical fruit on the ground, Gilgamesh's voice was incredibly sincere and gentle. Don't be afraid, I never break my promises. After hearing this, the beauty's body shivered, and suddenly, she opened her beautiful eyes, revealing a bloody rainbow-like glow. Don't get too excited, your lifespan doesn't come easily just by being in this place. If you use it now, I would kill you, and you wouldn't gain anything. Gilgamesh gave a warning with a deep tone. Finally, the supreme beauty closed her eyes and took the fruit Gilgamesh had left on the ground. Then, her shadow disappeared without a trace. Her speed was incredibly impressive, but everyone was strong enough to see her. Gilgamesh solemnly put away the stone box without saying anything. Then, he patted Eris on the shoulder and said, Don't worry, when you're older, you'll be much more beautiful than any other goddess. You must give your body, aura, and heart time. Eris, who understood what Gilgamesh meant, furrowed her brows and murmured, Brute. Will she die? Kunafil asked in a dignified tone. Of course, she will, whether or not when I completely destroy this place. Gilgamesh said, nodding. As for Eris and Roxy, they sat on both sides of Gilgamesh's throne. Kunafil didn't care too much about treasures. In fact, he had many treasures. For him, being with Gilgamesh was more than enough to gain benefits he could never have imagined in the future. Gilgamesh decided on the location. They descended from the mountain and were ready to leave the ancient cemetery for the moment. There. After leaving the mountain, when they tried to approach a corner of a valley, Roxy noticed something strange in front of the valley. She hurriedly pulled on Gilgamesh's sleeve and whispered. Gilgamesh raised his head to look, and the people in the back also followed suit. At that moment, they saw a coffin slowly drifting away from the valley. In the ancient cemetery, everyone suddenly saw a flying coffin that instilled fear in anyone. This slowly moving coffin was too strange and completely silent. At this moment, not to mention the undead, even Gilgamesh's group was dumbfounded. Gilgamesh analyzed this coffin, and his heart tightened. His eyes became serious as he stared at the coffin drifting from the valley. He was surprised because he didn't think he would see such a sinister killing intent again. This coffin was very common. It was as if it were made of the most common wood. Within this cemetery, there were many better coffins. This common wooden coffin in front was not worth mentioning. Down, down, there are black creatures under that coffin. Kunafil meticulously discovered those creatures. Chapter 206, The Stone Coffins. Everyone took a second look at that stone coffin. It was just as Kunafil had said. The bottom of the coffin was densely populated with creatures resembling black starfish. It was as if they were an army, lifting the coffin out of the valley. Seeing such a strange scene of black stars carrying a coffin, not to mention Eris, who hadn't had much experience with strange things, but even Roxy and Kunafil, who had practically traveled all over the world, were very surprised. Although this cemetery produced many strange curiosities because it was one of the most mysterious and bizarre places in the world, and anyone who came here had seen many strange scenes, seeing the black stars carrying a coffin was the strangest thing they had seen, and it even sent chills down their spines. Those things are similar to the entities from that portal inside the hidden paradise. Looking at the black stars carrying the coffin, Gilgamesh's eyes expressed his total authority. As he traversed countless battlefields as Gilgamesh, son of the gods, no matter what enemy he faced, he would eliminate them without losing a single battle. But here in this world where he had to decipher everything, he couldn't comprehend everything in front of him. How could he imagine what those stars were that were moving a coffin out of the valley? Is there a corpse in that stone coffin? Could we encounter a living being or a completely dead one? Eris, seeing this incredible scene, asked aloud. Perhaps it's a treasure, not a corpse. I've seen those runes on that coffin before, but I can't remember where. Kunafil threw an interested look. My lord, why don't we open it and see what's inside? If there's something, we can eliminate it. It can't pose many problems for us. Eris agreed with this and expressed her desire to fight. And what if it's something much more complex than we think? Roxy asked as she looked at that stone coffin. Kunafil didn't give up and laughed. What is there to be afraid of? My lord Gilgamesh is here. He knows God, kills God, he knows a demon, kills the demon. A dry corpse in a coffin can't pose a problem. Of course, Roxy didn't join the commotion. She had been in dungeons and knew the danger that something as seemingly harmless as a flower could pose. She couldn't imagine how terrible what was in that stone coffin might be. Gilgamesh finally withdrew his gaze from the coffin carried by the black stars. With one hand, he struck Kunafil's neck and said, "If you want to die, I'll throw you in there. Even if you're invincible, in dangerous areas like these, there could be places that even led a god." Being reprimanded by Gilgamesh, Kunafil laughed ironically and quickly shrunk into a corner. At this point, the black stars carrying the coffin headed towards the deepest part of the cemetery. Speaking of strange things, when these black stars were busy carrying the coffin, all the nearby undead immediately retreated. Even those hidden underground ran away from this coffin. Seeing this scene, everyone took a deep breath, thinking about something. Did you see that? Even the undead avoided coming into contact with that thing. Wouldn't we be getting into unnecessary situations? Roxy unconsciously looked at Gilgamesh, wanting to know if this was really a problem. Gilgamesh stared at the coffin heading towards the deepest part of the cemetery and said nothing, nor did he take any action. Seeing Gilgamesh's expression, Eris and Roxy knew that this was a serious matter. Watching the coffin disappear from everyone's sight, Kunafil asked again, "Should we take a look?" "No need." Gilgamesh finally shook his head and said, "There are many things at stake for the future that shouldn't be touched to have better control of the board. Even if that's not a threat, it might be an advantage we can use against others hours, days, or years later. Let's go, we have to join the main event. Staying here longer would be useless since I know what I came to look for." In the end, Gilgamesh sat on the Vimana's throne and moved away from this place. Gilgamesh's group arrived quite early at the city of Green Oak. After entering, the city became even livelier, and there were even more adventurers from different continents and powerful mercenary groups from the most capable nations visiting the city. Especially those located on the Milis continent, they were the ones with bases closest to this place. Many old warriors also brought their young ones to the city so that they could experience the world and open their eyes to events that might eventually make history. In the end, any powerful disciple with potential would inevitably face an existence as a formidable enemy. Among the known figures who arrived in the city of Green Oak, there were some who drew everyone's attention. For example, Alexander, the god of the north, and Kalman III, considered immortal by many. As the current leader and third-generation practitioner of the sword style of the god of the north, Alexander is a very powerful fighter. As a descendant of Adolf and a relative of the god of war, Badigadi, who is his great-uncle. It is said that he is over 200 years old, practically immortal, and considers himself the hero he aspires to be. When he heard that incredible things had happened in the demon continent, he abandoned his mission to eliminate all superts. As a descendant of Adolf, an immortal demon lord, he is also immortal and will recover from injuries that would kill a normal being, in addition to having a long life. This gave him the confidence to venture into dangerous places like these to extend his fame. Alexander arrived in the city of Green Oak with many soldiers from his grandmother Adolf, with the goal of eliminating any evil they might find in this place. Such ostentation left many adventurers in the city of Green Oak angry at seeing that narcissistic god of the north. Being a descendant of an immortal being must feel incredible to live for so many years. If I could live 100 years, I'm sure I would be stronger than that self-proclaimed hero. Watching such a pompous scene, many experts sighed with envy, as well as jealousy. Although Alexander's growing power is not well remembered every time he is talked about, new rumors and things he has done over the years emerge. Should he be a god of the sword? He looks as young as my son and possibly older than my great-grandfather. Alexander, with his followers, along with experts borrowed from his grandfather, entered the city vigorously, attracting the amazement of everyone. An incomparable genius among contemporary geniuses. I'm afraid not many people could compare to Alexander. Some women in the vicinity were captivated by this man. Haha, incomparable genius. A demon coldly snorted. He did not like Alexander's attitude at all. He spoke in a hostile manner. He's just a lucky immortal dog. Old serpent, what are you saying about this matter? A friend of his, another demon, curiously asked. This demon looked at Alexander being adored by everyone and spat, then he disdainfully replied, he's just a child in my eyes, even though he has more years than even my father, he's a damn immature man. Many demons hate Alexander. His arrogant and accusatory attitude towards all demons, especially the supports, is something that repulses everyone. It's not surprising that many powerful demons challenge him to a duel, but they all end up defeated by that arrogant god of the north. What they didn't know is that, in addition to his mission to become a hero, he had heard that some of his disciples had recently died in this place. It was a pity that he found nothing related to their deaths other than a lot of destruction. Chapter 207, The Alliance. I heard that many have seen Gilgamesh, the prince of the Azura kingdom, around these parts. Many say he's so powerful that he has slain all his enemies without exception. The Red Prince, a truly bloodthirsty man who will likely become a king in a few years. Humph, little animal, I'm sure that with the rumors Millis religion is spreading about him, he won't be in public much. Being harassed in that way by those believers is not something easy to ignore, but I'm certainly intrigued to meet him. Sooner or later, he will die facing a powerful enemy, but it is even said that he might be the incarnation of a hero from history due to his strength. In the city of Green Oak, a gathering place for the strong, when someone mentioned that Gilgamesh had been seen here, Alexander snorted coldly and contemptuously said, "I'm sure he's nothing special, I could crush that Gilgamesh without using a sword." Upon hearing this, many people stiffened and looked at each other. At that moment, they understood the implications of his words and the warning from the Church of Millis about the demon that was Gilgamesh. Perhaps for that reason, Alexander had come to this city. I'm undoubtedly thoughtful about it. Is Gilgamesh really as weak as they want to portray him when he has survived in the demon continent without any problems? After hearing Alexander, a young genius lamented. Alexander's visit to the city of Green Oak left many very furious. However, even if they somehow hated him, they couldn't do anything about it. During the current times in the demon continent, there weren't many who could compare to Alexander. However, just at that moment, a very different group led by a powerful man arrived, making Alexander's appearance take a back seat. The Adventurers Guild has arrived. This message left many adventurer groups ecstatic. Some knew that if this happened, there would definitely be captivating missions that could leave them with much more rewards than they imagined. Did they say that Epsilon is leading the group to this check? Someone with inside information emotionally murmured, "It is said that Epsilon is an adventurer superior to S rank, at the top of adventurers from all continents. His arrival. Does it mean he is here only to protect, or does he have some other mission? What did you say? Do you think they sent someone so powerful to enter the ancient cemetery?" Upon hearing this information, an adventurer's mind was shaken, while others had to take a deep breath. Epsilon used a scythe. He was the only powerful adventurer using a sword, but the mere use of this weapon was still highly questioned due to the sword styles with which many gods had been crowned as the strongest in their profession. If someone so powerful emerged with the scythe, it could only be attributed to his talent, as many had failed using this fighting style. Having that talent and surpassing even sword emperors from the north have been significant achievements for his reputation. In this way, Epsilon had a great influence and subsequently became a high-ranking member within the Adventurers Association. Not only that, S-rank adventurer groups are being led by him, that is truly important to know. They are worthy of being called the spearhead of adventurers, so most would join them. An elderly mercenary exclaimed enviously. Adventurers have worked through the Adventurers Association. If the association itself sends a branch to this place, it means that all adventurers and important groups would be under its authority if they wanted to receive rewards from the association. It was that simple. However, not everyone could create or be interested in association missions. If one tried their luck in this place without being tied to something or representing a renowned power, the rewards might be too juicy. There were countless adventurer groups that were not here for a mission. All of them had come to this continent to try their luck on their own, but seeing the difficulty of entering the ancient cemetery, they still doubted if they had the capabilities to enter. The opportunity to touch the underworld and gain immortality. Many heard the legends, felt the desire, and therefore wanted to go on their own. Such a message or legend caused many great and ancient influences from the continents to feel the need to obtain something. If they could be immortal, what would they care about life here for 200 years? Living over and over again, restarting life every 110 years was a wet dream for everyone who lived no more than 60 years. The appearance of the underworld boat river marked a history-breaking event, causing all influences in the world to pay attention to this place. For many realms and mercenary groups, traveling through dangerous territory is an extremely difficult thing to achieve a few years ago. However, the Uruk Tower had long offered travel through flying boats, which greatly facilitated the journey. Although it was extremely expensive, it was safe, and they were completely sure they would reach their destination. In the last few days, adventurers from all over the world arrived through magical boats descending from the clouds. All kinds of races, including humans, gathered in the city of Green Oak. But among all the territories, there was an unparalleled presence of demons because they lived on this continent. Therefore, many formed secret alliances to halt the advance when the time came. At that moment, countless large mercenary groups, powerful nations, and even immortal clans had calculated the hour when the boat descended from the sky. Especially those with accounts of the journey experiences. Meanwhile, inside the ancient celestial cemetery, Gilgamesh's group flew over the mountains and finally reached the borders of the cemetery. They were the first to enter and come out alive without any problems. Outside the cemetery, Gilgamesh, called by Eris, saw a man with severe wounds on his body sitting while behind him were two little girls with black hair and purple eyes. The most striking thing was that they were of the beast race, possessing the natural traits of the species, such as their large wolf ears and a thick tail. Damn bitches! Why are you unharmed, and I'm dying? The man, who was possibly their owner, scolded them, but the wounds on his body prevented him from doing much more. Hey you, how much do you sell the twins for? Eris asked with a cold look on her face. The man who was growling looked into Eris's eyes and muttered, now everyone wants to stand out on this side of the world. Name a price. Roxy looked at the twins and thought that if she didn't help them now, they might die. You're a mage, if you can heal me, then they are yours. The man said with a wicked smile. Deal. Roxy cast a powerful healing spell without naming it, and at first glance, the man's wounds healed immediately. Haha, by God, I thought I would die in this hell. You're lucky, both are still virgins, you can enjoy them whenever you want. The man looked at Gilgamesh with a lustful look as he passed by Roxy, but at that moment, he felt something strong holding him by the neck. What the hell? Gilgamesh's actions surprised everyone, including the beast girls. I'm curious, Eris, give each of them a sword. Gilgamesh lifted the man in the air, holding his neck, and gave a calm look to Eris. Okay. Understanding what he meant, Eris unsheathed her sword and once she suppressed her aura, she handed it to one of the wolf girls, then did the same with the other. This man possibly stole part of their childhood. What will you do now? Gilgamesh looked at the wolf girls and asked, while his voice turned as cold as winter. It's been a long time since he trained anyone besides his wives, but now that they had adopted two little cats it was time for them to show their teeth. They looked at Gilgamesh, their eyes dull with emotions showed more and more hatred and in the end when the man was about to die of asphyxiation they themselves ran and stuck their swords in the back of the man who wanted to sell them after leaving this place. Arg! Blood flowed down the row of both swords, staining the hands of both girls who had tears in their eyes full of resentment. Your name will be Delia and Alba, they are both now in my group because my women like them. They will be trained later, for now just change your clothes. Gilgamesh threw the man's corpse but not before breaking his neck. What will we do with them? Ctto asked as he reflected on what had happened, does his lord now have 4 wives? He should seriously consider looking for someone in this life, of course, it would be aggressive to have more than one wife. No need to think about it, they are my property now, that's what Eris and Roxy decided, I don't have to worry about that. Gilgamesh said as he wiped his hands. I like their names, plus they are incredibly beautiful. Roxy felt happy and caressed one of the girls' heads with a smile. Delia and Alba are beautiful teenagers with black hair and big wolf ears on the top of their heads. They have purple eyes. Their bodies are slender and as long as they continue to grow they would be wonderful women. As a breed of wolf, they possess the natural traits of the species, which are their large wolf ears and a thick tail. Gilgamesh couldn't lie, they were adorable. Eris of course couldn't pass up adapting them which intrigued her but it was a trait she showed very often with women with furry tails and ears, she likes soft. They are beautiful, should I take care of one of them? Ctto shamelessly asked, earning the anger of Eris and Roxy. Gilgamesh shook his head and said, your soul orientation has been lost, you haven't felt anything like that in hundreds of years. Have you seen it? Ctto jumped back into his dog form and closed his eyes as if he were asleep. I will help you. When I am emperor I will marry you to a beautiful wife who can live the same years as you, it will surely be complicated but you will live a full life of happiness. Thank you, my lord. Ctto said with dog tears in his eyes. Chapter 208, Surrounded by Beautiful Women. Leaving the ancient cemetery, the now 5-member group was in high spirits. At this moment, Delia and Alba were seated on the laps of Eris and Roxy, both being cared for as if they were treasures. Both girls glanced sideways at Gilgamesh, seated on the Vimana's throne. They were deeply grateful, and a sense of loyalty and love was growing deeply in their hearts. If Gilgamesh knew, he would simply say it's a natural reaction given his situation, so they could do as they pleased. However, as they departed, they encountered a wandering individual beneath the mountains. This person, sitting on a large rock, had the impulse to enter the cemetery. Yet, after careful consideration, they stepped away, not daring to enter. The eyes of this person turned serious after seeing Gilgamesh's group exiting the mountain. Especially after seeing the pair of twins, their expression turned furious. Stepping forward, they instantly blocked Gilgamesh's path. This person blocking the way felt as if he were the most powerful man in the world, making them think he might be a formidable enemy. At this point, the group clearly saw the appearance of the person blocking their way. He was a young man over 20 years old. With a sharp forehead and cold eyes, he had a firm and resolute presence. Although his stature wasn't particularly large, he gave off a sense of strong character, like observing a towering mountain. It was as if he were unusually huge, making others uncontrollably look up to him. The young man in front wore black, and an invisible aura of battle surrounded him, yet he still seemed like a mountain blocking the light from the sky, separating heaven from earth. Regardless of where he was, he remained a formidable man. Even with just his imposing presence, it was stifling for those who were especially weak. Firm and resolute, this young man in black in front of them seemed like an embodiment of an immovable mountain. Another clown, my lord, attack without mercy. Ctto raised his tail like an arrow and whispered to Gilgamesh. Seeing this young man in front of them, Gilgamesh said nothing. However, Delia and Alva, who were beside him, focused their eyes, and their expressions darkened. Both girls stared at that young man, and one of them said, "Brother, what are you doing here? It's been years since we were taken from the clan. Now that we've been saved from our captor, we have no intention of going back." "You're mistaken." The young man glowed with a faint light, revealing his true appearance, and said, "Young sisters, now that I'm here, nothing will happen to you. I've been following your trail for a year but couldn't find you. My father, our father, thinks it's an unnecessary search, but I don't see it that way. You know this is our instinct, the weak die, and the strong survive. You are strong, so I advise you to return and show how strong you are." "Insolent bastard!" Ctto let out a scream that pierced the sky and said, "Devil's idiot dog, my young ladies are now my lord Gilgamesh's women. They have nothing to worry about, especially now that they are with my lord. There is no one who can touch them even if they wish." Ctto returned to his human form and held his large sword, influenced by his speech. Gilgamesh, on the side, didn't even bother to get up. Since when did others involve him with any woman by his side? That made no sense. Although Ctto was a powerful warrior, he didn't dare to underestimate the young man in front of him. Upon hearing the words of the young man in front of them, Gilgamesh's group learned about his background. Especially Delia and Alba, who had been sitting next to Eris and Roxy. "Listen, I have no intention of getting in trouble with you, who are my sister's benefactors. However, I hope you advise them to return to the clan where they were born." The man in front of them said in a deep tone. "We are no longer under the care of the clan, and we definitely do not want to return to a place where we were not taken care of as children. As we used to know each other, I call you elder brother, but if you're here to take me back, you'd better leave." At this point, very few had the qualifications to interfere. They could only wait for the situation to unfold and see what Gilgamesh wanted. "Little sisters, you are corrupting and harming the reputation of our clan by associating with a human." The man called Josh looked at Gilgamesh's group, and truth be told, he didn't think much of it, so he said, "Today, the human realms are weak because of those who rule them. In contrast, we have always been in battle, so there is no comparison in the way we live. A human cannot protect my sisters. Save those annoying words." At that moment, Gilgamesh grew impatient and waved his hand. It was as if he were shooing away a mosquito, and he said, "A good dog doesn't block the path of someone who can become its master. I'm in a hurry to get home and embrace my beautiful women, do you understand? Get out of my presence." Gilgamesh's words left Josh with a somber expression. He glared at Gilgamesh with eyes like divine lanterns, and a voice as heavy as iron came out of his mouth, "You are Gilgamesh, right? You dare to shout in front of me? I want to see if you have any capabilities. After saying that, a powerful battle aura burst from his body, and with one side, an attack resembling claws shot out. Josh's move had no real threat that Gilgamesh's group could consider, it was simply a gathering of battle energy capable of crushing a mountain. Cusnfield's expression darkened after seeing Josh's sudden movement. He wanted to take action, but Gilgamesh coldly sneered and extended a single hand. In an instant, a beautiful golden axe appeared in his hand and swung forward. Gilgamesh's movement seemed simple, he used nothing but his physical strength. Gilgamesh's action changed Josh's expression. He was one of the 3 guardians of the Violet Wolf tribe. How could a human dare to compete with his physique? As Josh saw Gilgamesh's hand move while holding that deadly axe, he coldly sneered. He had complete confidence in his physique. In his perspective, Gilgamesh was seeking his own death. As his powerful attack descended, not only would it break Gilgamesh's hand, but it would also easily grind him into minced meat. Boom! A loud explosion occurred right in front of the tip of the Vimana, and both were shaken by the wind. Josh's expression suddenly changed. That impact was enough to make him retreat just from the air pressure, and the ground beneath his feet cracked. Under this strike, Gilgamesh's body had been shaken. He stepped firmly on the Vimana's mountain and took the blow head-on as if he didn't care, causing Roxy, who had taken control of the ship, to cover herself and the others with a magical shield. Jumping, Gilgamesh stepped on the ground, repeatedly swinging his axe. Josh had a lineage of a divine beast, his body was naturally strong, and his formidable battle aura. Gilgamesh, in one step, destroyed the surroundings, and Josh was slowly pushed back, but this time he had stopped using his battle aura. This exchange of blows using only their physical strength was incredible to witness. However, the biggest surprise was from Josh, who felt that Gilgamesh wasn't exerting himself. He had absolute confidence in his physical strength, but Gilgamesh seemed to be making no effort. Josh was no older than 40, and for his kind, he was a young man who would be the future most powerful guardian. This was a significant issue, however, he was underestimating Gilgamesh too much. Although the man in front of him wore powerful armor, his physique seemed unparalleled in this world. That's enough for you to know the difference, there's nothing impressive in the outcome. Gilgamesh looked at Josh and said calmly, wait until the day you can defeat a dragon with a finger, then you can come before me again and claim the right to a duel. Josh's eyes turned serious and shone like divine lanterns. He stared at Gilgamesh and moved, recovering from the shock. Finally, he spoke slowly, I didn't know I was in the presence of a powerful human. Today, I made a mistake. I was too arrogant, and my words were not enough. I still have time, we will meet once I can defeat a dragon with a finger. Although Josh was arrogant, he was also a smart man and not so blind as to consider himself invincible in this world. Under this blow, he realized that not even using only his physical strength did he have an advantage, so he was determined to leave and not die in this place. This was also Josh's intelligence. In terms of natural talents and strength, he was absolutely no weaker than men like Alexander or a sword god. But because he had always kept his strength hidden from the world, it was all because he knew when to advance and when to lower his head and retreat. Actually, a bit smart. Gilgamesh said calmly and carelessly as he looked at Josh's fading shadow and murmured, but it won't be me who defeats you. Delia and Alba, you will be stronger than this guardian. I don't care about the reason, I want results. Gilgamesh appeared beside Roxy, who had stood up for him to handle the Vimana. When they returned to the city, they climbed onto Killis' back and entered the house. There were many things to look forward to in the coming days. Chapter 209, 2 New Servants. After Gilgamesh felt comfortable in a closed and quiet environment, Roxy brought some interesting news from outside that he surely wanted to hear. The Uruk Tower sent news, my letters arrived, and there was an immediate response. Also, many renowned figures have arrived in this city. Well, I'm planning to go to the cemetery once more. Gilgamesh nodded and said slowly. Are we going into the cemetery again? Eris, who was teaching some fencing manuals to Delia and Alba, suddenly looked at Gilgamesh upon hearing this. We will go. Why wouldn't we? Gilgamesh smiled and said, we will explore that special place deep in the forest because it would be interesting to observe some more things before destroying everything. It may not be very interesting, but there are certainly good treasures that I wouldn't mind having in my warehouse. Hearing Gilgamesh's words, the 2 great beauties, Eris and Roxy, couldn't help but look at each other. When did they agree to destroy the entire cemetery? Only very few people in the world would think that way. How are things with the bigger influences? Gilgamesh asked casually. Roxy shook her head and said, I don't know the exact details. According to our information sources, many of the major influences are gathering. However, none will move again until the ship fully appears over the expected area. It seems like all those foxes are very clever. They move with practically little security, which makes me somewhat bored, thinking that I would find someone at least decent. I guess we should focus on other things. Gilgamesh understood the mindset of many major influences. Surviving within the cemetery is complicated, and there are few benefits in risking that way. The so-called powerful beings were not willing to die for a trivial mistake of their arrogance. The moment the ship appears, everyone will have easy access to the forest, and each will head to certain places with unknown motives. The more they think and plan their moves, the more chances they have of surviving. In theory, we still have time before the ship fully appears. We'll take a short break before entering the cemetery again on our own. Once we finish our affairs, we will join the rest. Gilgamesh said with a slight smile as he looked at the twin sisters who were actually a bit clumsy. Although Gilgamesh said this, hinting at taking a break, he prepared blood rituals for those twins and selected suitable weapons for them. He handed one a pair of reinforced gloves and the other a massive hammer. While they had their blood ritual, Gilgamesh checked the progress of the seed that would bear fruits of immortality, and a small tree had grown in less than a year. The tree was beautiful, and there were about 5 sprouts, meaning it would yield 5 immortal fruits for him to use. Without proper guidance to care for this tree of immortal fruits, he had to be very careful not to damage them and be attentive most of the time to avoid any mishaps. The life essence poured into the immortal fruits gave them an alarmingly fast growth rate. At that moment, Gilgamesh was overseeing the growth of the future of his immortal fruits while drinking wine. Roxy was beside him reading new books on magic while stroking his hair, and as for Eris, she was taking care of her 2 new friends. Something strange was happening, so Gilgamesh wasn't interested in intervening. Do you know anything about the beast race to which those twins belong? Gilgamesh asked a bit interested, recalling the strength of that guardian who was slightly surprising in height but would be a formidable opponent for anyone else. Beast wolves live like wolves in a pack, and the strongest in the pack is the leader. The stronger members of the wolves, as authority, have many concubines and, as a result, have many offspring, Roxy told him, recalling that rare race that is hard to find nowadays. That's why they are so beautiful, and the same reason their father didn't care about them. Regrettable, but it's completely understandable. If we look at it objectively, they probably didn't hold much value in the tribe or clan they belonged to, maybe that's why they were abandoned. Although Gilgamesh spoke these somewhat cruel words, his gaze focused on the future, and he murmured, but by our side, they will be more than just strong. I suppose they will grow with a new education. We should prepare, maybe we can practice with them for when we have children, Roxy. Yes. Roxy nodded slightly without thinking too much about it. Although it would be better when the fruits of immortality are ready, only then will our descendants have the ability of immortality, perhaps not as strong, but certainly living for hundreds of thousands of years, Gilgamesh said, slightly pensive. Roxy, on the other hand, thought, would they live that long? What would happen to the world? That way, she would be a goddess in every sense, something she had never thought about before. She had undergone many changes beside Gilgamesh, her temperament and nobility had awakened stronger than ever within her, and a certain air of arrogance was expressed in each of her movements. This attitude might be due to Gilgamesh's influence, but now she was increasingly exuding a mature and charming air. Chapter 210, A Different Destination. Rewards and Punishments. Insults and Praises. To me, it's all the same ink on paper. I didn't have a name since my father didn't give me one, but now I call myself Delia. That name resonated within me and made me feel extremely grateful to the world. Delia looked at her body, which had practically evolved and gained highly defined muscles. She glanced at her sister Alba, who was still immobile in the blood ritual while regaining the mobility of her body. Both Delia and Alba had received a reward from fate, if one could call it that, in this encounter with that mysterious and unfathomable human man. His scent was enchanting, his gaze penetrating, and a serenity on his face that made Delia feel like she should serve him for the rest of her life. Eris had told them that they would now live with them. They didn't ask anything about their past, and it seemed that it was not something that mattered to them because they never questioned it. Delia clenched her fists, she could now feel her strength, and according to their principles, Gilgamesh, who is the strongest in the pack, should be the one she served. I wonder when he will choose me. Delia, who had a misconception of her situation, looked at her body in a mirror and smiled. She was hungry right now, so she needed to be fed. Demon continent, over 100 kilometers from the ancient cemetery. Rudius stood on a mountain with a lifeless figure behind him. This was one of his great creations through magic. A puppet might sound unreal, but he had been investigating more and more to advance in the creation of inanimate servants to have increasingly better skills in this magic and eventually have a formidable armor. How much time has passed? Rudius hadn't initially trusted someone like Hiragami, but things had led him to a point where he couldn't turn back. Gilgamesh had threatened his family, and he probably always distrusted him for some reason he didn't know. He didn't blame him, but listening to all those rumors about him, the idea of killing him became more and more present in his mind. Killing someone as powerful as Gilgamesh was a very bad joke. How to kill someone who is possibly more powerful than a god in this rule? It wasn't absurd to imagine that he would be crushed with his entire family if he faced Gilgamesh directly at this moment, but he believed deep in his heart that if he was careful, he could do it. In the story he knew of Gilgamesh, he had lost, even with powerful weapons, he lost to weak humans, so he was confident that he could defeat someone as arrogant as his target. If he continued training in secret, he might find a way, and, of course, he wouldn't directly risk exposing his intentions. He had heard from Hitagami that Gilgamesh couldn't know that he had spoken with him and decided to mark him as an enemy. If he had the protection of a god, Gilgamesh should have problems facing him. Besides, he wasn't completely sure if he could eliminate him with complete safety. During his stay in this place, in addition to training, he had improved a lot in his magic to the point where he was extremely strong. He had received certain aids from the human god, but it was never something surprising. As he had been repeatedly warned, he should not leave the continent because of the dangers lurking in the outside world. Tensions between humans and demonic races had been intense for generations, and clashes were frequent. But for some other reasons, he learned that there were much more dangerous things happening in different places where he definitely shouldn't step unless he sought death. He found several allies, like a man the human god had told him to trust. Ryujerd was his name. He had taken care of helping him in many of the difficulties he had in this continent, and thus, he was able to find a way to move forward at least in the first year surviving in this place. However, he had no plans other than to prepare himself, and after having enough strength, meet with his family to know that they were well. If Gilgamesh is behind his problems, it's because he did nothing to avoid it, so if for some reason they were hurt, they unleashed their fury against those involved. Just as he was about to leave this continent, he encountered a group of adventurers called Counter Arrow. They had come to the Demon Continent because they wanted to seek some opportunities in what was happening near the ancient cemetery. In that group, he met Sarah. She showed some disgust toward his last name, but he didn't have to take it too much into account since he didn't quite understand women. But after many adventures together, they both opened up more, and that hatred seemed to be forgotten. Since they were the last groups to be sent, they would be in charge of receiving and sending resources to the Green Oak City several kilometers away. Before that, he and Sarah had some discussions about approaching that place, which Rudius told them they would die if they approached that place. That night, by the time everyone returned to their respective places to sleep, something kept Rudius from sleeping. He opened his eyes and began to chat with Rudyard, who was still keeping watch even while asleep. "Why did you decide to say something like that to Sarah?" Rudyard opened his half-closed eyes and looked at Rudius. "Because, no matter how much time passes, everyone dies when facing destinies that are far superior to their strength." Rudius was focused on his own demons. He didn't know if he was doing the right thing, and he also didn't understand how someone like Gilgamesh could be in this world. He wanted to ask and know more about it, but he doubted if he would answer all his questions. He wouldn't do it if he thought about it. HNNN. While pondering all this, Rudyard, without making any gesture, closed his eyes and said the following. "Well, I guess that's how things are." What does he mean by that? Rudius didn't understand, but in the end, he didn't dwell too much on his response. However, for some reason, he had a bad premonition that led him to do so. Early the next morning. "This is the last ship destined for the Green Oak City, so board quickly as you won't be able to catch the main events that are about to happen." As they boarded the magical ship, everyone was impressed by its great capacity, both for carrying resources and mobilizing people. "How much have you heard about Prince Gilgamesh?" A priest from the Holy Church of Milis waved his staff and shouted to everyone boarding the ship. "Why do you preach against the fourth prince?" Sarah couldn't understand the hatred towards the fourth prince of the Azura Kingdom, who was the only one in royalty who made the effort to send thousands of requests to find the citizens of Ctto who were teleported. I have no idea. Rudius didn't respond to this because he didn't care. Let's not get involved. However, just at that moment, two figures in black cloaks passed by Rudius's group, and one muttered, "Kill him, cut off his head, and throw his body off the ship." "Yes, sir." "Wait." Sarah wanted to stop them, but at the last moment, the figures moved at a terrifying speed, and with a single swing of their swords, that priest died brutally. "What are you doing?" The man walked forward and exuded a powerful battle aura as he said, "My name is Rajay, a lion with the title of Sword Emperor. If you have any issues, you can step forward, and we'll gladly address your concerns." "He's strong, let's not get involved." Ruchard backed off from this as he could sense that he was no match for the other party. Chapter 211, The Ancient Stone Box. Watching Gilgamesh sitting calmly in the chair, the expressions of the people looking down on the sick Killa turned extremely cold. Who is that man? He seems to be surrounded by beautiful women, but he doesn't care. I have a huge urge to cut him into pieces, only a human dares to be so shameless in acting that way in this city. At that moment, Gilgamesh slowly opened his eyes and murmured, "Who do you think you are, anyway? Talking behind my back and pointing your finger. If you have any issues, you can come and address them properly. Your comments don't bother me, but you should mind the language of your mouth, or I will personally take care of ripping it out at the root." Young ignorant. Gilgamesh's words immediately made the expressions of those people who were talking behind his back look up and furrow their brows. They were all angry, but being discovered, they didn't know what to do. These words really scared an elderly man who was looking at Killa with great delight. He quickly bowed and said, "I apologize deeply for the character of these inexperienced youngsters. I would like to offer you a sincere apology on their behalf, and I hope you can overlook these minor matters. Elder, you should mind your own business and ignore what doesn't concern you. Everyone is born with a tongue to speak properly, the words one chooses are the ones they should be responsible for. You should have a good tone and make sure not to be embarrassed in front of the level of words you use." Gilgamesh's response was very calm, as if he were unaffected by his surroundings. On his lap, Delia seemed to be asleep. Gilgamesh couldn't help it, she was as clingy as a cat, and her actions reminded him of his cat that should be in the hidden paradise being treated as a divine beast. "Hey, you're in the demonic continent, as a human, you should act with much more respect." Unexpectedly, a man with crocodile skin pointed at Gilgamesh, who was lying on a sunbed. Killa's culture wasn't much because it was submerged underground, making many see Gilgamesh and the seemingly small house through different eyes. All passers-by looked extensively at Gilgamesh because they didn't know this divinely looking man, let alone heard about the women accompanying him. "Who the hell are you?" Gilgamesh interrupted the demon and looked at him coldly, saying, "If you have any problems, you can try to cross the boundaries of my house and try something. If you're qualified to catch my attention, then your words will come out loud, but for now, none of you have the qualifications to talk to me. This bastard doesn't know suffering." A demon who was watching the beautiful Delia being caressed by Gilgamesh wished to have her due to her divine appearance. She had been attracting a lot of attention from passing demons in front of Gilgamesh's house, so he said, "How dare you speak in that tone to us?" Gilgamesh sitting in his place slowly replied, "Wait, are you looking for trouble? Will you be able to bear the consequences? How dare you underestimate us?" These words infuriated the trembling demon, and as his rage rose, his aura reached the skies. Finished speaking, his hand immediately pointed at Gilgamesh. "Enough, children, you'll die if you take a step forward." At that moment, the voice of the elderly human who had been watching Killa underground immediately stepped forward and held the demon's arm. "You're smarter than this, settle all your personal issues here and leave. This man is not someone you can confront and survive." The elderly man who had just taken action said in a deep tone while holding the demon's hand. This elderly man had a tall and strong body that could be perceived only by the keenest observers. The hair of this elderly man was grey, and a diamond could be seen in the center of the elderly man. Seeing this elderly man, the demons backed off and left, not without looking threateningly at Gilgamesh. "Shouldn't you have handed me his hand with which he pointed at me?" Gilgamesh asked, looking more interestedly at the elderly man who had directly intervened. "That would only trigger the deaths of those filthy demons." The elderly man maintained his disdain in the words directed at the demons. "Wouldn't that be better? They are alive because you interfered just when things were getting interesting. This matter would trigger a much larger battle if it reaches the ears of humans and demons. Lately, tension is very high between the different races here, so any small excuse is a sign of battle for others. I hope you can understand, I don't want to see the city filled with blood. I have no interest in continuing to talk, you should go your way, old man. Gilgamesh bid farewell to this curious elderly man who prevented the demons from dying. Roxy, you are possibly one of the most powerful demon women on this continent and in the world, a powerful mage who can use divine magic and is destined to live for eternity. Don't you feel that you should educate those of your kind? Gilgamesh asked, looking at Roxy, who had appeared at the door of the house. Roxy, who was originally listening to the conversation outside, came out after everyone left. She sat on the seats outside the house where she couldn't be easily seen due to the plants and said, I feel no love for my kind beyond the meagred, unlike you who want a better future for all humans in general who accept your guidance. Besides turning this continent into a place full of life, there is nothing else. Roxy's response left Gilgamesh a little pensive, and he nodded after understanding a bit of what she meant. After saying those words, Roxy reminded him, moreover, demons are mostly wild beings who act on instinct because we have survived, not lived, since we were little. No one is willing to certain abrupt changes, and I think that's okay. They are just demons. If any of them don't succumb to my woman, then I'll give them a great lesson. Gilgamesh said this indifferently as he reached his hand towards Roxy's leg. Roxy sighed softly and continued to advise with a serious and well-intentioned counsel, wherever we go, people always die. Although I know it's difficult to avoid an offense, we shouldn't always respond with violence. If you're concerned about blood, then I'll make sure you don't see it. I have a sword that freezes people until they become nothing more than death, we could use it against the Muggles. Gilgamesh murmured, much more interested in Roxy's attitude. You know what I mean, and we shouldn't be doing this outside the house. Roxy responded, pushing away Gilgamesh's mischievous hand that was getting deeper under her skirt. You're right, should we go to our room? Gilgamesh asked, appearing over Roxy and looking at her very desirefully. Shouldn't we be attentive to other matters? You're right, and we should have children until the fruits of immortality are ready to be consumed. Gilgamesh gently kissed Roxy's neck, smelling that sweet aroma. Then he stood up and said, take care of your cat, Delia, she must learn magic from you. Oh, yes. Roxy blushed a bit and nodded. In the room, Gilgamesh took out an ancient stone box he had obtained from that sale house and examined it with absolute attention. Now, this is a box full of surprises. Chapter 212, Cherry Scent. No, it's not the time. Gilgamesh held the stone box and returned it to his treasury. Then, he carefully examined the immortal fruit plant and found that they were indeed growing rapidly, and in at least another 2 years, he could have everything he desired. All right, for now, everything will be fine. Gilgamesh shifted his attention from the immortals. When he opened his eyes, he saw Roxy and Eris on the bed. Then he said, well, what we'll do next is talk to some ancient demons in the cemetery who are apparently looking for an immortal fruit that would give them the maximum life they've been seeking since they were sealed. Roxy couldn't help but look at him angrily. She was always very reserved about her feelings and rarely expressive. But this time, she was very doubtful about what they would do next. Ancient demons were extremely skilled beings, and it's no surprise that gods can be sealed or even cursed, so she couldn't bear to see the fact that Gilgamesh might get hurt. Can't you see the future? Instead of going to talk to an ancient demon, why not take a stroll in the city's special street? Maybe we can find more incredible things than last time. Roxy said with an ironic smile, thinking that she had chosen correctly. Are there interesting things in that place? Hearing this, Gilgamesh felt a bit surprised at how Roxy was presenting it. They say it's an interesting place that doesn't open for long. Eris and the beauties went a day ago but were fooled by supposedly magical and miraculous cherries. In the end, they were just sweet cherries. Roxy said with a smile, thinking about it. At least they were sweet. Gilgamesh joked and murmured, I should teach Eris more about mathematics. They were sweet. Eris replied with an embarrassed expression. Then that's what matters, let's see how interesting that street is. Let's leave the twins here, we need to make them adapt to their strength and senses. Gilgamesh felt the twins running around the house, chasing magical fish as if they could somehow eat them. Eris, who seemed a bit sad about being deceived, said that the cherries had a nice smell, so she thought they were magical fruits. Besides, they glowed occasionally, so she believed once again that they were special fruits. I spent all the money on food, the twins eat more coincidental meat. Eris went down the stairs while saying this. Now I'm a vegan, my lady. Coincidental said, chewing on a piece of grass. Although Eris had her own money, the one she won in the bets with Gilgamesh, all that money disappeared with the big explosion, so she practically had no money at her disposal. So, she couldn't afford practically anything. But she knew that Gilgamesh had money, and Roxy had demonic pearls to pay in another type of currency. You can be calm, don't you remember those tons of gold we took from the store? Besides, I have billions of the highest quality gold coins. If you don't have cash, just say so, and we'll open a small safe where you can take whatever you want without telling me. Gilgamesh lacked nothing in terms of money, so he said this quite normally. Moreover, our dear Roxy has demonic money. She'll be our wallet today. Speaking in that tone left Eris a bit irritated. Gilgamesh had certain ways of calmly altering her emotions. I only have a small fortune, how can I keep up with the expenses you make? Gilgamesh was calm and replied, aren't you happy? As my woman, you are mine, your wealth is some of the extra benefits of being by my side. Gilgamesh's words made Roxy blush once again. Meanwhile, Eris was pouting her adorable lips. With her elegant and charming eyes, along with a seductive style, it was enough for anyone to feel attracted. Now that I remember, how old are you, Eris? She was surprised and answered with a smile, I'm 15. Don't lie. Roxy said as if she were Eris's producer. In the end, the group set off for the ancient street, and even Coincidental, along with the twins, followed them. The house, of course, was being protected not only by Gilgamesh but also by Roxy's magic, so ultimately, everyone went to that street. The ancient street was located within the city of Green Oak and was an ancient street. It was more appropriate to call it that because the buildings here were extremely old, with one in particular resembling a small mini-city within. The ancient street had always existed, and no one knew when it was created or by whom. In summary, from everyone's past impressions, the ancient street was always there. And this particular building opened to the public every time the underworld ship appeared. This attracted great people to come here to trade. It could be said that those who were able to buy treasures on the ancient street had great origins. Of course, only those with pockets full of money and treasures would dare to come to the ancient street to buy items. Otherwise, even if they entered the ancient street, they could only see treasures while sighing in lamentation for their poverty. Although there were many thieves and small traders in the ancient Sky City, none of these types of people were willing to come to a place like the special building. Moreover, it was very clear that everyone who came to the ancient street was from a great nation or powerful beings. These people had eyes as bright as torches, and the bargaining items of thieves would not catch the eyes of these people. Deceiving these types of people was seeking their own deaths. Before Gilgamesh's group arrived, the ancient street was already very crowded and lively, with people coming in and out. There were nobles from strong realms, famous mercenaries, and even renowned adventurers walking, not to mention even more impressive figures like dragon men and much more. Inside the ancient street, countless princes were entering this city. These people were the ones who threw money away as if it were trash. Everyone came here just to buy wonderful things and then leave immediately. Meanwhile, there were also a few adventurers who came to this place with the intention of buying items at a low price. Of course, those who dared to come and do this were very strong considering the world's strength. Among the very bustling ancient streets, not to mention the old ones who came to show off treasures to boast, there were many others who just wanted to have a little fun. Gilgamesh entered the ancient street, and many waves of heated discussions began. Gilgamesh had a very divine appearance that stood out because of the clothes he wore, but when it came to moving hearts, there were Eris and Roxy by his side who were held by extremely charming twins. 4 beautiful beauties and a dog, lying that Gilgamesh, who was handsome, seemed to attract less attention. With 4 beauties as companions, no matter where they went, they would always attract the eyes of others. Do you suppress your aura for something special? Eris asked a bit curiously. I just want to attract attention, Gilgamesh said with a mysterious smile. Who are these beautiful women? A man couldn't help but ask. Suddenly, countless looks that could kill were pointed and thrown towards Gilgamesh. A man, no matter how strong, would be envied in that way, they all would believe it was luck and inevitably do stupid things. I hope it's entertaining. Gilgamesh's eyes gleamed in a threatening tone. Chapter 213, Concealing the Divine Aura. Under countless envious gazes, Gilgamesh enjoyed this feeling and walked calmly with slow steps through the ancient street. The ancient street was indeed a good place with very old buildings compared to other places. In this place, people could not only trade but could even find friends to gather and walk down the street together. This was a highly lively and surprisingly vast place. It couldn't be seen with just a simple glance. Along the way, Gilgamesh's eyes were dazzled by many treasures as he walked with his group. There was an old adventurer sitting on a balcony near the corner with a large sign that read, "Mana Recovery Potions." Another adventurer in front of them had a silver chest in front of him and said, "Ancient 10,000 Poisons Plant, trade only for a magic sword." Gilgamesh walked through the ancient street with an interesting smile on his face. Even Eris and Roxy, who had somewhat uncommon backgrounds, were surprised by the things they were seeing on this street. They hadn't walked too far before Gilgamesh was suddenly drawn to an item sold by an adventurer in a corner. This was an old Dean, with a look that his head's horns could somehow represent his age. The item sold by this old dragon was contained in a crystal cylinder. It was not a very large fish. Moreover, at a glance, it was very cute and round like a little ball. There were patches of swelling in 5 colors patched on its body, giving it a cute appearance. This was a fish that was not particularly remarkable. In the ancient street, with people coming in and out, many did not notice that fish, and at most, some only gave it a glance from time to time. However, most of the looks were drawn by the old dragon. At the end of the day, it was not at all common to see a dragon in human form. What a cute little thing! Gilgamesh took a few steps forward and touched the crystal cylinder placed on a wooden box. The way Gilgamesh looked at this cylinder was very peculiar, as even the fish itself was alarmed, and its initially adorable body changed to an extremely brutal appearance while a blinding light expanded throughout its body. In a blink, the fish's entire body increased in size several times. The sudden transformation not only scared Gilgamesh's group but also the nearby adventurers who then came and gathered around. What divine creature is this? Seeing this fish roaring as it tried to bite the crystal cylinder, an old adventurer with a curious expression asked. A blessed fish, at least that's what I know. Gilgamesh, looking at the fish in front of him, thought it would be incredible to have it because this way, he could create a suitable garden to keep the tree of immortal fruits in a magical environment. The old dragon raised his head, revealing a bright and terrifying light in his eyes. At this moment, he nodded slightly and said, "Right, this is a fish blessed by magic and the world, a little one without peers in the world. A magically blessed fish." An old mage exclaimed alarmingly and said, "Legend has it that the clouds are like magical water, where the most incredible fish in the world live, whose magic can never be extinguished. So, if a magically blessed fish appears, it means it comes from that place." Suddenly, the hearts of curious adventurers and surrounding mages began to beat faster. Who couldn't be moved by such a treasure? If they could raise a fish like this, it might even take the appearance of a truly brilliant being. "What are you asking for this fish?" asked a great mage who couldn't help but contain his curiosity. The old dragon slowly raised his head with eyes like lightning and looked at the group of people, then said slowly, "A magic potion capable of repelling the darkness of an eternal evil." What did that dragon say? I don't understand, what is that? Gilgamesh looked at the dragon for a few brief moments and said, "We'll see each other another time, go back and give this to your son. For now, you must await my arrival, and when the time comes, I will present myself properly." "Hey!" The dragon stood up with a slight surprise. But Gilgamesh said once again, "If you leave now, your son will be able to live. If you don't, he will die, consumed by his curse. I will completely remove it when we meet again. After all, the central continent will be mine." After a good distance, Eris asked softly, "What just happened?" "His son was cursed, a truly dark curse that consumes both his life and his magic." Gilgamesh was brief with his response. "So, will that save him?" "Of course not, his son's life is not worth what he has given me. He will have to offer more if he wants his little dragon to survive for more than 10 years. Gilgamesh smiled mysteriously and said nothing more. Eris and Roxy were very calm, even Kusenfeel was very different from before, staying completely silent, watching to ensure that the two twins didn't eat the fish their lord had obtained. Gilgamesh continued strolling through the ancient street with his group. One had to say that, although the items displayed on the ancient street were indeed treasures, there weren't many items that he desired. A true magical treasure. When Gilgamesh was walking down a steep street, someone exclaimed from a group ahead. Hearing this shout, many people changed their expressions, and in no time, many people surrounded the area. "Anyone who can help this old man do one thing, this old man will give the person a treasure. At that moment, a rough old voice echoed among the crowd. Gilgamesh, who was passing by, was also surprised. The first gesture was to give others a magical treasure, which was truly incredible coming from a person, so he approached. On a simple plate was an old man dressed in wizard's clothing, a large hat, and a grey cloak that covered his entire body. He wore a calm expression on his face, as if he were an ordinary person. At that moment, the old man slowly took out a magical fire treasure. Although this treasure seemed to be something simple, it was actually a genuine item that released an adorable magic of manipulation. To be honest, this magical treasure was created inside a volcano and is said to have been made by a god. It is made of a very expensive material that cannot be obtained today. The old man placed the magical treasure in the air in a metal box. Placing a magical treasure with that powerful fire aura was a move that immediately drew everyone's attention. After the old man placed this treasure on the mother box, he then placed a purple seed on the table. This seed seemed common, but in Gilgamesh's eyes, only he could make the most of it. This seemed to be a seed similar to a bean. It was purple and seemed like it couldn't be planted because it needed a special method of fertilization. This is a seed of purple peaches, a magical tree that grants fruits that only the gods can enjoy because it will give anyone who eats it the ability to be a god with just a taste. The old man continued speaking slowly. Upon hearing this, everyone had to take a deep breath. A magical fruit that only the gods can eat, how terrifying was this existence? It even grants a large amount of magic to everyone who eats it. Suddenly, the crowd watching looked around in amazement. This old man was too daring. Perhaps the request he made would be so significant that common people like them in this place couldn't do much. What made the people even crazier was that the precious magical item seemed like they wanted to grab it and run away right at this moment. After taking out the two objects, he reached into his chest again and fumbled as if he were finding another treasure. Suddenly, everyone felt worried and felt anxious inside. They were curious to know what the third object the old man would take out. "Old man, hurry up and take out the treasure. Don't torture us this way, what will it be?" An adventurer saw that the old man searched inside his chest for half a day but didn't take anything out, so he couldn't help but shout. "Don't bother me, damn poor." The old man didn't even raise his head and just blew a flute. It seemed as if he were the lord of the air. With a furious wind noise, this warrior was thrown out of the city of Green Oak at great speed. Everyone took a cold breath. The adventurer who spoke at this moment was very big and seemed to be very strong, but he was thrown away like trash. This made all the spectators step back as their hearts trembled. Everyone then realized that this old man in front of them couldn't be intimidated. Otherwise, he wouldn't take out such an impressive magical treasure now. With this event of interruption, all the spectators in this place didn't dare to speak. Everyone even held their breath while the old man in front of them searched for something inside his chest. Finally, he found an ancient wooden figure that was so old it looked like trash. But the old man placed it in front of him and said, "Strawberries of eternal forgetfulness, delicious giant strawberries hidden inside this wooden figure." Gilgamesh, in this crowd as he looked at the purple seed, felt incredibly tempted. Before conquering the central continent, he wanted to create a beautiful magical garden in which he could spend eternity with his wives. Therefore, being adorned with delicious fruits was something that would suit him well. Chapter 214, My Garden. Have you ever seen giant strawberries? After following Gilgamesh for a long time, Roxy understood him better than anyone else. She felt the subtle changes in Gilgamesh and gently whispered in his ear. Gilgamesh remained silent, only staring at the old man with the corners of his lips slightly lifted, revealing a faint smile. This old man wants everyone to do something very simple. At this moment, the old man raised his head and cheerfully smiled at everyone. Then he said, "Listen, anyone who can open this chest can choose any of these 3 treasures." After finishing speaking, the old man's eyes narrowed as he said these words and threw a large stone chest under his feet. Such words from the old man caused a commotion among everyone. This thing was too incredible, it was like a damn rain of hamburgers. By opening the treasure chest, one could immediately grab one of the treasures on the wooden box. This was the best thing in the world that could happen to anyone. So, after the old man finished speaking, everyone stared at him. "Is this true?" A demon lord couldn't help but ask. The old man's eyes squinted as he smiled, "This is more real than even fornicating with a mermaid, this is no joke. My words are made of gold, and I never regret my words. Anyone who opens this stone chest can choose any of these 3 treasures. Any conditions?" Suddenly, everyone was eager to try this cake falling from the sky, and who would want to miss this great opportunity? No conditions. Whether you hit, crush, or use magic. Everything is possible as long as you can open this stone chest. The old man happily smiled and looked at everyone speculatively. I will go first, and no one get in my way. Suddenly, everyone was advancing, wanting to immediately rush to open the stone chest. Don't worry, there's no hurry, take your time, everyone will have a chance. The old man casually waved his hand and prevented everyone from rushing. He smiled and said, those who want to try have to form a line first. One at a time, I hate pigs that crowd. Previously, the old man easily expelled an adventurer, so when he opened his mouth this time, no one dared to be presumptuous, everyone immediately fell silent. An intelligent person immediately stepped forward and said, let's form a line. At this moment, everyone rushed to form a long line. Among the line were ordinary people. There were also magi kings from one direction and even emperors and sword kings. However, Gilgamesh did not line up. He pulled Eris and Roxy to the side and calmly watched the fun. In a short moment, there was a long line with a huge and spectacular crowd. Go ahead. You need to be quick when it's someone's turn. Only 3 chances at most, don't waste other people's time. The old man smiled as if he expected something. Open sesame. Standing right at the front was a demon lord. He quickly rushed forward and reached out, grabbing the buckle of the stone chest. He stood firmly as his battle aura flowed. The muscles in his body tightened, exerting a power capable of shaking mountains. However, no matter how much energy he used, even if he gathered all his strength, he was unable to open this stone chest. Open, open, open. The demon lord did not give up and revealed his true form. This was a large monkey with extremely sharp dual claws. He clung tightly to the top of the chest, but the stone chest remained as before and didn't budge an inch. You can't do it, next. The old man shook his head and initiated the next turn. The demon lord was unwilling, he exerted all his strength, but still couldn't open this stone chest. Although he was unwilling, he couldn't do anything about it. Thus, he withdrew angrily and stood to the side to enjoy the bustling scene. Open. The second person was a wizard. He opened his mouth and chanted a long enchantment, and a sharp blade surrounded by red energy appeared. This red blade was very terrifying. Boom. However, no matter how terrifying this magical blade was, upon striking the top of the stone chest still didn't move and wasn't damaged. Not even a mark was left behind. This wizard launched 2 more powerful attacks. Each of his attacks added to the earth, but he couldn't damage the stone chest, not even a bit. Next. The old man was too lazy to take another look at this enlightened being. He shook his head and sent him away. I will do it. A swordsman unsheathed his sword, and the entire battle aura moved from his body and penetrated the top of the stone chest. However, the result remained the same, he couldn't open this stone chest. Next. The old man shook his head, disappointed. Shortly after, people lined up one after another, taking turns to try and activate their techniques and methods. There was even a madman who hit the stone chest with his forehead. However, regardless of the method, the stone chest remained unmoved and undamaged. Finally, a powerful mage took action. He lifted his magic staff and began gathering magic, putting a powerful force at the tip of his staff. All that magical energy formed an attack, and the street, which was quiet until then, soon filled with chaos. Even powerful mages formed a barrier to prevent further damage. Eventually, almost everyone had a turn. But still, no one could open this stone chest. This stone chest was like a rock in the toilet, so hard that nothing could break it, making everyone grit their teeth in frustration. More than half of them left the line, giving up before even starting, watching stronger people than them surrender. It's my turn, said a beautiful woman wearing leather armor. Boom. Amidst the lights and battle aura, she made a move. No one knew how she triggered her sword, but with a swing that encompassed unbeatable killing intent, it was seen by everyone. As the edge of the sword descended, it was enough to show its invincible killing intent, making everyone shudder. Everyone felt chills all over, and their bodies were as cold as ice, it was as if the killing intent enveloped them. In this very second, everyone felt that this sword did not cut the stone chest, but it could cut their heads without hesitation. Clang! But still, she failed. Even the girl dressed in black couldn't believe it. She had extreme confidence in her sword. Not to mention this stone chest, even a hard mineral would be cut under this descending sword. However, the stone chest in front remained undamaged, and this was simply unthinkable. The girl dressed in black couldn't help but look fiercely forward. The seemingly gaze was able to pierce the stone chest with her killing intent. You can't do it. The old man shook his head and said, your sword is indeed a good sword, and your sword technique is truly unparalleled, but it's still not enough. Many people had already tried to open the chest, but the old man didn't even evaluate them once. At this moment, he finally spoke. This was enough to show that the girl dressed in black was truly exceptional. Although the girl dressed in black couldn't accept it and found it inconceivable, she didn't make another move and withdrew to the side without saying a word. While standing on the side, everyone else quickly took 3 steps back, not daring to approach. Such a woman was someone they didn't want to get involved with. She's strong, but I'm stronger. Can I split that stone chest in half? Eris pulled Gilgamesh slightly excited. If you don't control your strength, you'll not only split the chest but also the whole city. Gilgamesh murmured with an ironic smile. Eris and Roxy's strength in this world was practically unmatched. There were people stronger than them, but they could be counted on one hand. That is to say, they were very powerful. Chapter 215, Unworthy. After that quite powerful girl stepped aside, no more adventurers, wizards, or even swordsmen were willing to humiliate themselves with their poor skills and step forward. Even sword emperors and powerful wizards couldn't leave a scratch on that chest, let alone weaker ones. Is there anyone else? The old man stood in his place and squinted at everyone. At this point, many adventurers fell silent. They finally realized that there was no such thing as a hamburger rain falling from the sky. This old man pulled out the coveted magical item and divine fruits, but he was willing to give them away. One could only imagine how great his strength and skills must be, so trying if that old man couldn't do it would be a big joke. Let me try, maybe I can do something. When everyone else had given up, a loud and prominent voice was heard. A young man walked forward with firm steps, demonstrating his powerful battle aura. This man seemed to have enough strength to step on anyone present with his impressive aura. His gaze revealed a perceptible disdain towards everyone, and he had a sword with a deathly aura at his waist. With this sword, this man seemed to have unimaginable power. He's one of Alexander's followers. An adventurer saw the seal on the proud figure's shoulder and emotionally announced his identity. The expressions of many present changed after hearing that he was one of the followers of Alexander, the current god of the sword in the north. That immortal man was someone many had heard of, and anyone present inevitably had to respect him. It is said that Alexander had many disciples, hundreds of them scattered all over the world, and many still followed him. After all, he was a god of the sword, possibly one of the 7 world powers. His influence in the current era was greater than that of the ancient dead or sealed gods. In the current land under the apparent calm of the continents, anyone would be moved when the current gods were mentioned. In the last human-demon war, the god Kalman III was the most prominent god in that war and fought incredibly strong beings until his bones were broken. At that time, his entire clan had been massacred by the demon god, so with everything they had, all the descendants of Kalman fought tooth and nail to avenge the one who had overthrown them from power and crushed their prestige as the immortal race. Today, after several days of Kalman III being absent since he arrived in the city, how could they not be surprised to see a follower of such a god now? In everyone's mind, the apprentices of this man would be at least a sword saint. A follower of Alexander, even if he's possibly just a disciple, that doesn't mean he would have the abilities to break that stone chest. A demon snorted at the sight of that arrogant figure. The disciple named Jupiter stepped forward and looked at the stone chest in front of him. Then, he snorted coldly and unsheathed his sword. He raised a violet sword in his hand. The sword, in addition to its color, emitted slight flashes of electricity. However, although they were weak signs of electricity, it was like a huge death scythe held by Jupiter. He raised his sword and used the North Blade style, which amazed many at the level of mastery of that battle style. There wasn't much electricity on the outside of the violet sword since it all traveled inside. However, it was harnessing its own great power with the technique it was about to use. An elemental sword. Noticing that electricity traveling inside the violet sword, a man with strange eyes involuntarily shouted. Upon hearing the 3 words elemental sword, many swordsmen unconsciously stepped back in amazement. An elemental sword, this was a sword practically from a god. When everyone saw this swordsman named Jupiter holding a sword full of character, they all retreated because they didn't want to be affected. This is a sword I got in a dungeon. In the world, as long as I take good care of it, I will be able to defeat my lord someday. Jupiter didn't wait any longer, took a step forward, and swept the entire space in front of him with his attack. Boom! When the tip of the sword touched the stone chest, a thunderous sound broke through the magical barriers and even cracked the structures around. Electricity was then released, and everyone except Gilgamesh's group retreated dozens of meters. But at this moment, when everyone thought this would be able to open the stone chest, the word impossible was written on their faces because that powerful attack couldn't open the chest. Impossible! Jupiter couldn't help but shout. He couldn't believe that the chest hadn't received a scratch. Everyone's eyes widened in complete disbelief. With such an unimaginable sword, that was enough to kill a sword king in one blow. However, that power was not enough to tear the stone chest. How is this possible? Jupiter took a deep breath. That sword isn't bad. However, compared to the black sword of the lady over there, it's not even close to matching it. That black sword was used by powerful swordsmen, and she managed to perfectly suppress the killing intent. The old man's words startled everyone present, and they all looked at the black sword held by the girl in black before stepping back in fear. No one thought that this black sword was an inherited sword used by many swordsmen. Since the origin of the black sword was revealed, the look of the girl in black cooled into a killer's intent that seemed like it could annihilate the sky. Girl, you haven't fully mastered that sword yet, so it's better not to use its full power. Although the killer intent of the girl in black was monstrous and absolutely fierce, she knew that she had encountered a powerful person this time and dared not make a reckless move. Do you still want to try? The old man averted his gaze, then looked at Jupiter, standing in front of the stone chest, as he asked. Jupiter, furious, stomped his foot and withdrew to the sideline. Although he was unwilling, he stepped back. Anyone else want to try? The old man laughed and looked at everyone, then spoke slowly. This old man will be stationed here until the ancient street closes. If someone wants to give it a try, don't hesitate to do so. Of course, I also welcome everyone to call their friends and masters, spread this good news, and let someone else try. The old man's words left everyone speechless. Did someone even want to jump up and curse him? This was just a deception, right? Even a man who was a sword emperor couldn't open that demon's chest. Although any of the three treasures ahead was coveted by everyone, when even the powerful failed, others couldn't even dream of opening it. Haha, the useless ones can't open that stone chest. It's surprising that something so simple can't be solved by so many present. When everyone was silent, a voice full of mockery was heard clearly. When these words came out, everyone looked at their origin and saw a golden-haired man holding the waists of two beautiful women. They immediately felt unhappy, then saw the other two beauties behind him and became furious. Even Jupiter got upset. Your words sound really confident. The old man looked up and squinted, staring at this man who seemed to pretend to be ordinary. Gilgamesh, who was always standing on the side to watch the fun, slowly walked forward at this moment and looked at this stone chest while calmly saying, "To me, opening this stone chest is an extremely simple matter." Humph, boasting isn't just about words but also about experience and ability. Gilgamesh's words caused many people present to become annoyed. There were many prestigious and strong beings who had tried it, so that was like spitting in everyone's faces. What grand words! Even Jupiter got upset. Gilgamesh simply didn't care about the crowd and looked at the stone chest before revealing a sinister smile. The old man squinted his eyes and looked at Gilgamesh, then said, "If you can open it and are so sure, then you can try. Once opened, you can take anything inside the wooden box." Gilgamesh calmly looked at those objects and said, "Maybe those items are something out of this world for you, but for me, they're not good enough to make me move my hand." Chapter 216, Just one sentence. Such words of contempt from Gilgamesh suddenly drew many bewildered looks. What kind of disdain was that? Wasn't a magical object supposed to be in the eyes of someone who is present? That level of arrogance and performance was too shocking. Haha, he really has a great tone. A demon who knew Roxy's background couldn't help but mockingly laugh. A year ago, the meagred tribe, who disappeared overnight, would at least have a bit of my respect, but a mere human like you, who seems weaker than a little mouse, has no right to boast. Hey, stupid donkey, it's not his fault that he's handsome and you can't even reach on horseback, tuck your tail and eat dirt until death. Eris shouted, being held back by the little twins as she was about to kill the demon. Don't worry, sweetheart, those words go in one ear and out the other for me. Just watch from the sidelines as all these leftovers swallow their words. Gilgamesh enjoyed silencing people without resorting to force, that was unfair, and he didn't want others to think he only wins through strength. I want to create an immortal garden to live with my wives. However, I need all the seeds of magical and exotic fruits you have. Is that all you want? The old man became even more serious when he heard those words. Gilgamesh, calm and comfortable, replied, I don't need magical items or weapons, I have everything I need in this life. I certainly need delicious fruits to share with my women, but I suppose that information is irrelevant to you. As long as you give me all those seeds, then I'll open that chest for you. Gilgamesh's words caused a significant change in the old man's expression. In an instant, his eyes transformed from a calm elder to a fierce ancient beast. The sudden gleam in the old man's eyes caused everyone to lose their colors. Even the sword emperors had to take a deep breath and couldn't help but step back. Suddenly, everyone understood that this deep and immeasurable elder should not be disturbed. However, shortly after, the old man's eyes returned to a faint appearance. He squinted at Gilgamesh and then said slowly, It seems you have peculiar tastes. Gilgamesh remained carefree and smiled. Then, he said, My appetite is satisfied every day, so there are very few things in the world that can be fulfilled. Therefore, I only seek things that will be useful to me in the future. The old man couldn't help but squint his eyes. It was evident that he doubted a bit. Other people here didn't know how important the seeds of magical trees he possessed were, but these were extremely valuable seeds he had cared for decades. He wanted to know what was inside that stone chest but was hesitating at the moment. Gilgamesh gently caressed the stone chest and calmly said, Do you want to obtain the item inside and dispel the doubts you have? I ask you, how do you expect to pay with such small items when the one who can open it asks for something specific? The old man paused for a moment and finally made a decision, so he said, Well, this time I'll be very generous with you. As long as you can open this stone chest, not only will I give you all the seeds in my possession, but you'll also have some whose origins I am unaware of. Gilgamesh picked up a crystal box and immediately placed all the seeds that the old man continuously took out of his chest into it. There were dozens of seeds of all sizes and colors that one could imagine. It was easy to see that these seeds were from different parts of the world, and their maintenance could be costly. They truly are marvelous seeds. Gilgamesh was satisfied and slowly nodded his head as he spoke. The old man narrowed his eyes at Gilgamesh and slowly said, Sir, it's your turn. However, it's better if you haven't boasted in vain. If you can't open that stone chest, I'll do my best to collect with interest. Crafty old fox. Gilgamesh smiled and extended his hand to gently caress the stone chest. His touch was very soft. It was as if he were rubbing the shoulder of a lover. Humph, even if you touch it 10,000 times, it's still impossible to open this stone chest. Seeing Gilgamesh caressing the stone chest, someone got angry and coldly mocked. However, Gilgamesh ignored him and crouched down. Then, he whispered softly next to the stone chest. It was as if he were intimately whispering to one of his women. No one could hear those soft words being spoken. Crack! A clear and crisp sound appeared just as Gilgamesh stood up. The unthinkable happened, and the stone chest was actually opened. Suddenly, the entire area fell into complete silence. Everyone couldn't believe what they were seeing, no matter how wide open their eyes were, they couldn't process that the chest would open so easily. What is that? At this point, people with keen eyes saw that inside the stone chest, there was a small golden bracelet. Seeing this object, they were stunned for a while. Everyone thought there was an ancient and magical treasure inside the stone chest, but it turned out to be just a bracelet. The old man was very skillful and grabbed the small shiny golden bracelet from his chest at once. His expression was like a guardian of treasure embracing his gold. It seemed as if he was afraid that others would steal it. Many people couldn't see the nature of this small golden bracelet, but as it was already stored inside the old man's chest, no one dared to ask him to take it out so everyone could have a look. For a moment, countless people felt a deep regret in their hearts and wanted to know what the chest contained, but, as the old man didn't say, others had no way to find out. After a while, the old man finally hid his treasure and asked, "How did you do it?" "The words of an emperor cannot be ignored, you wouldn't understand even if I said it," Anton said as he showed the seeds to his women. "Do you want to be my disciple? I have countless treasures, some are still undeciphered, so I'm looking for a capable heir to continue the legacy of the Tower of the Wise," said the old man in an interested tone. "I'm not interested." Gilgamesh turned and left. This time, The old man was really insistent and quickly said, wait a second, I'm truly interested in your talents. I don't deceive people, you've got what you wanted, and we staged a fair play. If you want, you can have this magical object. Such a scene made the eyes of Gilgamesh's women feel alert. Could this old man be a beautiful woman hidden in the body of an elder? Cursed old man, he must learn his place. Chapter 217, Blue Tile. You're wrong about one thing. Gilgamesh turned around and said calmly, that object reacts in the hands of whoever holds it. If it's in the hands of a common person, then that stone chest is useless. My authority is beyond this world, there is no man alive who can compare to me. After saying that, Gilgamesh withdrew with a slight smile on his face and looked deeply at the old man. Only an emperor can touch the belongings of another king, not everyone has the qualifications to be a king. What do you mean by that? At this point, Eris was quite curious. How could that stone chest react differently in each person's hands? Although it seemed like a cursed object, there was nothing linking it to that, so she had her doubts. Gilgamesh smiled and said, although it may sound strange, objects over time develop a sense of ownership and authority. That chest possibly belonged to a king, for that reason, only a king can touch those belongings and open it with the authority it entails. A common person can't open that chest, so forcing it open is a challenging task. Of course, that right to open the chest is also in you, the women of an emperor. The authority of your word has changed your destiny completely by following me, and my authority is now illuminating your paths. Have our paths been illuminated? Hearing Gilgamesh's words, Eris and Roxy couldn't help but be surprised. That assumption is incredibly wonderful, no one could ever imagine something like that. Is this possible? Even Eris, who believed everything Gilgamesh said blindly, thought this was too good to be true and asked, when one gets married, they decide to give everything to the other party, including the most precious treasures in their possession, which would be the heart and soul. What material object matters more than that? That's true. Roxy finally understood the meaning of the future and destiny. My wish before I die is to give away all my treasures to those who need and require something from me. Gilgamesh smiled with a slight nostalgia. Eris and Roxy glanced at each other before falling silent. No matter when it is, they believed that when Gilgamesh talks about death, it's something he somehow feels more than everyone else, after all, he had died once. How was that Gilgamesh compared to the one they had in front of them? If they had the chance, they should see it with their own eyes. The twins walking ahead were also impressed. They immediately classified Gilgamesh as the alpha and not the stupid dog that slept all day. The ancient street was very spacious, with many sellers from the central continent selling products, and the only thing they accepted was gold. Some came from the demonic cities in the east, and others from the Milis continent. It could be said that, in this place, beings from anywhere in the world could be seen. Outside of the human and demon races, there were even dragon clan beings walking without bothering anyone. Gilgamesh, along with Roxy and Eris, strolled down the ancient street. Although there were many sellers inside, the items that could catch Gilgamesh's eye were actually few in number. After passing halfway down the ancient street, there were no desirable treasures. However, as they walked, before they knew it, there were some people who started pointing fingers at them. Most of them were young humans. At first, Gilgamesh's group didn't care. However, the matter exceeded their imagination. Slowly, the adventurers who were with them not only pointed but also whispered. Is she Roxy? It's said that she's the last of her clan and might know about the disappearance of her village, but she seems not to care. As Gilgamesh's group was walking, a young demon slowed down his pace and looked strangely at Roxy. Damn, how can she be so calm if her entire species was hunted like dogs? A demon on the side muttered disdainfully. Indeed, the adventurers' gossip wasn't limited to just this, and it wasn't just this group. It was as if there were quite a number deliberately doing so. It happened just like with the elves, but here it's different because she possibly abandoned her family. What audacity! Hearing this, the gazes of Roxy, Eris, and Gilgamesh turned cold. From the beginning, Roxy didn't care about what was said about her and in what tone it was said, but what right did these demons have to question her life? How can a demon marry a human? Although no one here confronted them directly, anyone who heard immediately knew who they were talking about. Roxy was trembling with anger after hearing these harsh words and had a sense of injustice. The desire to wipe out this city with everyone inside is growing stronger. Gilgamesh's gaze became serious, and he coldly said, when I don't kill people, even the world itself must accept it. However, killing is becoming a necessity now. Undoubtedly, the rumors were deliberately spread with someone helping in the shadows just to annoy Gilgamesh because they knew it would infuriate him. Kill them. We must exact revenge for this offense with blood. Gilgamesh muttered in an icy tone. Without further delay, Eris immediately disappeared and like a ghost along the street, the heads of everyone who was whispering flew into the sky. In just a few seconds, Eris had beheaded more than 20 people, and after doing so, she stopped beside Gilgamesh. Inside the ancient street, wanting to find the person in the shadows who was pushing these rumors was not a difficult matter. Gilgamesh used a bit of his gold and immediately found out who was spreading these rumors. On a balcony of the ancient street, there was a group of followers of Alexander. Within their group were some demon lords counseling them. In this group of talented young speakers, they were more or less intentionally or somehow flattering Alexander. In reality, this was not a strange matter. However, at this moment when the circle of young people was conversing, they saw Gilgamesh coming in their direction with Eris and Rosie from a distance. A young talent looked at one of Gilgamesh's followers and said, "Notify Alexander that the man he's interested in is about to cause some trouble." Running to the top floor, the most devoted follower of Alexander said, "My lord, Gilgamesh is coming as expected. Use some effective things to provoke him. There's nothing to fear." Alexander sneered and wanted to see how Gilgamesh would come to his door. A look of disdain soon appeared on his face. Then he said, "He has married a demon, the rumors from the Holy Church of Milis should have something to do with it." "What did you say?" Roxy, who had incredible hearing, was filled with fury at how that man used that tone. She had always had a calm personality, but now she can't understand where that man's trouble-seeking comes from. Alexander looked at Gilgamesh and said, "What brings you here?" "We seek your death." Gilgamesh took a step forward and clenched the fist of his right hand. A mere human using that tone? The rumors sure ceased to be true. Seeing how Gilgamesh moved towards him with just one step forward, Alexander clenched his fist and struck with extremely powerful force. One had to know that Alexander was a sword god. In his eyes, a common human wouldn't be involved in things that concerned him. Under the force of his fist, it was more than enough to take Gilgamesh's life in his eyes. Gilgamesh accepted this challenge, and his fist collided with Alexander's. Boom! However, the result was not in the things Alexander expected. With clear bone-crushing sounds, under the impact of Gilgamesh's blow, Alexander's right hand was shattered. Gilgamesh's right hand easily had enough strength to crush the entire city, so he effortlessly crushed his opponent. Ah! Alexander screamed horribly and was sent flying dozens of meters, impacting houses and destroying entire streets. The sound of the impact was undeniably loud. "Lord, he's in serious trouble." Alexander's protectors were soldiers appointed by his family. They had always been close by, and now that their lord was injured, they immediately rushed towards Gilgamesh. The three demons were sword gods. "Get lost!" Eris shouted coldly as she unsheathed her sword, and waves of flames spread around, engulfing those three figures. Immediately after, Eris brutally massacred all those who got in Gilgamesh's way. "Who the hell are you?" Alexander saw how his right hand had been shattered and shouted in anger. Chapter 218, Killing the Immortal. At that moment, an axe flew in Gilgamesh's direction at great speed. Seeing this attack, Gilgamesh raised his right leg and delivered a powerful kick. Boom! The battle axe immediately disintegrated under his powerful kick. Simply Gilgamesh's physical strength was enough for even this magical weapon to be shattered. Although Alexander had used his battle aura along with some methods to eliminate his enemy, Gilgamesh only needed to move a muscle to annihilate any attack and retaliate 1,000-fold. Gilgamesh took another step and instantly appeared over Alexander, beginning to kick him like a dog. Crack! 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 The sounds of bones breaking echoed as blood painted the ground red. Under a single kick, Alexander's countless bones broke as he gushed blood madly. The sound of bones breaking was deafening, giving others chills as they felt their scalp tingling. "How dare you!" Seeing Gilgamesh stomping on his lord, the guards in the surroundings roared. "Kill them all!" Gilgamesh said coldly as he looked at the others. In an instant, Eris maneuvered with her untouchable movements to the figures rushing towards Gilgamesh. When the flames spread, she forcefully struck the figures that couldn't even get close. For Eris with her extremely powerful sword, none of the elders were really her match. Boom! The flames exploded as Eris began to swing her sword. That simple sword changed the appearance of the skies. Under this incredible sword, every enemy succumbed to the flames. A sword that could release such sacred flames was a relic never seen before in this world. Ah! Suddenly, those who wanted to interfere with what Gilgamesh was doing let out a heart-wrenching cry, all of them recoiled amidst the flames, spitting a mouthful of blood. But without stopping, Eris, like a war goddess, appeared in front of them, dealing a powerful blow that separated the heads from their necks, and they fell to the ground. The movement of a sword had eliminated 3 powerful elders. Eris, who had made this move, did so with an expression similar to the indifference of the wind when the sky rains. Back then, Eris had refrained from killing a man out of mercy from an elder, but as Gilgamesh had now said, there was a time for everything, and now they just had to kill their enemies. Suddenly, the scene was completely silent. All the present adventurers were dumbfounded with surprise, while the stronger ones still had more disbelief on their faces, sweating cold as their hands trembled. A sword killed 3 experienced powerful elders. This powerful battle record was challenging even for those who aspired more in life. Anyone who considered themselves the #1 genius on their own continent would definitely not surpass this. Gilgamesh, with one foot, stomped on Alexander's chest. At that moment, his chest had completely collapsed due to the strong pressure. Gilgamesh looked at him coldly and said, "How can someone like you be in this state? Haha, it seems even you have no idea. Of course, they got the wrong person under your feet. But it's normal, you still don't know my master." "Your true master? Even if it's a complete immortal, I wouldn't mind eliminating the trash from my presence," Gilgamesh said casually but angrier than usual. After finishing speaking, he slowly pressed his foot on the chest of the man he initially thought was Alexander. However, everyone here would die anyway, so the sound of breaking bones appeared, and all the remaining bones of the man died under Gilgamesh's foot. Then Gilgamesh saw as this man's face changed appearance, and he screamed with a shrill voice, "Master, save me! Gilgamesh, don't go any further!" At that very moment, a cold shout resounded, and a sword slashed down from the sky directly towards Gilgamesh. This sweeping sword engraved the underworld with a flowing sword intention capable of splitting its target. Gilgamesh didn't even spare a single glance. Eris, in an instant, moved at a superior speed, and with a swing of her sword, directly clashed with the attack heading towards him. A magnificent sword skill. Even in this situation, the real Alexander emerged from a large building. At his sides were 2 more elders. These were much more powerful, and although they looked human, they were not. Even if they are gods of the sword, all will die a mediocre death like the rest. Even if we face each other 100 years later, all of you are destined to lose. Eris was extremely dominant with her arrogant expression. Everyone was dumbfounded in amazement upon hearing Eris speak at this level. Even the old ones from the previous generation were amazed. To be granted the title of God of the Sword, one had to defeat at least the titled God of the Sword and claim their place. Many powerful swordsmen were known because they had faced each other in the past. Some maintained the title of God of the Sword, but it was not very common to keep it for a long time. In today's world, even when the war had ended, demons, not to mention the immortal race to which Alexander belonged, were extremely terrifying. However, Alexander, as the current god of the sword in the northern style, was despised by Eris in this way. This was a direct challenge to both his pride and abilities. "You are that despicable scum looking for trouble. Now that we meet face to face, you should expose your true purpose." Roxy raised her magic staff and unsheathed her sword. "My lord, is this the last of the Meagird? Isn't she behind the disappearance of that village?" Just at that moment, an elder beside Alexander directly asked sarcastically. "I actually don't care much. I heard she is the wife of a human who is a target of the Holy Church of Milis. I just wanted to find out if she was really involved in what happened in that village and if it could help increase my reputation." Alexander responded coldly with an emotionless expression. The elder murmured again with a strange voice, "If so, then you shouldn't show mercy to that human. Both demons and humans will understand if you kill him now. There is no better time than now. You old bag of bones, die." Gilgamesh's words had not finished yet, but a sword shot at imperceptible speed. The moment this sword fell, a human head exploded like a watermelon. Cursed! Alexander was surprised. Everything happened so quickly that he couldn't even rescue him in time. Cough! "Master, save me." At that point, the man Gilgamesh had stepped on had a weak breath. "If you let him go now, I'll stop attacking you." Alexander took a step forward and unleashed his rippling battle aura, stomping the ground. Even the ancient street trembled a bit. Just a damn kid like you. The overwhelming battle aura Alexander was releasing was blocked by Eris, who was in front of Gilgamesh, holding her sword horizontally while maintaining her arrogant expression. Alexander's face was extremely difficult to see as he looked at Gilgamesh and said coldly, "Gilgamesh, a man must go out and fight his own battles, don't hide behind your women. Go out and fight my own battles." Gilgamesh smiled and forcefully stomped on the body under his feet. A snap echoed as the disciple's head of Alexander was crushed underfoot. It was too late to even scream. "You!" Alexander's gaze was fierce, and suddenly it turned into two strands of killer swords that slashed towards Gilgamesh. But Eris swung her sword horizontally and cut the two sword edges. "Miss, do you want to fight?" Alexander had unsheathed his sword, and in an instant, a more dominant battle aura came out of his body rushing towards the surroundings. At that moment, everyone present knew that this battle would be something they had never witnessed before. If that sword in Alexander's hands was a treasure, then they themselves should be careful not to be affected. "Let's fight then, Alexander." Eris remained completely dominant. Even if Alexander wielded his Dragon King Kajakut sword, she wasn't afraid. The sword in her hands was much more powerful than that of her enemy. The two parties facing each other was a scene that astonished many present. The confrontation of powerful beings was undoubtedly filled with arrogance. Chapter 219, Long Ago. Eris's way of speaking caused the present cultivators to look at each other. Logically speaking, Alexander was older than his grandparents, but at that moment, the girl's actions were simply defiant. "Prince Gilgamesh, consider that your actions may bring serious consequences to the Azura kingdom ruled by your father." An ancient voice emerged from the darkness, and in an instant, an elderly blindfolded man with horns on his head stared coldly at Gilgamesh. This sudden change caused the people who were enjoying the noisy scene to gasp. "Does anyone else back you up?" After the blindfolded elder appeared, Gilgamesh looked up and asked Alexander. Alexander frowned and said disdainfully, "I am the only one who will fight against you. I will defeat you and prove to everyone that I am the strongest." At this moment, when he fought Eris, he felt a bit anxious, sensing that he couldn't make progress in fighting against that woman. Being beaten by a woman would completely ruin his reputation. "I can't believe you really think I rely only on women for defense." Gilgamesh burst into laughter and pointed, saying, "Even if your old stupid grandmother comes here, it's not a difficult matter for me to kill gods and immortals." Several people felt that Gilgamesh's words were too exaggerated and arrogant. "What big words? I'm here, I want to see how you will destroy our immortal clan." A voice that stole everyone's attention belonged to the same blindfolded elder. This elder was a demon, a very strange one that many did not know. But what they did know was that he was incredibly strong due to the battle aura surrounding his body. Everyone felt a powerful pressure crushing their bodies. This elder walked forward, staring explicitly at Gilgamesh. "Who is that elder?" The elder in front of them had a faint aura of ancient battle about him. This meant that he was a great demon, one step away from being an ancient demon lord. "The Guardian of the Rift." In the crowd, someone recognized that old demon. "So it's him." Someone murmured in the crowd. The demon known as the Guardian endured defending a rift from which grotesque beasts emerged, seeking to exterminate all life on Earth. The blindfolded demon looked at everyone in the crowd and said, "Since when have humans been so arrogant?" Being in the demon continent, humans actually had little right to be arrogant. "Stop being racist, old fool, you create enemies where no one is judging anything," Gilgamesh lazily said before someone in the crowd could say anything. The gaze of the blindfolded demon turned fierce, and he coldly stared at Gilgamesh. His voice was sharp as a bell, and he said coldly, "Human, even if your father comes here, you will not leave alive." After saying that, his battle aura filled with killing intent burst towards Gilgamesh, and a powerful violet crystal headed towards him. The movement of the old demon was extremely terrifying. Ink-black clouds began to form in the sky, falling like a cascade as an ancient battle aura burst forth, and many ran away. While the great attack was heading towards Gilgamesh, both Eris and Roxy became alert. However, Gilgamesh remained calm. He materialized a huge axe and threw it towards the arrogantly acting demon. Boom! Golden thunder exploded, and divine energy covered Gilgamesh's body, completely piercing through the attack in his direction. "That's the attack of a god." In an instant, many of those present were associated when they saw that wave of destruction in a battle aura never before seen in this world. The blindfolded demon was not the only one surprised. All the old adventurers watching here knew the meaning behind a power compared to that of a god. Despite being powerful, few could unleash a large-scale wave of destruction like the one a moment ago. Once the power of a god is released, everyone underground must flee for their lives. Demons, humans, and beastmen are nothing to me if they dare to disrespect my women. Gilgamesh's gaze remained full of arrogance. In a blink, a dozen golden ripples shot out behind him, powerful enough to destroy the world. In an instant, everyone trembled in terror as they saw a third of the city completely destroyed. Mere mortals could not withstand the power of a god. Humph, do you think you're the only impressive one here? After losing numerous defensive magical items, the blindfolded demon held a fan in his right hand. This fan released black energy and exploded into a terrifying offensive power. Anyone who wants to defeat this enemy of life, step forward, all positions can go to you. Seeing the demon make a move, everyone was both excited and scared. Boom! Not to mention the ancient street, even the entire Green Oak City lost its colors when the two powerful energies appeared. Is that human really a god? Little toys, I like this. Gilgamesh coldly sneered once, and the ripples behind him increased in number. Beheading his enemies was easy, but the target was certainly troublesome to deal with. Those who don't want to die, get out of this place. Seeing Gilgamesh move forward regardless of anything, the blindfolded demon burst into power. Both sides were channeling terrifying powers, wishing to unleash the strongest attack to see whose aura was more powerful. Where did that human come from? Boom! Anyone who touches our lord will die. At that moment, a dozen golden silhouettes appeared around Gilgamesh, and one of them in particular burst with power, eliminating all of Alexander's followers. In an instant, everyone was petrified. This was too challenging and irrational. Where did those figures around Gilgamesh come from, and who were they? All figures wore black armor, carried the banner of the Templar Knights, and all raised their swords. I wanted to have more fun. Gilgamesh felt a bit disappointed as the fun disappeared. He opened a huge ripple from which a giant sword emerged. Try the sword of a giant. Gilgamesh with a cold smile threw a sword at the blindfolded demon, ignoring the damage to the surroundings. Chapter 220, The Power of a God. The golden ripples behind Gilgamesh launched a huge sword at great speed and with immense power, sweeping across the sky. Enormous gusts of wind knocked down houses and sent people flying. A massive aura flashed forcefully, capable of killing anything in its path. No one could resist the moment Gilgamesh unleashed 5% of his power, causing them to lie on the ground. A sword cutting through the sky caused countless people to pale. The bright sun was eclipsed, creating a monotonous darkness. Under this sword, all kinds of natural disasters appeared simultaneously. The blindfolded elder immediately lost his composure upon seeing this massive sword. Even if he had the power to fight gods, he couldn't stop this power unless protected by ancient gods. Protection. As the sword descended towards him, the blindfolded demon elder summoned all his power to defend against the attack, extending his hands and shouting in horror. Boom! A loud explosion echoed as the sword descended from the sky. This impact made the entire Green Oak City exhausted, buildings collapsed, and everything shook. It's the end of the world. Many people had that thought when witnessing such devastating power. Boom! The power, which had not fully descended, fell to the ground. Golden lights illuminated the sky. This force unknown to everyone impacted, shaking them to their souls. No matter where they were, everyone trembled in fear witnessing this small display of strength. Only a god could block this impact. Even if it's a god, they couldn't stop this blow. Gilgamesh waved his hand, and two giant swords of the same size moved outward. If you want to stand before me with that arrogance, be prepared to die. Boom! Boom! The golden ripples moved towards the sky, covered in a golden power. Although this attack was powerful, it was indifferent to someone like Gilgamesh. He could unleash thousands of attacks of the same style and not care at all about the surroundings. Boom! In a blink, power manifested in the sky. The swords exceeded the limit of believability, and three enormous swords descended with overwhelming power. Without a doubt, this sword descended and cut through the entire world, annihilating all present who opposed Gilgamesh. The blindfolded demon had lost his left hand, his body, which seemed distinct, flew with the help of his wings and gathered the power he had. Boom! Under this cut, not to mention the entire Green Oak City, even the nearby citadels trembled as if they were small boats amidst unstoppable tides, with their passengers in dismay. After a loud burst, the sword split the earth, and dust rose into the skies. The demon's body fell to the ground covered in wounds that would take his life within minutes, but Gilgamesh didn't stop, and small swords pierced his body numerous times. "I won't lose." The demon wanted to resist more, but the swords that pierced him soon increased in number, and his energy along with his vision were fading. Crack! Crack! 2 swords flew and suddenly pierced the demon's knees, causing him to kneel on the ground. Everything happened in a simple instant. 1 sword easily knocked down the blindfolded demon, 3 more appeared, and then small swords pierced the elderly demon's body. "Enough for today, just die." Gilgamesh waved his sword, and the demon's head split in half. "You come here to insult my woman, seek fame, and what you'll get is death." Roxy didn't have to move a muscle this time, she stood beside Eris and both watched what Gilgamesh wanted to do. "If you kneel, God of the North, I'll spare you," Gilgamesh said, knowing the answer. "In your dreams. If you're so powerful, then kill me, but I'll never surrender," Alexander shouted with a furrowed brow. "Really?" Gilgamesh laughed and pressed with his foot. Saying this, numerous chains surrounded Alexander. These infamous chains had no restrictions, and their power even a god couldn't resist. "My patience is running out." Chapter 221, Geniuses and Gods Are Equal. For others, a man like Alexander, who is like a legend, was rare to see in such a lamentable state. It wasn't easy for common people to come across such an ancient figure, and many, including demons, didn't want to see someone like him being killed. Alexander gritted his teeth and gathered all his battle aura around his body to resist Gilgamesh's suppression. However, no matter how many times he tried, it wasn't enough to counteract Gilgamesh's strength. "You can't even resist my killing intent before being injured, let alone now that you are as pitiful as a pig before being killed. Unless you were a true god, you might have caused me some minor annoyances. But now, either you apologize, or I'll destroy your muscles, bones, and make you regret encountering me," Gilgamesh said nonchalantly with a smile. Boom! At this moment, Gilgamesh's hand was placed on Alexander's neck. Under his pressure, air stopped entering his lungs, and the sounds of strangulation made others think that his neck could be broken at any moment. Alexander spewed a mouthful of blood. At that moment, even his eyes were dripping blood. It felt like a man fighting against the heavens, a mere human going against an almighty god. "Forgive me," Alexander muttered. He chose mercy over dying in this place forgotten by the world. He clenched his teeth tightly and finally said, "I wanted to confront you since rumors say you are extremely powerful. If you are as incredible as you claim to be, then you will understand my true purpose in facing you. The methods used by my disciple were not correct, so I apologize for that." After those words came out, Alexander's body couldn't help but tremble. For a powerful being like him, surrendering was the greatest humiliation of his life. Today, in front of so many people, forced to kneel on the ground and admit his mistakes to someone who wanted to be recognized as a hero was the worst thing that could have happened to him. It's not so difficult to bow down, is it? There is a great difference between men and you. For someone who has lived like me, bowing is worse than death, and I would prefer to die standing 1,000 times than live kneeling. But accepting death is believing in the path you have chosen without regrets. Do you want advice? Redirect your life, and when the time comes, the doors of death will be just another path. Gilgamesh released Alexander's neck and casually said, "Although you are still far from achieving something like that." Alexander's words left everyone in silent contemplation. The words didn't need to be spoken, everyone could more or less guess the intentions of someone like him in facing Gilgamesh, and that might be related to the rumors of the Holy Church of Milis. Alexander was still sitting there with a vacant mind. At that moment, he couldn't hear any sound. He couldn't forget the pain of this humiliation imprinted on his mind today. He was a man proud of his strength, and wherever he went, he would be praised by anyone, regardless of race. As a descendant of an immortal clan, he sat at the top of any kind of race. Whether it was elves or demons, none could live as long as them. No matter where he was, his aura was brilliant, and his arrogant smile. But today, he was suppressed by a man much younger than him in front of everyone. This was an unforgettable humiliation for a lifetime. Meanwhile, Roxy, who saw this with a cold expression, remained impassive. After accepting Gilgamesh as her man in this and the following lives, she had stopped feeling many of the weak emotions that could be forgotten over time. For someone like her, being at the top of the world was as simple as wanting it. Gilgamesh looked around at everyone and at the descendants of many races who had been following Alexander. Then, he smiled and said, "You are all free to live your lives as you wish, but the moment you insulted my wife, all of you who spoke better fall to your knees and offer your hands. If you don't, you will die instantly." At this point, there was a deathly silence, and many sweated cold due to fear of what might happen. Could someone like him really follow through on this? However, at that moment, a demon fell to his knees and extended his left hand. "I offer my left hand as an apology. I didn't mean to speak with the intention of insulting your wife." The demon had a strong sense and knew perfectly well that Gilgamesh would start an unparalleled massacre at this moment. "Well, I always stay true to my words, so I'll start." When Gilgamesh said this, two double-edged swords appeared in his hands and disappeared instantly. Crack! With a burst of blood, the demon who had fallen to his knees before had been cut, and his left hand that was completely torn screamed in extreme pain as he saw his hand being completely disintegrated. In an instant, bursts of blood flooded the surroundings, but instead of the hands of those who had spoken ill of Roxy, their heads had been cleanly severed without any problem. Before many could react, corpses began to appear around, and those who were packing were instantly killed by the swords that shot out from the ripples. Those who hadn't spoken ill of Roxy simply closed their eyes in fear, none dared to open them for fear of death. The massacre spreading around alerted many, but none could resist. In less than 2 minutes, thousands had died, and Gilgamesh, covered in blood, returned to his initial position and murmured, "Remember, even if you've lived 1,000 years, I am the king of heroes, Gilgamesh, who lived and died for humanity. I, a simple man, fought against gods and won. I'll do the same in this world, I'll seek out the human god and kill him. If any of the gods of this world dare to stand in my way, I'll crush them too." Looking at all that blood, the corpses on the ground, and the heads still floating, Alexander lifted his head and saw Gilgamesh's face. Only now could he understand the difference between them. "I'm so sorry, so sorry." Roxy looked at Gilgamesh with a gentle but impassive gaze over what had happened. She felt nothing at seeing those deaths and strangely felt happy seeing her man's fury. In the end, she said nothing and just sighed while tightly clenching her fists. Words weren't as powerful as improving herself so that, in the future, she could wield her power against those who opposed her man. After everyone had left, a man approached Gilgamesh and said, "This massacre will only increase your bad reputation, is that what you want?" Gilgamesh looked at the dragon and said, "I don't care. Those tainted by the human god will die by my hands. No matter what happens in the end, I will always emerge victorious." Chapter 222, A Ghost. At that moment, the old man slowly lifted his head and looked at Gilgamesh. At the same time, his eyes emitted a terrifying light, similar to the sinister glow of an eternal fire. With immeasurable sharpness, he seemed capable of tearing through reality. Even Eris and Roxy, standing behind Gilgamesh, had to take 3 steps back. They didn't directly receive this fierce gaze, but they still felt that this flash could decapitate humans and demons as if they were insects. As cold sweat dripped down their bodies, they realized that this old man who called himself the ghost of the lost dragon was a horror beyond their speculations. "Old lizard, do you think I won't cut you in two just because you have a few thousand years?" Gilgamesh asked with a cold look running across his face. "No." The old man then withdrew his gaze as if lost and shook his head rigidly. Gilgamesh narrowed his eyes and looked at the old man, then calmly said, "I know very well that the strongest in this world is the dragon god. I have no enmity with him, so as long as he's not as foolish as Alexander, there won't be a problem. Now that I have several corpses to clean up, I wonder if you know what will happen if I leave them to rot. Leave them where they are, they were too foolish to get involved in this situation. For now, let me invite you to have wine in my old restaurant where not even flies land." The old dragon shook his shabby attire and walked towards his shop. As they walked, Eris couldn't help but look at Alexander, who had been left in a pool of blood, and asked, "Will he die? If he's immortal, shouldn't we seal him?" The old dragon looked deeply at Eris and smiled, then said, "Sealing him might serve as a lesson, but I think this is better because he can learn to behave correctly. I've been wandering through the demon continent looking for the Superts, and I've found nothing but trouble." Gilgamesh chuckled and said, "Old lizard, what brings you to me in the first place?" "In search of help." Eris and Roxy, in the back, were confused as they listened to this strange conversation. They didn't know what was going on. "Your daughter cannot be saved, she should have died a long time ago due to the curse that governs her body." Gilgamesh knew from the moment this dragon appeared what his intentions were. I know, but you are an exception, the only exception. The old dragon whispered, I can smell her body, the power of your soul, and how sacred you are. Maybe you haven't thought about it, but the celestial restrictions on your body are gone now. You are a full-fledged god. Gilgamesh narrowed his eyes and silently looked at the old dragon. As one who once was, he had a lot of experience, he had seen it all. Naturally, he had seen the past of this dragon and knew he had a half-dead daughter in the ancient cemetery. Show me something that interests me, and maybe I'll consider saving your daughter. The old dragon didn't look at Gilgamesh, he looked at the facade of a rundown restaurant and murmured, then follow me. What is that senile old man talking about? Looking at Gilgamesh, Eris was the most straightforward. This old dragon was just a spectator, but he became extremely intrigued after I said I would kill the human god and deal with all the gods who stood in my way. In that way, he assumes he could cure his daughter who is in the ancient cemetery. Does he have something that interests you? Roxy asked curiously and pointed, very few things can pique your interest. Of course. Gilgamesh smiled and said, he's an old man with thousands of years, obviously, I don't want to see his entire boring life and fill my head with blurry memories. I prefer to fill my memories with you too. Upon hearing this, Eris and Roxy were surprised. Such a thing was too intimate to say with total normality. Can you save his daughter? Roxy asked once again. Gilgamesh shook his head and said, not entirely, but I can do something to make her lamentable life take a complete turn from its current state. Let's not make him wait too long. Gilgamesh then smiled and walked towards a narrow path leading to the dark door. Eris and Roxy glanced at each other before following him eagerly. Originally, they thought this door would lead to a dark place, but, after entering, they found that this wasn't the case. Behind the door was an expansive space in the form of a large courtyard. In this place, sunlight shone, giving a very comfortable feeling. However, once they saw the content of the courtyard, the girls were left gaping. They simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. They stared at all the objects in front of them in complete astonishment. The large green courtyard had medicinal herb gardens, silver ponds, small hills of books. All the necessary things were here, and surprisingly, there were even living beings moving back and forth. That's a fairy. Eris's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Fairies were a legend that many had invented along with the deep-sea sirens, but many claimed to have encountered these beautiful creatures. They were fantastical and mythological beings that, on occasion, interacted with humans. Over there, isn't that a panda? I thought they were all extinct, but now that I see it, it seems sillier than usual. Eris, like a little girl, was shouting about everything she saw in this place. There are so many books. Roxy was the most excited but remained silent. Seeing such treasures and books, Eris and Roxy were astonished. This greatly surprised them, and it wasn't too far-fetched. If any of these items were outside, there would be insane bloodshed to obtain them. There were no realms capable of having such incredible wealth. However, in this courtyard, all these coveted treasures were strewn about as if they were garbage. If you want them, we can ask for them, but I have so many treasures that this place becomes completely obsolete. I will take them into my treasury someday. That's a very incredible place, said Gilgamesh as he walked inside. At this point, Eris and Roxy looked at each other and realized something. With so many treasures left like this, the old dragon wasn't afraid of others stealing them. How terrifying was this old dragon? Finally, the three entered a side room. Even before entering, Eris and Roxy smelled an indescribable and nauseating medicinal aroma. With a more careful sniff, only an indescribable scene could be imagined as the source that left them breathless. There were a dozen bottles containing unknown medicines all around the room. At this moment, Gilgamesh closed his eyes and deeply inhaled the medicinal air, murmuring, "How long have you been healing your daughter with these natural treasures?" The old dragon muttered, 300 years. Now that you mention it, don't you think it's time to let her go? Gilgamesh asked, looking at the old dragon. Without getting angry, the old dragon replied, I would have if she had lived her life, but she hasn't been able to enjoy a mortal life, and I can't let her go without giving her that since I promised to take care of her. A promise is a promise. I can understand you as a man but not as a father since I have never had children. Gilgamesh said nothing and asked, I can do something, but it won't be free. What can you give me in return? The old dragon responded slowly, I heard that you want to kill the human god, but even after 30,000 years, the dragon god who is seeking to kill him hasn't found him. Do you think you're different? I can be, said Gilgamesh, not surprised at all. You must have heard a lot, but I have privileged information that I have found over the years searching for a way to cure my daughter. How about an exchange? Asked the old dragon with a smile. Well, in addition to that, I want everything my women desire from this place, said Gilgamesh calmly as the water in a lake. Good, listen carefully. Chapter 223, The Beginning of a Start. Where should I start? First, I'll explain what's happening with the last descendants of the dragon clan. All of us are being cursed, an attack that comes from an unknown source but limits us to many things to the point that the only way out is death. The old dragon closed his eyes tightly as if recalling something extremely painful. Eons ago, the creator god grew tired of building countless planets and realms. For his final works, he created 6 pristine but imperfect planar worlds and merged them into a cube, stabilizing their delicate balances. The dragon who said this felt his breath weaker and murmured, "Our worlds, for this reason, are known as the six-faced universe." Then that same god created 6 lesser gods to watch over these creations, giving each of them power over one world, namely, God of the Sea, Dragon God, Beast God, Human God, Sky God, and Demon God. As creations of a higher being, they were forbidden to interfere with each other. But they worked together to protect the structure of the cube. The creator tied the life of each god to their world so that if a god died, the world would be destroyed. Although powerful individuals and demigods would arise in each realm, none could surpass the power of these 6 facets of creation. With his magnum opus complete, the creator relinquished his form and perished, leaving his body in the empty space at the center of the cube, also known as the void world. But small pieces remained floating in the darkness. Those small pieces came back together after a long, long time. The god reformed, but it wasn't the same. Something else awakened in the darkness. It called itself Hitagami and claimed to be the human god. The first dragon god felt that something was wrong. But he couldn't exactly understand what Hitagami was doing. When Gilgamesh heard this, a sinister smile appeared on his face, and his aura changed completely. He was finally facing someone who knew that human god to such an extent that it was unheard of to find such a person in the world today. No one could defeat him. Roxy asked with a furrowed brow. If those gods, who were the heart of the other worlds, had died at his hands, that means perhaps no one could have faced him. The old dragon shook his head and murmured, "He's hidden. I found many clues about his whereabouts, but it's still complicated to find him." Gilgamesh, more aware of the situation, asked, "So, what happened to the true human god of this world?" "It's unknown what happened to the human god, but we can assume that he was killed like other true gods as part of Hitagami's broader plans." The old dragon said, but seeing Gilgamesh's even broader smile, he asked, "What's so amusing?" Gilgamesh looked at the old dragon and said, "So, the human god can be killed. I heard that the only way to defeat him is to seal him. But if a human god was killed, that means by taking his authority, one can take the position of the human god and thus prevent the destruction of this world." The old dragon seemed surprised and asked, "So, do you really want to kill him?" "Oh, of course, he wanted to play with my pride and hasn't stopped trying to kill me over the years since I awakened the memories of my past life in another world and dimension. I shouldn't tell you this, but what I detest are gods with Hitagami's profile. He's still doing it." The old dragon said, "Throughout history, Hitagami creates conflicts between different factions, leading to widespread destruction and chaos. He whispers poisonous lies into the ears of the dragon god and his 5 most powerful generals until their distrust and paranoia toward the other realms turned into open hostility. Then, did everyone come here after that conflict?" Eris's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hitagami deceived the dragon god into launching a devastating attack on neighboring realms. Refugees fled to the human world, turning it into the main world. Looking deeply at Gilgamesh, the old dragon said, "He's doing the same in this world. He will use all realms to kill you and all your loved ones, regardless of whether it disrupts future plans." There was a silence as the conversation focused on Gilgamesh. It was well known that the religion of Milis had been tainted, and a war against the Azura kingdom might break out at any moment, with the goal of wiping it off the map. But Gilgamesh wasn't worried. The time would come when he would erase the god's footprint in this world, and he intended to accelerate the technological growth of this world. Perhaps that's his downfall. The old dragon said after a while. "Why do you say that?" "It's quite simple. From killing other gods to influencing the actions of key individuals, Hitagami's sinister machinations have a significant impact on the ongoing future of this world, said the old dragon as he took a big sip of a golden liquid. He fears that some power from the future might kill him. That's why he tries to end your existence. This prophecy has led Hitagami to take desperate measures to avoid his predestined fate. He has gone so far as to try to eliminate your loved ones to erase the possibility of you becoming a major problem. If he knows, he must be someone powerful to figure out about the future, just like you, Gil, Eris said a bit more cautiously. But despite his extraordinary abilities, apparently, Hitagami remains a slave to the same fundamental will to survive that governs all living creatures, living with a sense of self. He uses his powers to alter the flow of time and influence events. In doing so, he creates alternative timelines in which he reigns supreme, increasing his control over people's lives in our realities. However, his foresight powers are limited. He can see fragments of what is to come, but the future remains unwritten, said the old dragon, looking deeply at Gilgamesh. He's truly just a representation of all the darkness within humans. Gilgamesh, as if a father to humanity, said, man is human by nature. That means as much as the value of a human considered in his species. Envy, selfishness, inherent evil, and love are some of the most dangerous poisons. Gilgamesh pointed and continued, I will save your daughter, but that might be limited to you telling me, how can I find the human god? Chapter 224, How to Find the Human God. The old dragon remained silent for a few minutes and finally said, there is talk of an ancient temple, where the starlight is as dark as the eternal abyss itself. No one knows how the true human god interacted with humans, but like other gods, he certainly had a religion. The easiest way to connect human hearts. Gilgamesh fully understood this point and said, I have inside information, many speak of a temple. Sometimes, some even tell me that the answer to my question is in places much closer than I think. Do you know exactly how I can interpret those words? If you've been to the ancient forest, you must know that it is an unknown place, a battlefield where gods and demons clashed. Humans used forbidden magic while the elves somehow sealed the place to prevent the contamination from spreading further. Do you know if that place is actually part of this world or a key that connects to other dimensions? Asked the old dragon, narrowing his eyes. A war site, perhaps one that connects to all the dimensions created by the imposter human god. But now that I think about it, could we reach other dimensions through it? Gilgamesh asked, contemplating that place with much more depth and seriousness than before. The temple you seek is a hidden place where the human god was worshipped, the true human god, and the way to find it is in that place. You just have to focus your attention on ancient relics, writings from the ancients, and you might find a temple that speaks about him. Gilgamesh, a bit less interested in this aspect, said, get ready, let's enter the ancient cemetery in search of your daughter, and then our deal will be concluded. As a tribute, I'll add the books and interesting things that my wives liked. Understood, said the old dragon as he bowed his head. Gilgamesh eventually climbed the high peak that stretched along 10,000 miles with the rest of the group outside the bone forest. They finally stopped where this peak looked like a huge serpent coiled around a mountain at this location. Then, they entered a mysterious valley on the high peak. Without Gilgamesh leading the way, the group would not be able to find their way through such a narrow mountain. There was the sound of flowing streams within this valley. The stream made contact with the nearby lava, emitting very pleasant noises. This mysterious valley on the high peak resembled a magical path, giving a comfortable and fresh feeling once inside. They then stopped in a nondescript canyon surrounded by lush trees and sweet grass. There was nothing ahead of them, except a cliff at the end. The only notable thing on the cliff was that it was extremely smooth. First, let's thank nature for its incredible vigor. My best friend taught me a way to do it, and it truly is the best way to appreciate nature. Gilgamesh then pointed to a spot for the twins to place ceremonial offerings to nature, then started throwing gold bars on the ground, and they began to walk forward. After tossing a lot of gold, everyone fell silent. In my past life, what I appreciated the most was gold and worldly treasures. When I learned that there was more to this world than just that, my friend taught me to give back to the earth what we take from it. Gilgamesh bowed and took the earth from the ground in his hands, felt the fresh air, and murmured, O nature, I do not aspire to be the loftiest in your choir, or be a meteor in the sky or a comet that can rise so high, but only a zephyr that can blow among the reeds on the river bank. Grant me the remotest place, where I can run my airy race. In some secluded and solitary meadow, let me whisper among the reeds, or in the woods with the rustle of leaves whisper while the tranquil evening falls because above all, I will be your child and pupil in the wild forest than the king of men elsewhere and the most sovereign slave of worry, for before anything else, I prefer just a moment of your dawn than to share the whole year of the unhappy city. Give me to do some quiet work and let it be by your side. The entire group of Gilgamesh felt the earth with their bare feet, took a deep breath, and a greenish aura soon began to resonate with the wind. Nothing more wonderful than this existed in the world, feeling where one came from and how one would end. Nurture the earth and continue nurturing the magic. After the ceremony, Gilgamesh burned all the mundane offerings on the ground. After tossing everything, he smiled deeply while holding the chains of Enkidu that once filled the starry sky. While the Gilgamesh group was contemplating the lyrics, something incredible happened. He knew there was a high possibility of bringing his friend back, but he was bothered by the fact that he couldn't remember the past moments of his life. Not only would it damage their friendship, but it would also disrespect him for not being able to let him rest. In this world, life and death are ephemeral. Feeling that you belong to something is paying attention to time and details, said Gilgamesh as he sat on the ground and gazed at the starry sky. Eris sat smiling while eating cookies, and the twins ate large meat legs. They remained silent while devouring the food that Gilgamesh continuously brought out for them. As for Roxy, she looked at the sky and the chains of Enkidu. Are we going straight to the forest? Roxy asked as the group's mood improved. Yes, we need to complete this before the journey, said Gilgamesh, slightly intrigued. Chapter 225, Inside the Ancient Cemetery. While traveling on the Vimana like mad, Eris asked, how exactly will we find that place if the old dragon started the journey on his own? He should have accompanied us, isn't it very inconsiderate of him to leave us here? It's the way, nothing to worry about, said Gilgamesh, pointing, we had our own issues to consider. Appreciating nature is much better than anything else. On the Vimana, a huge mountain appeared before their eyes, and a deathly aura burst around as they descended simultaneously. Going down a slope, there was a subtle cave where the old dragon was waiting. Let's start as soon as possible, said Gilgamesh as he descended from the Vimana and entered the cave where there was a water pond, inside which was a girl with silver hair. A curse that consumes the soul and memories. At that moment, magical recipes appeared in his mind. One blood ritual recipe after another mixed repeatedly. He wanted to find the right ingredients among all these memories to combine with this ancient Dan recipe. As time passed, Gilgamesh, unknowingly, had been standing for 5 minutes. The old dragon knew that Gilgamesh was observing his daughter's condition, so he made no move and stayed silently by his side. Eris emotionally wanted to approach, but Roxy quickly stopped her and shook her head gently, indicating not to disturb him. Shortly after, Gilgamesh's entire body exuded a golden light, as if he had been bathed in sunlight rays, and his breath became faster and stronger. What a headache, but a promise is still a promise. Gilgamesh waved his hand, and some magical fruits along with red potions appeared in his hands. Countless medicinal ingredients were matched in Gilgamesh's mind. From the trial of countless herbs and the search for recipes he had learned throughout his life, Gilgamesh's understanding of medicinal knowledge and his effort to determine this recipe had gone beyond anyone else's. Not for nothing had he found a way to create an elixir of immortality. Today, he exerted all his capabilities to create a medicine that would nourish the body of the girl in the water pond, and after a brief moment, he sighed deeply. People who knew about this recipe from ancient times could not even be counted as few. Your daughter is cursed, she has spent hundreds of years in a deep sleep from which she cannot wake up unless you decide to give your life in exchange for her release. You could be with her for at least 10 more years, but that would be all, said Gilgamesh, looking at the old dragon, who maintained an ironic smile. I agree with that, said the old dragon and walked towards the pond. I have lived for several thousand years, have you even thought about what that can be? You are seeking immortality from what I could see in my visions, but truly, if you are alone, the years turn into days, and it is a deep pain. I don't care, said Gilgamesh, sitting on the ground, taking out a golden jug, 2 cups, and pouring the wine that very few in this life could taste. As I said, I am not a father and cannot understand you, but I would be more than willing to save my children at the cost of my death. The old dragon smiled and murmured, you will be a good father, then. What should I do? After some time, Gilgamesh stood up and looked at the old dragon and then said, this recipe is very ancient. I can try to recreate it, but it's still just the beginning with ingredients. I will need your blood in the pond, a single liter will be enough for it to work. The old dragon looked at Gilgamesh for a long time and finally nodded his head stiffly. There's no problem. After some time, Gilgamesh waited for the ingredients to come together and looked at the old dragon. He nodded and began to pour his blood into the pond where his daughter was sleeping. Roxy and Eris looked at each other with surprised expressions. What they were seeing was leaving them very astonished. How was there such a deep story in such a hidden place in the world? They didn't expect to meet a dragon in humanoid form, they had never seen one like this before, so it was amazing. Now start releasing your blood. At this moment, Gilgamesh looked at the crimson liquid in the pond and solemnly spoke. When Gilgamesh's words finished, the old dragon stretched out his hand and cut his palms without any expression on his face. When he released that blood, the crimson light cast two bloody rays resembling the bubbles of an erupting volcano. Eris and Roxy felt very alarmed as their bodies turned completely cold when they encountered this red gaze. Now withdraw your hand, that amount is more than enough, said Gilgamesh while looking at the liquid in the pond. Roxy and Eris couldn't help but be amazed. This process was similar to a blood ritual, but it was not at all the same since it was a ritual to heal certain bodily dysfunctions. At that moment, Gilgamesh released his aura, and with the tips of his fingers, a sacred light shone and pointed towards the girl's soul. Like Elaine, this girl had been cursed, and after breaking that curse, she would need to divert that cursed bond towards the old dragon. That's it. You will die in 10 years, that is also the punishment for trying to use me, said Gilgamesh, looking deeply at the old man, then pointed, but in this situation, I would have done the same. The old dragon bowed and said, thank you for understanding me. Leaving the cave, Eris couldn't help but ask, how did he try to deceive us? He is not from this dimension, somehow, he managed to travel between different timelines to heal his daughter, and that ultimately led him to me, said Gilgamesh with a smile because, in the end, he had to read the past of that dragon. It was more than regrettable, but he knew they would meet again. Let's go, we have to explore.
Thanks for listening.